Chapter 26-29. One by one, they were crippled. Isn't Resplendent Academy very impressive? Why are they acting like dogs now? One of the youths wearing a long robe sneered. It's Heavenly Saint Academy's first generation. They're so arrogant, actually beating people on the street and humiliating Resplendent Academy. Yeah, look at Resplendent Academy's strongest second generation, Gengqi. Even he doesn't dare to speak. However, the first generation bullying the second generation. This is too much. Under normal circumstances, the first generation wouldn't bully the second generation, but rumor has it that Lei Tianlan was bullied by Resplendent Academy's Lin Ling. Although he's dead now, many of the first generation want to avenge Lei Tianlan. Especially Lei Tianlan's fiancé Yu Cheng. He even said that he'll beat up anyone who knows Lin Ling. The crowd discussed, knowing the reason for the conflict. Bah, only Lin Ling isn't here. If Lin Ling was here, would you dare to be so arrogant? In front of Lin Ling, you're just a dog. Who knew that the humiliated falling flower flowing water sword would be so stubborn? Although they were beaten black and blue, they wouldn't compromise at all. Haha, I love teaching this kind of arrogant fellows the most. Unfortunately, your boss Lin Ling is already dead. Moreover, even if he isn't dead, he wouldn't dare to appear because there are many people who want his life now, including me. Heavenly Saint Academy's first generation sneered, then stretched out his hand. I heard that you're Lin Ling's subordinate. Then I'll step on you and see where your so-called Lord Lin Ling is. Cripple him. Another person beside him said. Cripple? How ruthless. This is First Ring City. Don't talk about crippling someone's cultivation. Even if you kill someone, it's fine. Those first generations purposely captured him here. Hearing the first generation's words, the crowd's heart trembled. As for Gengqi, his eyes narrowed. If falling flower flowing water sword was crippled in front of him, then he, the strongest second generation, would be too ashamed to face anyone. However, he had just taken a step when the first generation members beside him looked over with icy gazes. This caused him to subconsciously stop in his tracks. He could only lower his noble head in the face of a first-generation member. At the same time, the first-generation expert sneered and grabbed the Falling Flower's water sword. This grab could absolutely cripple Falling Flower's water sword. Some of the more cowardly ones had already narrowed their eyes, because those who could enter the three great academies were not simple people. However, having one's cultivation crippled was undoubtedly like having one's bones pulled out and tendons pulled out. It was extremely painful. However, at this moment, an arm suddenly grabbed at him, followed by a loud bang. The sound was very loud, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. At this moment, everyone's pupils constricted, and their gazes were fixed on it. Nothing happened to the falling flower's flowing water sword. Instead, the unlucky one was the first generation. He was already smashed to the ground. A foot stepped on the first generation's cheek, flattening his nose. This scene could be described as shocking. When everyone's gazes followed the unlucky first generation, they immediately cried out in surprise, Lin Ling! Lin Ling, the strongest second generation of the three great academies, plus the fact that he dared to flirt with Lei Tianlan right after becoming a second generation, caused the three great academies to be abuzz with the name Lin Ling. Some of the flower protectors even declared that Lin Ling had died quickly. Otherwise, they would have punished this scum on behalf of the heavens. Of course, many people only dared to say such arrogant words because Lin Ling was not around. He still dares to come back? Some people cried out in surprise. Currently, there were many people who wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. According to common sense, even if Lin Ling was not dead, he should be hiding. Lin Ling. Genji also stared at Lin Ling with a complicated look in his eyes. Clearly, he did not expect Lin Ling to appear, and in such a domineering manner. However, the most shocking thing was yet to come. Lin Ling sneered and moved his foot. A huge amount of realm energy flowed into his fist and slammed into the first generation's Dantian. The realm energy flowed into the Dantian, and directly shattered the young man's Dantian. The young man bent over like a prawn and spat out a mouthful of blood as he screamed in pain. Crippled. That was the word in everyone's mind. Of course, no one was more surprised than the first generation because he felt that the realm river in his Dantian was collapsing. It was shattered by the punch. In the past, he was above everyone. If he pointed to the east, no one would dare to go west. But now he had lost his capital. You crippled me. Finally, he let out a furious roar. Bang! What greeted him was a kick. It was like kicking a gourd, sending him flying hundreds of meters down the street, and finally disappearing without a trace. This kick was extremely domineering. You crippled him? The other first generations all widened their eyes. In fact, compared to Lin Ling's domineering action, they were more surprised by Lin Ling's strength. After all, not everyone could beat a powerful first generation like a dog. Didn't you want to see me? Now I'm back. Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he looked at the first generations. After saying that, he attacked like lightning. He moved like thunder and punched like lightning. He's attacking again. Everyone's eyes widened. Lin Ling was the strongest second generation. Now he was challenging several first generations. Bang, bang, bang. Unfortunately, with Lin Ling's current strength, there weren't many people in the first generation that he was afraid of. His fists smashed into the dantian of the first generations. They couldn't react at all. They could only feel the power of the realm river sweeping over them, and a terrifying power gushing out from their backs. Puff! They spat out a mouthful of blood. Then a second and a third. The first generations all spat out blood as their dantian completely collapsed. In reality, they were the weakest in the first generation, second only to Sheng Xiaobao. Before Lin Ling went to the flame world, he didn't fear this kind of first generation, let alone now. And those first generations spat out blood as they fell to the ground powerlessly. They stared at Lin Ling with only fear in their eyes. When Lin Ling wasn't here, they were arrogant and domineering and didn't think much of Lin Ling. But after Lin Ling returned, they knew how terrifying Lin Ling was. In reality, this was their first time seeing Lin Ling. But the first time they met, this greeting was very heavy, turning them directly into cripples. Most importantly, this was First Ring City. Not to mention that Lin Ling crippled them. Even if he killed them, the three great academies wouldn't care. Sir. At this moment, Falling Flower Flowing Water and the others got up with ecstasy on their faces. What happened? Lin Ling's expression was still cold. He sensed that in his absence, Falling Flower Flowing Water and the others were under great pressure. It's Lei Tianlan. Falling Flower Flowing Water immediately said. It turned out that although Lin Ling wasn't here, Lei Tianlan didn't get the space-time divine steel. So she resented the people around Lin Ling, and made many first generations attack them. And although Lin Ling was the strongest second generation, he was clearly not famous in the first generation. No one feared him. So more first generations still gave face to Lei Tianlan. Chapter 2630. Boiling Rage. Lei Tianlan. Lin Ling coldly roared, causing the surrounding people to tremble. From Lin Ling's body, they could feel a cold killing intent. That killing intent was so strong that it did not seem like it belonged to the strongest second generation, but the strongest first generation. After that, Lin Ling ignored the surrounding people and left with Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the rest. That's Lin Ling? That's really fierce. That roar from before actually caused my boundary spirit to tremble. From what I can see, his strength has already entered the first generation. There's going to be a good show. The surrounding martial artists were all excited. As for the second generation of Resplendent Academy, they were all fired up. When they were bullied before, no one dared to stand up for them. Not even Genji. But now that the strongest second generation had arrived, he was able to dominate the entire street. Of course, the one who was the most shocked was Genji. He looked at the first generation on the ground in shock. These are all first generation, true immortal experts. Fuck. He knew that Lin Ling was stronger than him, and should be able to defeat some of the first generation. But to cripple them like cutting vegetables and melons, this was not as simple as defeating them. No wonder he can stand above me. I can't compare to him. Genji said with a long sigh. A scholar who had been away for 3 days, had a whole new level of respect for him. This was precisely Lin Ling. He, Genji, had grown in this period of time, but Lin Ling's growth was even faster. At this moment, Lin Ling's goal was the Rainforest City Market. Through the conversation, He knew that the rainforest city market was currently under great pressure. The one who attacked was not Lei Tianlan, but a first generation from Resplendent Academy. This first generation was called Zhao Ritian. He rarely appeared in Resplendent Academy, but when he did, even a dragon would have to bow down. And Genji was the best example. Most importantly, Zhao Ritian was from Resplendent Academy, but he actually helped other academies to bully his own people. Yu Yu and the others didn't invite Sunset Glory? Lin Ling asked Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, and the others. Yu Yu and the others did not wish to trouble Senior Luo Riyao and the others. Although Zhao Ritian was arrogant, he did not dare to kill anyone. Therefore, Yu Yu and the others took responsibility for it. Even Vice Principal Gong did not know about this. The chess boy immediately said. Hearing this, Lin Ling understood the painstaking efforts of Yu Yu and the others. Powerful warriors like Luo Riyao could help him once, but not forever. He still had to rely on himself for everything. If they owed Lin Ling too many favors, they would have to repay them in the future. Therefore, Yu Yu and the others did not want to bring trouble to Lin Ling. I got it. I'll head back immediately. Lin Ling nodded and quickened his pace. Walking forward, Lin Ling arrived at Second Ring City and headed straight for the rainforest market. Before he even got close, he saw that there was no one around the rainforest market, and the walls were filled with blood-red words. Widow. Debt must be repaid. Those words were so shocking that no one dared to go near the rainforest market. As for the word widow, it was referring to Yu Yu and Xian Yuan Gu'er. It meant that Lin Ling was dead. And all of this was done by Zhao Ritian. Although he did not dare to kill Yu Yu and the others, his actions were even more vicious than murder. Around the market, there were a few passers-by who were pointing and laughing at them. Get out of the way. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water and the others opened a path in front, causing the passers-by to laugh in disdain. How dare you be so arrogant when the sun has set? Hearing those words and looking at the words on the wall, Lin Ling's eyes turned red instantly. An evil fire rose in his heart. Bang! He did not say anything. Taking a big step forward, he knocked away all the passers-by in front of him and entered the rainforest market. What an arrogant guy. Do you have a death wish? The passers-by who were knocked away felt pain in their shoulders and could not help but shout angrily. Wait, isn't that the shopkeeper of the rainforest market? It can't be right. Isn't he dead? It's definitely true. In the past, when he became the strongest second generation, I saw his return with my own eyes. How glorious was he at that time. It's a pity that he offended the first generation. Sigh. Many people cried out in surprise and some felt pity. Offending the first generation, and the other party was a force from Four Ring City. No matter how monstrous Lin Ling was, he was no match for them. At this moment, Lin Ling entered the market. Suddenly, his cold face was filled with malevolence. The market was in a mess. Spiritual herbs and pills were scattered everywhere, and were trampled to pieces. The pill furnace had collapsed and was full of junk. The pressure that Zhao Ritian gave to the rainforest market was indeed not small. At this moment, in the market, people were gathered in twos and threes. They were listless. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water and Flowing Water. How many times have I told you? Don't go out at this time to avoid trouble. You and Sakura better behave yourselves. A clear and melodious voice sounded, carrying resentment. It was Yu Yu. However, Falling Flowers, Flowing Water and Flowing Water did not care. Instead, he shouted happily, Yu Yu, look who's back. This shout was not important, but it made the market even quieter. Everyone stood up and turned their heads to look. Suddenly they were excited. Master! Lin Ling! Brother Ling! Voices rang out crazily as everyone rushed over. The anger in Lin Ling's heart disappeared quietly, and he revealed a warm smile. These people were Lin Ling's people. No matter what danger Lin Ling encountered, they still believed that Lin Ling would return. They were all waiting for Lin Ling. There were many people. Other than Yu Yu and Xian Yuango, there were also Lin Ling's 3 disciples, the Fire Spirit Princess, Tang Yue, Gong Yangjiang, and some geniuses from the Rainforest Sacred Land, such as Lai Qing Yonggan, and the others. These people had fought alongside Lin Ling. They were Lin Ling's companions. I'm back. Seeing this, Lin Ling could not help but say. We knew you would come back. Everyone replied immediately. Although there were rumors that Lin Ling was dead, they had gone through countless ups and downs with Lin Ling. They knew that Lin Ling had created countless miracles. This time he would definitely not die. Lai Qing Yang gone. Lin Ling looked at these two familiar faces. These two were once saint sons of the 6 holy lands, and had memories with Lin Ling that couldn't be erased. Afterwards, Lin Ling's growth had been too fast, causing them to also go out adventuring. He never imagined that after so long, they would be the third group of people from the rainforest's sacred land to arrive at Martial God World. We're here. Lai Qing and Yangon glanced at each other. Yangon immediately smiled. Although they were only at the 3rd stage of the World King realm, Lin Ling could feel a mysterious aura from their bodies. These two fellows must have had some lucky chance. Lai Qing didn't speak. She was as cold and indifferent as before, standing there with her sword in hand. However, there was a trace of worry in her eyes. This was because as soon as she arrived at the city square, she saw the miserable state of the city square. This caused her to feel extremely uncomfortable. To her, Lin Ling was her big brother, her senior apprentice brother. She could not tolerate others humiliating Lin Ling. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Yu and Xian Yuange are held onto Lin Ling's hand. But as Lin Ling saw their haggard complexions, his heart ached. It was clear that during this time, Yu and the others had suffered a great deal. Chapter 26:31. Goodbye, big brother. Yu and the others were worried about Lin Ling. They quickly smiled and said, It's okay. Although those guys are arrogant, they obviously don't dare to kill anyone. They are only venting their anger. They naturally knew who the main culprit was, but such a character was not someone that Lin Ling could provoke. That's right. Do you remember your big brother? Suddenly Yu asked in surprise. She seemed to want to divert Lin Ling's attention. Big brother. Hearing this, Lin Ling's complexion changed. He had many brothers in his life, but only 2 of them had the best relationship. One was the ancient flame demon, and the other was the long-lost Sakura. In the past, Sakura had gone out for adventure, and had not returned for a long time. Even Lin Ling had thought that his big brother had fallen. After all, going out for adventure was a narrow escape. Fuck you, little bastard. If my sister-in-law didn't tell me to cause trouble, I would have already torn down your city square. At this time, a deep voice sounded from the door, causing Lin Ling to excitedly look back. That tall and sturdy figure, that overbearing aura, everything was so familiar. Big brother. Lin Ling couldn't help but shout. The man stopped and looked at Lin Ling with disbelief. Suddenly, his square face revealed a look of excitement, and his eyes became moist. He was Sakura, the big brother that Lin Ling had met in the 7 Profound Martial House. Second brother. Sakura roared and threw himself at Lin Ling. Haha, big brother, you are not dead. Lin Ling was also the same. The 2 of them hugged each other. Although they did not have the same blood flowing in their bodies, their feelings were closer than blood brothers. In fact, Lin Ling knew that Sakura had been deceived by the second dream. So he went out for adventure. In addition, the second dream had followed Lin Ling, so Sakura might not have had the face to come back. But now that Sakura had returned, he had clearly seen through all of this. I've wronged you all these years. Sakura looked at Lin Ling and said with guilt in his eyes. He knew very well what Lin Ling had done for the Holy Land of the Rainforest. It was his second brother who had protected his hometown. Let's not talk about this anymore. Where have you been all these years? Lin Ling hurriedly said. He had already walked through the entire rainforest sacred land, but he didn't see Sakura. Clearly, Sakura had appeared in a place that he didn't know about. I came to the Qing province earlier than you because someone brought me here, and you know that person as well. Di Jietian said mysteriously. Who is it? Lin Ling could not help but be surprised. To be able to bring Sakura from the rainforest sacred land to Qing province, this strength was absolutely terrifying. However, the rainforest holy land didn't seem to have such an expert. Could it be her? Lin Ling couldn't help but think of the only person in the rainforest that he couldn't see through was his grandmother. Grandma Wendao. Second brother is so smart, you should have guessed it. Sakura said. Some things aren't as simple as you think. When it's time for you to know, you will know. The reason why I didn't tell you was to protect you." Hearing this, Linling nodded. He also thought of the mysterious cloaked man he met in the Eight Gods' celestial palace. The latter had also secretly helped him. "You've reached the 3rd level of True God Realm." Subsequently, Linling stared at Sakura and said, "That's for sure. Otherwise, how can I be your big brother?" Sakura proudly laughed and looked at Linling with a pampering gaze. He hadn't been in the market square for long, but he saw the scene of the market square being humiliated. At that time, he flew into a rage and almost tore down the street. It was Yu who stopped him, saying that she didn't want to make a big deal out of it. However, he was still unwilling because Linling was his younger brother, someone he had to protect for his entire life. Therefore, he could only endure for the time being. The waters of the martial god realm are very deep, but if you want to bully a brother from my hometown, you're looking down on me too much. Second brother, you only need to say one word. Are you going to do it or not?" Sakura looked at Linling and said. Linling smiled and looked at everyone. The others were silent. Although they were also furious, they knew that this was no small matter. After all, the other party came from the 4th ring city. Not to mention entering that place, they didn't even know if there were any ancient factions inside. Do it. However, Linling's gentle words made them laugh. "That's right, do it." Hearing this, Yu was delighted. Obviously, she had also suffered a lot, but she still said worriedly, "Brother Ling, they are forces that even Senior Luo Riyao and the others are afraid of." Yes. Even if the divine monarch of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty is here, he still has to do something. Linling said word by word. "Haha, good. Today we brothers will fight side by side." Haha. Sakura gave a heroic smile. He remembered that in the past at the 7 Profound Martial House, he and Linling had dominated the martial house. At that time, he had given the impression of being overbearing, but Linling had given the impression of being frivolous. The two brothers had smashed all the geniuses of the 7 Profound Martial House to the ground and dominated the 7 Profound Martial House. That was also the happiest time of his life. "Oh, then you should be careful." Xin Yuangur sighed. He knew that once Linling decided on something, no one could change it. "Good, let's do it." "Haha, we'll help from the side." Falling Flower Flowing Water, and the others laughed because they had been waiting for Linling to speak. Of course, they also looked at Sakura in awe. When this guy had first arrived, he had the attitude of someone who would destroy the heavens if the heavens did not accept him. At that time, if they hadn't reported their background, they would have already been smashed to the ground. And now, such an overbearing character was actually Sir Linling's brother. This was their good fortune. This Sakura seems to be someone from the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. The chess boy secretly said. He didn't think that Sir would know such a tyrannical character. "I know, he has definitely been to 5 Ring City." Falling Flower Flowing Water also quietly replied. Then they followed Linling out of the market square. At this moment, outside the market square, a large number of martial artists were watching. They were surprised that Linling had returned. "Where is Zhao Ritian?" Linling coldly shouted. "Sir, Zhao Ritian is the Grand Master of Weilon Market. He is at the end of the street. They have stolen all of Rainforest Market's business, but the master behind Zhao Ritian is the Sovereign Marquis." Falling Flower Flowing Water immediately said. This guy seemed to have investigated the other party's background. Obviously, he knew that this day would come. "Good Weilon Market is it? Today I will tear it down." Linling sneered and strode forward. "What? The background behind Weilon Market is not small. I heard that it is the Sovereign Marquis. This Linling actually dares to touch the Sovereign Marquis's territory? How arrogant." The crowd discussed animatedly, and their faces turned pale. Then in their eyes, Linling had already moved forward. "Let's follow and see." Yeah, Linling is courting death. After all, Zhao Ritian is the one who is ranked 68th on the Heavenly Crossing list. How can Linling be his opponent? Many people moved forward with the intention of watching a good show. Linling and the others soon arrived at Weilon Market. It had to be said that this market square was filled with customers. Moreover, the decoration was extremely gorgeous, and the plaque on the door was a precious immortal treasure. This meant that the master behind this market square was not small. Chapter 2632. Which dog is Zhao Ritian? What are you doing? Cutting the queue. At this moment, customers were entering the market one after another. Some of the warriors looked at Lin Ling's group coldly. They thought that Lin Ling's group was here to buy something, but they didn't line up. Too arrogant. Hee, I'll give you a choice. Get lost immediately, or I'll tear you apart. However, before Lin Ling could say anything, Sakura spoke first. He was even more arrogant than Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling smile helplessly. Big brother must have followed a big shot before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such confidence. What did you say? That warrior was enraged, and so were the others, because they had never seen such an overbearing character. Hee. Sakura laughed, stretched out his palm, and said indifferently, "Do you see this slap?" "I see it, so what?" That warrior immediately frowned. "Nothing, just use it to hit dogs." Sakura roared, and his palm fiercely swung out. Rumble. A terrifying power erupted. Those warriors seemed to have been attacked by a storm, and actually flew out of Second Ring City. This slap directly made the people on the street open their mouths, and there was silence. Even Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. Big brother's strength was so strong. He was very sure that Sakura definitely had a divine body, and now he was hiding his strength. This made Lin Ling curious. Big brother followed Dao Grandma. What exactly did he experience? Second brother, do you want to do it, or should I do it? Sakura then looked at Lin Ling and made Lin Ling nod. Big brother should do it. Alright. Sakura nodded proudly and punched out. Countless sounds of bones colliding rang out. That punch actually turned into a huge white bone fist, and fiercely smashed on the plaque. Rumble. That immortal treasure plaque immediately shattered, and the entire market that was more than 10 floors was also on the verge of collapsing. This punch was so terrifying. The people on the street were scared silly again. One must know that in Second Ring City, there had never been such a terrifying expert. Of course, Lin Ling was also shocked. Then he smiled proudly and strolled into the market. Weilon Market? Bullshit. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword and the others followed Lin Ling. They stepped on the broken plaque on the ground and couldn't help but mock him. Of course, they were more proud and elated. Are you trying to steal our business? It's just that our sect leader isn't here. If he returns, we'll tear down your sect's plaque. After entering, the city square was completely silent. Whether it was the guests or the people in the city square, they all frowned as they looked at Lin Ling's group. Obviously, they didn't expect that someone would dare to behave so atrociously in the sovereign marquis territory. Several of the more powerful first-generation experts were sneering at the corners of their mouths. They were thinking about how these idiots were going to compensate them. Who is Zhao Ritian? Get out here. However, before they could even speak, Lin Ling roared, shaking the entire city to the brink of collapse. This caused the expressions of those first-generation elites to become furious. They hadn't even flared up. Yet this person had already flared up? Did they think this was a market? Sir, who are you? Do you know who's here? One of the young men with long flowing hair who was sitting on a chair said indifferently. He held a pill bottle in his hand and seemed to be tasting the pill. Throughout the entire process, he didn't even look at Lin Ling's group. He was filled with strong confidence. It's peerless. Someone said in fear. That person was a first-generation elite from Songning Academy. His strength was ranked 70th. If he wasn't recruited by the Sovereign Marquis, such an elite wouldn't have appeared in Second Ring City. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled and strode forward. This caused the eyes of the elites in the city square to flicker. They didn't know what Lin Ling wanted to do. However, they could see that Lin Ling was only at the first level of True God Realm. This strength was considered pretty good in Second Ring City. Of course, the premise was that these powerful first-generation elites weren't in Second Ring City. Lin Ling came in front of the long-haired young man. With a wave of his right hand, he snatched the pill bottle from the young man's hand and poured the pill over the young man's head. It was as if he was pouring water. This frivolous action undoubtedly caused the crowd to suck in a breath of cold air. That guy was crazy. At this moment, all the elites in the city square narrowed their eyes and almost attacked. However, the storm seemed to be suppressed and didn't erupt. How terrifying. The oppressive atmosphere made the elites who were watching a good show quietly retreat, because this wasn't a battlefield they could join. Do you know what you're doing? The storm didn't erupt because Peerless didn't attack. He asked coldly, "You're smelling the pill?" "I'm sorry, after I came back, I saw the pills in my house scattered on the ground and trampled on by others. I was very unhappy, so you should know what I'm doing." Peerless seemed to be angry, but Lin Ling's anger wasn't any smaller than his. After saying this, Lin Ling smashed the pill bottle in his hand on Peerless' head. Clang! The pill bottle broke under the force and glass flew everywhere. Although it couldn't hurt Peerless, it was still a huge humiliation. Peerless asked Lin Ling if he knew what he was doing. Lin Ling's answer was that the pill bottle exploded his head. Go to hell. Peerless was completely enraged, causing the entire city square to shake. His aura rose steadily and he stood up crazily. Seeing this, Indra's eyes turned cold and he was ready to attack. However, Lin Ling couldn't wait any longer. The two Dantian's boundary rivers merged instantly. Boundary essence condensed on Lin Ling's fist and he punched out. Boom! That punch landed on Peerless' face and twisted his face. However, time seemed to have stopped and that punch didn't send Peerless flying. This didn't surprise many people. Peerless was a second-level true god. How could Lin Ling shake him? However, this was only temporary. In the next moment, the void exploded and Peerless flew backward as if he was hit by a spring. With a bang, he smashed into the wall, causing a clear crack to appear on the wall, and it continued to expand. Then an unconscious figure slid down from the wall like a pile of shit. This was still the city square's defense that was obviously not weak. Otherwise, that punch would have sent Peerless out of the second ring city. This simple and violent scene caused the city square to fall silent. Even Indra's pupils constricted. Lin Ling was only a first-level true god. However, he didn't rely on martial arts and relied on boundary essence power to send a second-level true god flying. This made Indra's mouth reveal a smile. His second brother seemed to have hidden his strength, and was always mysterious. Even though he had witnessed countless geniuses in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, and there was no lack of Heaven's chosen children, in his opinion, Lin Ling was even more terrifying than those ancient Heaven's chosen children. Which dog is Zhao Ritian? Get out here. Next, Lin Ling roared again. However, at this moment, no one thought that he was crazy. Especially those martial artists who saw Indra smashing the signboard with one punch. At this moment, they realized that the arrogance of that handsome young man wasn't any weaker than Indra. Chapter 26:33. Swordsman. Especially those martial artists who saw Sakura smashing the signboard with one punch. At this moment, they discovered that the arrogance of that handsome youth wasn't the slightest bit weaker than Sakura. As for the first-generation members of the elite shops, their faces were pale. Juesher was not weak among them, but he was still sent flying by a single punch. This mysterious young man was too terrifying. If that punch had landed on their bodies, they might not have been sent flying, but rather, they might have been blasted into pieces. Most importantly, they still didn't know what kind of monster he was. Who is ruining this daddy's market square? At this moment, a skinny figure finally walked down from the second floor. He was Zhao Ritian. However, despite his mighty name, he looked like he could not bear the burden. He was not tall, and his face was devoid of any flesh. When he was angry, he revealed his yellow front teeth. No matter how one looked at him, he looked wretched. Even Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He had thought that the person who dared to bully Yu and the others would definitely be a valiant general. Who would have thought that it would be such an ugly person? Of course, although Zhao Ritian was ugly, he was not weak. He had received the mantle of an elder in the Resplendent Academy. That elder was called Xiaorun, an old enemy of ancestor dragon Granny. He was also the elder who had repeatedly targeted Lin Ling. However, Zhao Ritian did not disappoint. After becoming the first generation, he managed to get into the top 60 of the Heavenly Surpass list. One had to know that the Heavenly Surpass ranking was a generation's battle prowess ranking. Those who were able to enter the ranking had strength that couldn't be underestimated in Three Ring City. Second brother, this person is not simple. Let me handle him. At this moment, Sakura Tian said secretly. This was because Zhao Ritian was a third-level true god. No need, I want to break his yellow teeth. Lin Ling shook his head and said coldly, "Why did you cause such a ruckus in my marketplace?" Zhao Ritian looked coldly at Lin Ling as he walked down from the second floor. "Because you destroyed my market square first," Lin Ling said bluntly. Zhao Ritian's pupils constricted as he exclaimed, "You're Lin Ling? You're not dead?" "He's Lin Ling?" As soon as his words came out, the crowd immediately cried out in alarm, especially those of the first generation who were scared out of their wits. Their eyes trembled uncontrollably. This was Lin Ling? Wasn't Lin Ling the strongest second generation? How could he defeat the first generation as easily as swatting a fly? Could it be that after the Battle of Pride, Lin Ling had increased his strength again? This cultivation speed was indeed monstrous. "Senior brother Zhao Ritian, kill him!" Those first-generation elites immediately shouted. Lin Ling made them feel a strong pressure. "A genius like Lin Ling must not be allowed to live. No wonder you came looking for me. So you're Lin Ling. But don't you think you're courting death?" Zhao Ritian smiled. He was a little excited because Lin Ling had offended many big shots. If he could kill him, he would definitely be rewarded handsomely. "You're a member of the Radiant Academy's generation. Yet you're helping an outsider to bully a member of the Radiant Academy. How shameless can you be?" Lin Ling retorted. "I like it. You're bragging about me." "Who knew?" Zhao Ritian shrugged nonchalantly. "Lin Ling, kneel down when you see your senior brother." The other generations also shouted angrily, as if they had found their backbone. Those words made Lin Ling's eyes turn even colder. "You're a swordsman, aren't you?" At this moment, Zhao Ritian stared at the sword Dao behind Lin Ling's back. A sharp aura shot out from his body and turned into boundary swords. At the same time, divine light seemed to sprinkle down from the 9 heavens, enveloping his body. This was his awakened divine body, Zen Sword Enlightenment. It had reached the 6th grade. This was a rare sword talent. According to legend, every sword was a type of martial art. There were flame sword, thunder sword, wind sword, and so on. They were all extremely powerful. An ordinary swordsman could only comprehend one type of sword in their lifetime. However, Zhao Ritian had a total of 18 swords, representing 18 sword daos. Moreover, among the 18 swords, several of them contained sword heart. So powerful. Zhao Ritian is indeed ranked 68th on the Heavenly Crossing list. A 6th grade awakened divine body and a sword talent. In the Resplendent Academy, he's definitely the strongest swordsman. I heard that in the Resplendent Academy, Zhao Ritian had cultivated in the Sword Dao, Flame Dao, Wind Dao, Thunder Dao, and so on. The other generations exclaimed in admiration. Although they were all from the same generation, Zhao Ritian was much stronger than them. So powerful. Sensing the sharp sword aura, falling flowers and flowing water swords' expressions changed drastically. Although they already knew that the first generation was strong, they only knew how strong he was after witnessing it with their own eyes. Even Lin Ling's eyes flickered continuously. This was because he had cultivated in the Sword Dao and Flame Dao, but Zhao Ritian had cultivated in all the martial Dao. No wonder he was ranked 68th on the Heavenly Crossing list. It could be said that Zhao Ritian was more powerful than the 2 sect leaders of the Flame World. I know that you're unwilling to accept it. However, you need to have the ability to do so. The waters of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty are very deep. Not to mention those seniors, even I will never be able to cross over. Swords of different colors floated around Zhao Ritian. He said indifferently, "Moreover, you also use the sword. Do you have the ultimate sword Dao? Go comprehend the Zen World Sword." He waved his long robe and ordered the 18 swords to shoot towards Lin Ling. They were as fast as lightning, reaching the speed of the 3 realms. Those without sword talent are not qualified to use the sword. Accompanied by the shadows of the swords was a confident voice. Seeing this, countless people's breathing quickened. A powerful first generation had made his move. How would Lin Ling deal with it? Lin Ling was the strongest second generation, and could defeat many first generations. However, he should not be a match for Zhao Ritian. The sword is the sword. It is not something that can only be cultivated by those with sword talent. The sword represents the person, not the talent. At this moment, Lin Ling waved his robe and the tyrannical song sword behind him floated up. The shadows of the swords surged, and the murderous aura was extremely dense. It turned into 81 swords that covered the sky. Ashura sword formation? There are 81 swords. Lin Ling's sword Dao is also powerful. It's useless. Relying on martial arts won't be able to match the talent. Many people started to discuss, and their emotions were inexplicably surging. Especially Yu Yu and the rest. They knew that this battle was also the battle that would allow Lin Ling to gain a foothold in the first generation. Boom boom boom. Clang clang clang. The collision of swords was colorful. Moreover, both of them were experts in the sword Dao. When they clashed, the entire market was unscathed. This showed how crazy their understanding of the sword was. I heard that you have the heart of the sword. Let me see how powerful your heart of the sword is. At this moment, Zhao Ritian's eyes flashed and he was slightly surprised. It was rumored that Lin Ling had cultivated the Ashura sword formation. Now that he had seen it, it was indeed extraordinary. However, he still believed that the sword Dao martial arts were unorthodox. Only talent was everything. Without a talented swordsman, cultivating the sword would be a waste of effort. Look, Lin Ling's swords are starting to crumble. Haha, he's going to die. At this moment, everyone was ecstatic. This was because although Lin Ling had many swords, they were obviously inferior to Zhao Ritian's swords. They were all being destroyed. Chapter 26:34. I like it. Come on, brag about me. Clang. The 81 swords were indeed collapsing. Even though Lin Ling had fused his two dantians, he could only barely block Zhao Ritian's swords. Furthermore, as time passed, Zhao Ritian's colorful swords surrounded Lin Ling from all directions. Lin Ling, there was no way out. There's a difference of 2 realms. Furthermore, Lin Ling is not a match for a swordsman with powerful attacks. Some of the ancient martial artists outside the market sighed and shook their heads. They knew the purpose of Lin Ling's visit, so they admired Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling was not afraid of power. He actually dared to come to Wei Lan Market to take back his reputation. Unfortunately, in this world, courage could not change anything. Strength was what mattered. However, at that moment, a crisp sound was heard. Zhao Ritian's swords had already sealed Lin Ling's path. He thought that he would be able to kill Lin Ling with his swords, but one of his swords was suddenly broken. What? Zhao Ritian let out a cry of surprise. Breaking his sword meant that his innate talent had been cut off. Second brother, you are indeed extraordinary. Sakura, who had been tense all this while, finally relaxed. This was because he saw that among the 81 swords, 2 of them were extremely extraordinary. Under the 2 swords, not only did they protect Lin Ling, they also broke the enemy's swords. Clang. Furthermore, the crisp sound continued to ring out. Zhao Ritian's 18 swords were broken one after another. This scene shocked the surrounding people. Furthermore, they saw that only 2 swords had appeared around Lin Ling. They were the 2 swords that had broken everything. Impossible. Eclipse sword go. Zhao Ritian roared and pointed with one hand. Traversing sword go. Flourishing sword go. The 3 swords he spoke of were extremely extraordinary. They were all existences with sword hearts. He did not believe that Lin Ling would be able to break his sword that possessed sword heart. The way of the sword is vast and varied. It is as vast as the universe. How can one only reach the top with talent? Some people spend tens of thousands of years to comprehend the way of the sword. Some people spend their entire lives trying to comprehend the way of the sword. Some people only use one sword in their entire lives. They don't have great talent in the way of the sword, but their sword is like a person. They also reach the peak of the way of the sword. At this time, a cold shout came from Lin Ling's mouth, as if he wanted to prove something. The 2 swords in front of him began to spin wildly. One was a fast sword, while the other was the tyrannical song sword. However, they were like 2 dragons emerging from the sea. The 2 swords complemented each other very well. The quick sword suppressed Zhao Ritian's sword while the large sword attacked. That perfect control made everyone exclaim in surprise. It was an eye-opener. Rumble. After the attack, Zhao Ritian's sword of Eclipse instantly broke apart. Moreover, the remaining 2 swords with sword heart also broke apart when they collided. Puff. Zhao Ritian spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale. How is this possible? In fact, the people around him were even more surprised than Zhao Ritian. Zhao Ritian was one of the strongest of the generation. His sword techniques were profound, and he had left his mark in all the martial department of the Resplendent Academy. However, a swordsman like him had his sword broken? It was easy for a swordsman to defeat him, but breaking his sword was the hardest. That sword of yours is not an ordinary sword. Zhao Ritian looked at the tyrannical Song sword in horror. At this time, he finally realized that it was an immortal artifact. Moreover, to be able to break his sword heart, the chaotic energy within it must be at least Tier 2. This meant that the ancient sword was at least a Tier 4 immortal artifact. In addition to Lin Ling's sword heart, this meant that Lin Ling possessed chaotic energy that was beyond Tier 3. After all, a single sword heart only represented a single level of chaotic energy. Zhao Ritian, am not convinced that you are relying on external objects. Zhao Ritian roared at the sky. His 18 swords were broken, and he was also seriously injured. You're not convinced? At this moment, Lin Ling was like the sword monarch. He walked forward step by step. The sword heart floated in front of him, and the tyrannical Song sword fell into his hand. You defeated other swordsmen with your talent. How can they be convinced? Cold. Zhao Ritian opened his mouth wide, unable to refute Lin Ling's cold voice. You said that sword Dao is the true Dao, and those without sword Dao are not qualified to practice the sword. Then, you lost to my tyrannical Song sword today. What else do you have to say? Lin Ling's voice became domineering. Zhao Ritian was once again unable to refute. He believed that those with sword Dao were the true swordsmen. However, Lin Ling relied on an immortal artifact to break his talent. What did this mean? This meant that all roads lead to Rome. In the path of sword Dao, there was no absolute. To some of the weaker martial artists, this battle was tantamount to opening up a path. At this moment, Zhao Ritian's pupils were trembling. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so strong. He was completely different from the rumors. There were only two explanations. 1. Lin Ling was hiding his strength. 2. Lin Ling's strength had increased crazily during this period of time. Of course, between the two, he was more willing to believe the first. If the second was true, then Lin Ling's growth was too terrifying. I admit defeat. Seeing Lin Ling walking towards him, Zhao Ritian hurriedly shouted. He was no longer as confident as before, and his aura was extremely weak. Admit defeat. You should know that I will definitely kill you, just like how you want to kill me. Lin Ling held his sword and walked forward. His voice was cold. Killing Zhao Ritian was also to make an example out of him. He wanted to let the people of the three major academies know that they should not provoke him, Lin Ling. This was Yu Cheng's idea. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. You should look for him. Moreover, the owner of the market is the sovereign marquis. Aren't you afraid that he will settle the score with you? Zhao Ritian suddenly thought of something and became more confident. The sovereign marquis. When these words came out, many people subconsciously trembled. That was a ruthless person who killed people like flies. The sovereign marquis. I will look for him sooner or later. As for Yu Cheng, I don't know him. However, if he dares to provoke me, the only outcome is death. However, Lin Ling did not care about those threats at all. He wanted to let Zhao Ritian know that Lin Ling was the kind of person who could do anything when he was angry. I have no grudges with you. Why don't you let me go? Why do you have to kill me? Zhao Ritian supported his injured body and kept retreating. If you're talking about a life and death grudge, there is indeed no grudge between us. Lin Ling suddenly stopped in his tracks. Zhao Ritian could not help but feel happy. Could it be that Lin Ling really did not want to kill him? However, this did not mean that he would let Lin Ling go. He wanted to let Yu Cheng know that Lin Ling had returned, and that he had a powerful sword in his hands. However, just as he was thinking complacently, Lin Ling's cold voice rang out again. If you say that we have no grudges but killing you, I like it. You can boast about me. This sentence was very familiar. Previously, when Lin Ling asked Zhao Ritian why he bullied his market, Zhao Ritian had replied that he liked it. You can boast about me. Now Lin Ling had answered him in the same way. This was the power of the strong. They could do whatever they wanted and be lawless. You. Zhao Ritian's pupils constricted. There were thousands of words floating in his heart. Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not give him the chance to speak. Whoosh! Chapter 2635. Enter the Four-Ring City. But Lin Ling turned around and left. He drew his sword and stained it with blood. He had killed the first generation ranked 68th on the Heavenly Crossing list. Plop. Even after Zhao Ritian fell to the ground, the vast market remained silent. The first generation from the three academies were trembling in fear. A single generation was born from millions of geniuses. Every single one of them was a proud son of the heavens in the myriad of worlds. But now, one of them had died right in front of them. This scene was too surreal. Lin Ling is so strong. The first generation did not dare to speak. They did not even have the courage to lift their heads and look at Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling did not care about these clowns. He actually killed Zhao Ritian. Outside the city square, Genji and the other second generations of Resplendent Academy had pale faces. To them, this was something completely impossible. Let's go. Under Lin Ling's lead, Yu Yu and the rest followed excitedly. They did not expect Lin Ling's strength to increase so much. It seemed that every time Lin Ling returned from a trip, his strength would increase greatly. His improvement was faster than anyone else. If Vice Principal Gong and the rest were to know about this, they would be happier than them. Weilon Market. After walking out of the market, Lin Ling sneered. His heart skipped a beat. 81 swords were shot out once again, cutting down the luxurious market. The largest market in the entire street was like tofu, collapsing under everyone's gaze. Weilon Market demolished. In this street, the Rainforest Market is the largest. Anyone who wants to buy something here must first enter my market. If my market is too busy, then they can go to other markets. This is the rule. At the same time, Lin Ling's cold voice floated out, setting the rules for this street. With these words, the street was in an uproar. The other market owners' faces changed. Lin Ling was so overbearing. They did not expect that when the Rainforest Market was under great pressure, they would just stand by and watch. So Lin Ling might not give them any face? Your Excellency, you are too much. A shopkeeper of the market said with dissatisfaction. But before he could finish his words, someone beside him immediately pulled him back. Are you looking for death? If you anger him, he will tear down your market. You can't do anything about it. The shopkeeper's face instantly turned pale. He couldn't afford to offend the returning Lin Ling. Alas, the icing on the cake is precious, but the most important thing is to provide timely help. Many city lords sighed. In the past, when Lin Ling had become the strongest second generation, they had immediately tried to curry favor with him. Afterwards, when they learned that Lin Ling had provoked a powerful enemy, they had immediately distanced themselves from him. Now they really didn't have the face to say anything. On the other hand, Lin Ling had resolved the matter of the market square, but his brows were still furrowed. You are thinking about Lei Tianlan, aren't you? Sakura was very familiar with Lin Ling, so he knew what Lin Ling was thinking. I have no enmity with Lei Tianlan, but she harmed me and almost killed me. I will definitely take revenge for this grudge, but the Qing province is vast and boundless. I don't know where to find Lei Tianlan. Lin Ling shook his head and said, how people treat me is how I treat them. Lin Ling's personality was that simple. As for Lei Tianlan's origin, perhaps she was indeed powerful, but this had nothing to do with Lin Ling. If she wants to kill me, I'll kill her back. She's in the Fourth Ring City. Di Shirtian suddenly said, causing Lin Ling's pupils to constrict. The Four-Ring City was even more ancient than the Three-Ring City. It was an even larger ancient city of martial arts. Currently, it was not a place that Lin Ling could casually enter. I have a way to bring you in, but after you enter, many things will be difficult to control. Second brother, do you dare to go? Sakura said again. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile, and immediately nodded. Why wouldn't I dare? Well, I'll go with you. Lei Tianlan harmed you. I can't take this lying down. Sakura immediately said, causing Yu Yu and the others to suck in a breath of cold air. That place was already very close to the core of the Qing province. If Lin Ling went, he didn't know if it would be dangerous. However, they knew Lin Ling's personality, so they didn't try to persuade him. Wait for me in the market. Lei Tianlan, I will definitely kill her. Lin Ling looked at Yu and the others and said, then followed Sakura. The fourth ring city seemed to be very close to this place, but an ancient wall separated the two worlds, as if it was the difference between a mortal and a god. When Lin Ling followed Sakura to the ancient city wall, he couldn't help but be shocked. This was because the city wall was actually an existence that surpassed immortal treasures. It was an extreme weapon. This is the Four Symbols Divine Wall. No true God realm expert can break through it. Its defense is extremely terrifying, Sakura explained and looked at the people who entered the city gate. Those who can enter the fourth ring city all have illustrious reputations, and the lowest cultivation is at the true God realm. As long as the strength of the first generation of the three academies increases, most of them rarely return to the academy, unless the academy specifically summons them. Therefore, they all stay between the third ring city and the fourth ring city, because there are more experts and more treasures here, which is more suitable for their growth. It's indeed not weak. Lin Ling nodded, but he had a headache about how to enter the fourth ring city. Although he could definitely enter if he showed the marshal's seal, this would also expose his traces. If Lei Tianlan knew, it would also alert the enemy. If she disappeared again, Lin Ling would have a hard time finding her. Take this scabbard with you. At this time, Sakura took out a scabbard and handed over a mask. These two items were extremely extraordinary, which surprised Lin Ling because the mask and scabbard were both extreme immortal treasures, and there was a mysterious aura lingering around them. An item of the divine dynasty. Sakura smiled, and Lin Ling put on the mask first. Suddenly, his aura was concealed, and others couldn't see through him. This made Lin Ling mutter. Big brother shouldn't be an assassin in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, right? Why does he have such a treasure? As for the scabbard, after putting it on, Sakura led Lin Ling forward. The experts guarding the gate were all in the True God realm, and one of them was even in the 5th stage of True God realm. However, they didn't stop Lin Ling, as if they recognized the scabbard that Lin Ling was wearing. This showed that the scabbard was indeed an item of the Divine Dynasty. TSK, a 5th stage of True God guarding the gate. This fourth ring city is indeed profound. After Lin Ling entered the city gate, he immediately kept the scabbard and muttered. Looking up again, for ancient four symbols sat in the corner of the ancient city, and even from a distance, one could see their divine power. Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, Black Tortoise. Moreover, Lin Ling sensed that they were the real four symbols divine beasts. One must know that since he started learning martial arts, Lin Ling had seen many four symbols divine beasts, but those were all fake, and there was no charm. That's the Four Symbols Divine Mansion, whose status and strength are comparable to the Grand Secretary, a huge ancient force only below the Imperial Censor. Sakura explained, and then he waved at Lin Ling. Follow me. Lin Ling nodded, but he also looked deeply at the Four Symbols Divine Mansion, knowing that it was definitely in existence beyond the True God realm. Then Lin Ling also stepped forward. On the way, Lin Ling sensed that the fourth ring city was also vast and boundless, like the world of the Divine Dynasty. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, but from time to time, there would be divine light shooting into the sky, reaching the universe. Chapter 2636. Xianlinglong. Unknowingly, a light drizzle had begun to fall from the sky. Although the dusky sky had no effect on the cultivators, it still caused their mood to become depressed. Because of the light rain outside, Treasure Ground Restaurant was bustling with activity. The restaurant was spacious, and the aroma of meat and wine permeated the air. These were all extremely precious meats in the myriad of worlds. None of the people who appeared here were weak. At this time, two figures walked in from the entrance. They were both wearing large cloaks, giving off a mysterious feeling. One of them vaguely revealed a strange mask, as if a ghost was smiling. However, everyone present was an expert, so they merely glanced at it indifferently because they also noticed that the masked person was only at the first level of the True God realm. This cultivation level was obviously at the bottom of the fourth ring city. Second brother, there are 4 Treasure Ground restaurants in the fourth ring city. The owner behind them is mysterious, but this restaurant can get some information, so we came here to try our luck. Yes. Those two were Lin Ling and Sakura. I heard that Tai Chi-Zhan obtained the position of tycoon. That guy just came to the fourth ring city and already obtained such a glorious title. He really can't be underestimated. Yes. His strength is ranked 42nd on the Heavenly Crossing list. I heard that he has a grudge with the Heaven Worship Camp's Marshal Yu Cheng. Now that he obtained the position, Yu Cheng can't be arrogant in front of him. Yes. Among the three great academies generation, Heavenly Saint Academy is still more powerful. That Feng Tianji also became a commander-in-chief. Most importantly, he didn't have a backer and relied on his strength to obtain the position. Yes. Feng Tianji is a member of the Heavenly Court. In fact, the Heavenly Court can be considered as a backer. Yes. In the restaurant, whispers could be heard. This was indeed a good place to gather information. At this time, another few figures walked in from the entrance of the restaurant. There were a total of 4 people, 2 men and 2 women. These 4 people's auras were extremely extraordinary. The men were handsome and had a heroic spirit, while the women were beautiful and had an aura that could topple cities. This was especially true for a woman wearing a green robe. Her long hair was like a waterfall that draped over her willowy waist. Wisps of green aura quietly spread out, causing her long hair to flutter occasionally. She was extremely extraordinary, and if one looked carefully, one could vaguely see 2 horns in her hair. Seeing this, the restaurant instantly fell silent, because many had recognized the woman's origins, and they were surprised that such a woman with such status had actually come here as well. There are no more seats. The woman let out a clear and melodious voice that was very pleasant to the ears. Then, her gaze landed on the 3rd floor of the restaurant. She smiled and said, "I saw some acquaintances. I'll go and greet them. Find a place and wait for me to come down." "Go, Sister Linglong," a slightly younger girl at the side immediately replied. After which, her gaze swept across the room. Unfortunately, the 1st floor was already filled with people. Only a chair in the corner was occupied by 2 people. "There are seats over there." The young girl immediately smiled and led the 2 men forward. Clang. Then, a bag of divine crystals was thrown onto the table by the young girl. She said indifferently, "I've taken a liking to this table. You can go outside the restaurant and eat." The 2 people on the table were Lin Ling and Sakura. They raised their heads in surprise and their eyes were filled with disdain. Lin Ling waved his right hand, and also recognized the bag of divine crystals. "Take these divine crystals and disappear from my sight." Although he could see that the young girl was from the 4th ring city and her background wasn't small, to send him away with divine crystals, did she think he was a slave? Moreover, Lin Ling wasn't interested in those divine crystals at all. "What do you mean?" The young girl instantly frowned, as though she was greatly angered. Then her aura directly exploded. It was actually at the 2nd level of True God realm. Most importantly, she was young and it was indeed rare for her to possess such strength. However, that little bit of aura of hers simply couldn't move Lin Ling at all. He still continued to drink with Sakura to his heart's content. "You're courting death." Seeing this, the young girl flew into a rage. The 2 men behind her also looked surprised. One of them, a white-haired young man, frowned as though he was thinking about something. "Yin Yin, what's wrong?" At this moment, a clear voice suddenly rang out. The green-robed lady had already walked down, and was walking over slowly. "These 2 are shameless. I only asked them to borrow a seat, but they humiliated me." The young girl snorted coldly and inverted the truth, because she directly used money to smash them, and her words were filled with contempt for Lin Ling and Sakura. However, the green-robed lady was natural and unrestrained. She looked at Lin Ling and Sakura and smiled. "Sir, the restaurant is full. Your seat is empty. Can we sit down?" Although she wasn't angry, her tone and attitude were extremely arrogant. After speaking, she wanted to sit down. "Sorry, you're not welcome." However, Lin Ling also spoke, and his words shocked everyone in the restaurant. Even the green-robed lady's eyes narrowed. Her background wasn't small. Lowering herself to sit at the same table as Lin Ling was Lin Ling's fortune. Who knew, with some guidance from her, Lin Ling could walk sideways in the 4th ring city. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would directly reject her? "Xian Linglong, I have a seat here, come over here." Over here. In an instant, A large number of voices came from the restaurant. Many people were looking at Lin Ling with mocking eyes, thinking that Lin Ling was a fool. Thank you. The green-robed lady smiled and led the group away. Of course, there was displeasure in her eyes. She was the Azure Dragon Manor's young miss. Yet someone actually dared to reject her? If it weren't for her face, she would have taught that punk a lesson long ago. Compared to the others' enthusiasm, Lin Ling was indeed indifferent, shaking his head in disdain. No matter where you go, there will always be some servile people. Hee, not everyone has a lofty and unyielding character. Many people's arrogance is only shown in front of the weak. Only those who are arrogant in front of the strong are those who have a lofty and unyielding character. Sakura also laughed. Those people are so stupid, thinking that by flattering the Azure Dragon Manor, they can soar to the sky in one step and be revered from then on. They don't know that to be revered, it depends on strength. Big brother is right. Lin Ling nodded, clinking his wine cup with Sakura's and drinking again. The people around them thought that they would regret it, but when they saw them drinking wine casually, they immediately felt uncomfortable. How hateful. This is the first time I've suffered this kind of humiliation. Meng Lu Dan Quan, how about you help me teach him a lesson? At this time, in another corner of the restaurant, the young girl was glaring at Lin Ling with resentment, whereas the green-robed lady was chatting happily with the person next to her, as if she didn't hear anything. Obviously, she had heard it, but was just pretending not to care. Alright. Chapter 2637. Not simple. I'll go too. The young girl held the wine cup and her face was ferocious. I want to splash wine all over their faces. The three of them walked towards Lin Ling's second brother. It seems like they won't give up. Noticing the three of them walking over, Indra played with his wine cup and sneered. Don't bother about them. If they dare to mess around, they'll be the ones at a disadvantage. Lin Ling was still drinking his wine indifferently. Although his cultivation was the lowest here, his strength wasn't weak. Even if it was a fourth-level true god, he had the confidence to kill them. However, the others didn't see it that way. Those two guys are going to be unlucky. That young girl is from the Underworld Sky Cavalry Hall. In the Four-Ring City, she's second only to the Four Symbols Divine Mansion. I guess they'll be thrown out of the restaurant. Who knows, they might die in the ditch the next day. The surrounding people sneered as they drank their wine and watched the show. It wasn't their first time in the Four-Ring City. Naturally, they knew how terrifying this ancient city was and how deep the water was. I really admire you guys. After offending us, you can still drink your wine so indifferently. The young girl took the lead to come to Lin Ling's side and said in a crafty manner, "The wine is good. Why don't you drink?" Lin Ling didn't even raise his head as he played with his wine cup and said. This indifference undoubtedly made the young girl even angrier. Do you know who I am? Why are you talking nonsense with him? Just kill him, and we can continue drinking. A cold young man at the side was also dissatisfied with Lin Ling's indifference and said coldly. He was one of the strongest generation in the Tsongning Academy, with a third-level true god cultivation. Since when did a first-level true god have the right to act indifferent in front of him? If it wasn't for Xianling Long, he would have already taught them a lesson. After he finished speaking, Lin Ling and Indra finally raised their heads. Their eyes were extremely cold, and an imposing manner like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood filled the air. The two of them had been through countless ups and downs since they started learning martial arts. That gaze actually made the young man's heart tremble. What a fierce look. In terms of cultivation, the young man was clearly higher than Lin Ling. However, in terms of combat experience, he was clearly inferior to Lin Ling. As for Sakura, he had obviously concealed his cultivation, but his eyes were even more domineering. At this moment, the young man was stunned. What are you waiting for? Attack them. However, the young girl couldn't care less and shouted even more angrily. Wait, this is a misunderstanding. However, that young man hadn't spoken when the white-haired young man who'd remained silent until now had spoken. The young woman was stunned, and just as she was about to speak, the white-haired young man spoke again. This time he was speaking to Lin Ling. Sir, this is a misunderstanding. She is young and willful, so don't take it to heart. Let's leave immediately. What? This made the girl's eyes widen. Scram. Lin Ling sneered. He knew why the other party was tactful. It was because he knew that person. Come back. At this time, the green-robed woman in the distance also spoke. This made the young woman very unwilling, but she still led the two of them back. The white-haired young man looked deeply at Lin Ling and thought, he really didn't die. Menglu, what happened? After the young woman and the others sat down, the green-robed woman asked. Menglu, the strongest second generation in the past, had a mysterious origin. Her father had once told her that the martial god realm was vast and boundless, and many people had great backgrounds, and Menglu was one of them. Therefore, the green-robed woman had always treated Menglu as an honored guest. Do you still remember the Pride tournament? Yes. After sitting down, Menglu said indifferently. Pride tournament? The green-robed woman's eyes lit up. Originally you were going to take first place, and even the big shots of Four Ring City were confirmed. However, a dark horse was born and defeated you, making you the second person of the second generation in the three great academies. Could he be? Yes. It's him, Menglu said. The green-robed woman's expression changed slightly. He's the Lin Ling who was the talk of Three Ring City? But isn't he dead? Yes. No wonder he's so arrogant. It's Lin Ling. This damn guy took liberties with Lei Tianlan. The young woman also realized. However, they obviously didn't care. After all, he was just the strongest second-generation Lin Ling. To them, he was indeed like a servant. This guy is not simple. Don't underestimate him. However, Menglu's eyes became serious, which shocked the green-robed woman. There was no need to say more about Menglu's background. And he was also the master of Four Ring City who feared nothing. Now such a person actually admitted that Lin Ling was not simple. This meant that Lin Ling had secrets that even she didn't know. Most importantly, Xianling Long. Don't you have a grudge against Lei Tianlan? Lei Tianlan is also holding a meeting of heroes. If you want to disrupt the meeting, you can call on Lin Ling. Menglu said again. With his strength, is he qualified? The green-robed woman frowned. I believe that his strength is not much weaker than mine. Menglu smiled, which surprised the green-robed woman again. Although Menglu was defeated in the Pride tournament, he was simply the chosen one. In a short period of time, he had crazily improved his strength. Now he had rushed into the heavenly surpass list, and was conservatively estimated to be in the 30th place. Such a monstrous genius, he admitted that Lin Ling was not weaker than him. This must be a joke. Are you sure? The green-robed woman obviously didn't believe it. I'm not 100% sure. It's just my intuition. However, Lin Ling has a grudge against Lei Tianlan. I'm afraid that he wants to kill her more than you do. So with the same goal, we're friends for the time being. Menglu said lightly, which made the green-robed woman nod. If he's qualified, then let him participate. Outside Baodi restaurant, the rain continued to drizzle. Lin Ling and Sakura seemed to be drinking, but in fact they were also inquiring about the news. Finally, they learned that Lei Tianlan and the Great Qing Divine Dynasty had convened the Valiant Ensemble. Finally, we know her whereabouts. Lin Ling looked at Sakura and said, there must be a lot of experts participating in this ensemble. If we want to go, I'm afraid it's a little difficult. Sakura frowned. Lei Tianlan had a strong background. If they alerted her, it would attract more experts. If they couldn't kill Lei Tianlan at that time, it would be more difficult to kill her. No matter what, we have to go to the meeting of heroes. Lin Ling also knew the difficulties, but he was determined to go. Whether it was for himself or for Yu and the others, Lei Tianlan must be eradicated. The two of them walked and talked as they left the restaurant. Outside, night had fallen. The entire Four Ring City had just been lit, and it was thriving. However, that prosperous scene was actually piled up with countless bones under the city. Chapter 2638. Invited. I wonder how Yu and the rest are doing. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Although the distance wasn't too far, Lin Ling still missed them. Sakura also missed Sword Elder and the rest in his hometown. Then the two of them walked and talked, reminiscing about their brotherhood in the past. But at this moment, a terrifying murderous intent arrived. This murderous intent was restrained and ordinary true gods couldn't sense it. Be careful. But Lin Ling and Sakura weren't ordinary people, so they warned each other. Lin Ling even sensed that the murderous intent was mixed with the might of the ultimate martial arts. Bang! Lin Ling's body burst out with flames, and he activated the heaven and earth change. His speed reached the speed of 4 realms, and he instantly dodged the murderous intent. Sakura was originally powerful. With a step, he also disappeared from the spot. Not bad, you didn't die. At the same time, on the roof of a house in front, a ghostly figure appeared. He seemed to have blended into the darkness. If it wasn't for Lin Ling's 10,000 elephant devil eyes, he wouldn't be able to see him. Most importantly, that figure was a true god martial spirit. Looking at his previous move, it was a dagger as thick as a finger. After Lin Ling and the rest dodged it, it actually shot into the ground and disappeared. It didn't seem powerful, but its realm essence was restrained. If it landed on a person, it was enough to kill a true god martial spirit. But that's all. I think until now, you still don't know where I attacked. That silhouette spoke again, his voice filled with disdain. However, just as his voice faded, Lin Ling and Sakura appeared on the roof, causing that silhouette to cry out in surprise. How did you guys find me? Of course, he was surprised because he had a 6th grade awakened divine body, the body of black ink. As long as there was darkness, no one would be able to detect his trace. Even if he was in the shadow behind someone, that person wouldn't be able to detect him. Everything has its own rules. As long as there's a change, I'll naturally be able to detect it. A sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand as he pointed it at the other party. Sakura, on the other hand, sneered. Of course, he was also surprised by Lin Ling's agility. Previously, he was scared to death, afraid that Lin Ling would encounter an accident. Very good, you barely pass. I'm here to tell you a piece of news. Xianling Long, whom I saw during the day, wants to see you. That figure recovered its indifference, and said indifferently. So, you're here to inform us? Lin Ling frowned. Informing us is one thing, but why do you want to kill us? If you can't even dodge Heimo's dagger, then there's no need for you to meet Xianling Long. That figure replied as if he was used to it. I understand. Lin Ling nodded as he scanned his surroundings. When he found the true god martial spirit's true body, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile as he ruthlessly slashed down with his sword. At this moment, his sword heart bloomed with its sharpness. Boom. That true god martial spirit didn't expect Lin Ling to slash out with his sword. It couldn't react in time, and was immediately split into 2. Then, it exploded and disappeared without a trace. At the same time, in a hidden corner of the street, a man spat out blood and his face was as pale as paper. His true god martial spirit was destroyed. His strength was crippled by at least 80%. Damn it! He roared angrily. However, just as his voice fell, 2 death-like voices appeared beside him as if they had been hiding beside him all along. These 2 people were Lin Ling and Sakura. I dare you to say that again. In the darkness, Sakura's cold smile was extremely ferocious. This caused that person's body to tremble. Although he was unwilling, he could only swallow his anger. I was only passing on a piece of news, but you destroyed my martial spirit. Passing on a piece of news, then ambushing us and taking our lives? Since that's the case, you can't even block my sword, then there's no need for you to pass on a piece of news. Lin Ling immediately replied with a cold smile. That person gritted his teeth and finally lowered his head. You can't kill me. Otherwise, no one will lead the way. Previously, he had received Xianling Long's order to recruit these 2 people. At that time, he was full of disdain and thought that Miss Xianling Long had misjudged them. Therefore, he was dissatisfied and tested Lin Ling by splitting them into 2 and taking their lives. Who knew that he had lifted a rock and smashed it on his own foot? Why did the Xianling Long you mentioned come to us? Lin Ling had doubts in his heart, so his sword was still pointed at that person. I can't say that. I can only say that this matter is beneficial to you. That person gritted his teeth and said. However, after he finished speaking, Lin Ling's sword moved closer, causing his body to feel cold, and he almost knelt down. However, this person's backbone was not bad. He gritted his teeth and would rather die than submit. Seeing this, Lin Ling slowly put away his sword and said coldly, "Lead the way." If I know that this matter is disadvantageous to us, then you won't live to see tomorrow's sun." With that said, he and Indra strode forward in large strides. This is the strongest second-generation master Lin Ling? He's completely different from the rumors. His strength is extraordinary, and he does things flawlessly. Why would such a person be so stupid to take liberties with Lei Tianlan? There must be something hidden here. Behind the two people, that expert muttered to himself. He no longer dared to underestimate Lin Ling. At this time, inside a mansion in the Four-Ring City, a large number of experts were gathered outside the entrance. These people's strengths were not weak. They were all first-generation masters, and most of them were third-stage true God realm masters. They seemed to be waiting for something, and there was a hint of excitement on their faces. The Azure Dragon Manor's young miss is recruiting us. If we can enter the Azure Dragon Manor, then we can also enter the Great Azure God Dynasty. Dream on, there are only 12 spots, and a few of them have already been confirmed. The remaining 7 are competing, and you're not qualified to get a spot. Humph, Fang Ziyuan, you're only ranked 84th on the Heavenly Crossing list. You're even less qualified. These geniuses were opposing each other with equal harshness. After all, the Azure Dragon Manor was one of the 4 great ancient mansions in the Four-Ring City, not to be underestimated. Entering the Azure Dragon Manor was a rare opportunity for geniuses without any background. Who knows, if they made a name for themselves, they might even be able to enter the Five-Ring City. Of course, the Avenue of Stars was right in front of them, but the competition was also extremely cruel. Have you decided? Which 7 people will enter? At this time, the door was pushed open, and an old man walked out, coldly asking, "I'll go. I'm stronger. I won't lose face for the Azure Dragon Manor." "Sir, do you really want to compete with me?" The powerful geniuses took advantage of this rare opportunity, and shouted one after another. Wait. But right at this time, a voice that wasn't loud sounded, and then 3 people approached from the distance. The one in the lead was a man wearing a mask and a black cloak, speaking in a hoarse voice. "What are these 7 spots for?" His arrival made all the first-generation masters shudder. For some reason, they felt as if this person had walked out from the netherworld. Of course, this feeling quickly disappeared because they noticed that this person was merely a first-stage true God realm master. Chapter 2639. Who could stop him? The old man looked deeply at Lin Ling, smiling without saying a word. Obviously, he knew who Lin Ling was. The other geniuses were stunned for a moment. Then they frowned unhappily. What was this guy trying to do? He actually dared to interrupt them? One of the powerful first generation barked coldly. "You want us to wait? And wait for you?" "I'm just asking this, senior. I didn't ask you to wait." Lin Ling stopped, looking indifferently at the first generation, as if he didn't know that the first generation's anger was boiling. "Do you know the consequences of interrupting us?" The first generation raised his head, looking down at Lin Ling, and there was even a trace of sympathy in his eyes. Although Lin Ling was dressed mysteriously, he was only a first-level true God realm cultivator. His cultivation wasn't enough to enter his eyes. Forget it, they were competing for a spot, so it was better to show off his strength. "Didn't ask us to wait? I really admire your courage and guts. The Four-Ring City has too many trash like you, causing a foul atmosphere. True geniuses aren't buried. Today, I'll cripple you and let you know what it means to be a first generation." The first generation said indifferently, and a terrifying aura spread out. A finger with the speed of 2 worlds shot towards Lin Ling with the force of wind and lightning. The others sneered coldly, knowing that a tragedy was about to happen. Ah! But soon a painful cry rang out. The first generation's finger was caught by someone, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. His finger was directly broken. Looking at Lin Ling again, he was still standing there with one hand outstretched. His powerful godly devil physique didn't fear wind and lightning. He didn't even look at the first generation as he said, "The Four-Ring City has too many trash like you. Today, I'll cripple your finger and let you know what it means to overestimate yourself." Lin Ling waved his right hand, and the first generation was sent flying like a kite. The surroundings were silent. That first generation's strength wasn't weak, a third-level true God realm expert. His attack was actually caught. How could they know that without a 4th-level True God Realm expert, no one could touch Lin Ling? Sirs, please come in. The old man's eyes flashed as he spoke to Lin Ling, and Sakura instantly looked at each other and strode towards the door. As for the other first generations, their eyes were solemn. A 1st-level True God easily defeating a 3rd-level True God. In fact, such a thing wasn't rare, but it rarely happened to them. But now they finally witnessed it with their own eyes. One had to know that the fact that they were able to enter the Four-Ring City meant that their strength was unquestionable. However, when a genius met a genius, the impact was not small. There's always someone better than you. The Great Azure State is indeed full of talents. The first-generation successors mumbled to themselves and retracted their auras. Previously, they seemed to have unrecognized talents, but now, they knew how weak they were. Off in the distance, the first-generation successor with the severed finger looked deeply at Lin Ling and the young man. He knew that Lin Ling was being merciful. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been as simple as a severed finger. There are still 5 spots left. You can decide for yourselves. The old man looked at the first-generation successor standing outside the door, leaving behind a sentence before turning around and entering the mansion. The mansion was quiet, seemingly empty. Along the way, Lin Ling didn't sense any powerful auras, finally feeling relieved. A short while later, they arrived at a large hall that was even quieter. There were more than a dozen people inside, all of them sitting on chairs. Although they didn't look old, each of them exuded an imposing aura. The Great Ensemble is about to begin. Our goal is to interrupt the Great Ensemble, defeat all the opponents recruited by Lei Tianlan, and suppress the Thunder Note Manor's momentum. As long as you can do this, you can enter my Azure Dragon Manor. Clear. A clear and melodious voice drifted out, and it actually carried an unquestionable dignity. Yes. The others nodded in agreement. Outside the hall, Lin Ling and Sakura's eyes lit up, understanding the purpose of the other party's invitation. So it was for Lei Tianlan's Great Ensemble. She knows me? But Lin Ling was still doubtful. Someone among them must have sensed your aura through your mask, but it's also very strange. After all, that's the Profound Pond mask, used by the Great Azure Divine Dynasty's Divine Guards to do some secret things for the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Even a master surpassing the True God realm might not be able to see through the mask's concealment. Sakura was also puzzled. Looks like there's someone capable among them. Lin Ling suddenly thought of something. It should be him. He thought of Meng Lu he met in the restaurant. That guy's background was one of the 9 prefectures 10 vicious. Adding on the fact that they had fought before, he naturally had a way to sense Huang Xiaolong's aura. Let's go in, an acquaintance recommended us. Thinking of this, Lin Ling strode into the hall. After the two of them entered, many people in the hall were surprised. Other than Xian Linglong and the others, everyone else was surprised. Say it, what are the conditions for me to join? Lin Ling went straight to the point the moment he entered. Insolent. As soon as his words came out, a dignified voice sounded. A tall and sturdy young man stood up in an instant, like an invincible god of war, causing the ground to shake. This young man was called Prince Wuxia. Being able to enter, his strength was obviously stronger than the first generation outside. And the fact was indeed so. His talent was a 7th-grade awakened physique. Moreover, he had the power to shake the opponent's spiritual energy. Most importantly, they were invited by Xian Linglong, therefore they were grateful. However, Lin Ling's tone did not contain any gratitude. Instead, it was as if he was on the same level as Xian Linglong. Xian Linglong was the Azure Dragon Mansion principal's daughter. She had the qualifications to be looked up to. Those two people did not have such qualifications. Not to mention, although he was one of the candidates, he also wanted to prove in front of Xian Linglong that he was the strongest among them. Big brother, are you going to do it or should I? Seeing this, Lin Ling's mask was still as cold as ever, turning to look at Sakura. This time I'll do it. Sakura nodded lightly, taking a step forward. His powerful momentum rose steadily, like the Big Dipper stars, suppressing the world. Boom, boom, boom. Their momentum collided madly, and Prince Wuqian's expression changed. He could not see through Sakura's momentum at all. When Sakura arrived in front of him, he roared, and his awakened physique erupted, wanting to shake all of Sakra's flesh and blood. Break for me. However, Sakra was like the undead king of hell. When his opponent's momentum enveloped him, his flesh and blood disappeared, turning into a skeleton. The scary thing was that this skeleton did not give off a gloomy feeling. Instead, it had the domineering aura of a king. Trash, get out of my way. A skeletal arm reached out, grabbing Prince Wu Chen's neck, and then threw him out of the hall. Bang. As the voice fell, everyone's heart trembled slightly. There was only one word in their mind. So strong. As for Prince Wu Chen, he was not injured, but his face was green and red, a shame to the extreme. Previously, he questioned the two's qualifications, but Lin Ling and Xian Linglong told him that if they were not qualified, then trash like him was even less qualified. Chapter 2640. Below the Black Tortoise Mountain. Earlier, at the main entrance, one person was sent flying, and now that they were inside the mansion, another person was sent flying. Those two mysterious people's strength was too terrifying. Among the 20 spots, their strength was probably ranked in the front. If they knew that one of them was Lin Ling, who was the talk of the town, what would they think? Pa pa pa. At this time, crisp sounds of slapping rang in the air. The green-robed woman, Xian Linglong, said nonchalantly, "Welcome, welcome. However, there is no reward for participating in this year's great ensemble, and you don't need to pay anything. It's just that we have a common goal. That's why we're working together. Do you have any objections?" Xian Linglong added. She was young, but her way of doing things was flawless. Lin Ling nodded his head. Before this, he had thought that participating in the great ensemble would require him to pay something, but now this was the best, each fighting for their own goal. Straightforward. Then we'll set out immediately, and arrive at the valiant great ensemble before dawn. Xian Linglong also stood up, leading the group out of the main hall. This woman, as a woman, is able to summon this generation's strength, truly amazing. Looking at Xian Linglong's decisive action, Lin Ling thought to himself. Most importantly, he could feel that Xian Linglong's strength was unfathomable, worthy of being the Azure Dragon Manor's daughter. The Azure Dragon Manor was born at the same time as the Azure Province. Their foundation is deep. As their descendant, her strength is definitely not bad. However, in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, there are geniuses more powerful than Xian Linglong. Sakura explained, which made Lin Ling nod his head. After he discovered that these powerful forces, every single one of them was an ambitious person. Lei Tianlan was like that, and so was Xian Linglong. However, these two women were clearly competing with each other, and this also benefited Lin Ling. Subsequently, Lin Ling sensed a meaningful gaze looking at him. It was Meng Lu. Obviously, Meng Lu recognized Lin Ling. "I'm looking forward to your strength," Meng Lu muttered to himself as he walked out of the main hall. But Lin Ling knew that those words were directed at him. However, Dreamflow also reached True God Realm. His combat strength was likely extremely not weak too. Under the cover of the night, they walked along the Four-Ring City. Gradually, they arrived at the southeast part of the city. Black Tortoise Mountain sat on the ground. The mountain was covered with withered branches, which added to the desolate atmosphere. There were more and more people around, but the security was extremely tight. This made Lin Ling frown. He was here to kill Lei Tianlan, but it didn't seem like it would be easy. The Thunder Sound Manor was indeed a powerful force in the Four-Ring City. Although it wasn't the strongest force in the Four-Ring City, it was obvious that even the Four Symbols Heavenly Palace wouldn't dare to provoke it. "Second brother, there's some trouble. What should we do next?" Sakura also said solemnly. If they alerted the enemy, it would attract more experts, and then it would be more difficult to kill Lei Tianlan. Play it by ear. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he secretly transmitted his voice. With Xian Linglong and the rest leading the way, they managed to blend in. It was hard to imagine that without Xian Linglong, they wouldn't even be able to get close to Black Tortoise Mountain. At this moment, a large number of people had gathered at the foot of the mountain, forming groups of twos and threes. Although the voices of discussion were soft, when they gathered together, it still caused a commotion at the foot of the mountain. There was an ancient mansion in front of them. A towering banner was placed there, with the words Thunder Sound Manor embroidered on it. Although the Thundersound Manor wasn't the most powerful force in the Four-Ring City, no one dared to underestimate it because of its owner's relationship with the Empress Dowager of the Divine Dynasty. Thank you, heroes, for participating in our brave and scheming heroes gathering. This is the blessing of the Thundersound Manor. An aged voice reverberated through the mountain range. An old man dressed in luxurious clothes smiled at everyone as he spoke. Behind him, there was a high platform made of white jade. Several figures were sitting there, and one of them was Lei Tianlan. Lei Tianlan is so beautiful. Moreover, she has the demeanor of a heroine at such a young age. If I can become partners with her, my life won't be in vain. Do you want to die? Countless people in the Great Qing Divine Dynasty want to hold Lei Tianlan's hand, but who has succeeded? Do you think Marshal Yu Qing is stupid? Hehe, I'm just saying. However, I think Marshal Yu Qing may not be able to control Lei Tianlan. The young men around them whispered. Yu Qing, the marshal of the Fengtian Prefecture, was considered young and promising. However, compared to Lei Tianlan, he was not worthy. Although Yu Qing had told everyone that Lei Tianlan was his fiancée, and Lei Tianlan had never objected to it, it was obvious that she didn't agree with it personally. This brave and scheming heroes gathering is very simple. It will be a challenge tournament. Geniuses who perform well can enter the Thundersound Manor and practice martial arts with Miss. The old man said again. As soon as he finished speaking, there was an uproar at the foot of the mountain. Everyone was in high spirits. For many people, if they could enter the Thundersound Manor, they would have a meteoric rise in the future. This was especially true for the generation without a backer. They regarded the brave and scheming heroes gathering as a turning point in their lives. Lei Tianlan knows how to win people's hearts. Seeing this, Sakura, who was among the crowd, sneered. She's just looking for some cannon fodder. Lin Ling shook his head coldly. How could he not know what Lei Tianlan was planning? Lei Tianlan had recruited some geniuses. If anything happened, she would let them take care of it and protect her. If they died midway, Lei Tianlan wouldn't care. If they were still alive, it meant that they were talented and the Thundersound Manor would nurture them. Of course, many people knew this, but they wouldn't reject it. After all, if one wanted to stand tall in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, they couldn't avoid risks. There were countless geniuses in the martial god world. If they didn't have a backer, it would be difficult for them to grow. The challenge tournament is divided into 7 stages. In the end, there will be 7 arena masters. Then the arena masters will fight against each other and laugh at the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. The old man continued. Of course, the purpose of this challenge tournament is to nurture a generation for the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Therefore, the Thundersound Manor doesn't want anyone to cause trouble. This was obviously a private challenge tournament set up by the Thundersound Manor. However, it was under the name of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. This showed that they had thought it through thoroughly. Suddenly, there was laughter all around. Many people shook their heads. Who would dare to cause trouble in this challenge tournament? Some people even saw the people from the Four Symbols Divine Mansion. However, they were sure that the people from the Four Symbols Divine Mansion wouldn't dare to cause trouble. The rules of the challenge tournament are simple. Those who admit defeat will be eliminated. Those who are stubborn can be killed directly. The old man said again. When the last sentence was said, killing intent filled the air. Many people suddenly shuddered. How ruthless. Some of the geniuses even wanted to back out. Only the strong ones who were confident in themselves were unmoved. Obviously, their hands were also covered in blood. The weak will be killed directly? Lin Ling thought to himself. The ensemble of heroes seemed to be for nurturing geniuses, but it was actually a game to kill the weak. Moreover, there were many forces here. Once there was a fight, it would definitely lead to a massacre. In the end, these forces would hate each other. Chapter 2641. Kill Saint Xiaobao. Begin. As the final voice sounded, a murderous aura seemed to permeate Black Tortoise Mountain. 7 ice-cold arenas rose from the ground as the geniuses who had signed the life and death contract stepped onto their respective arenas one after another. Your purpose is to interrupt Lei Tianlan's meeting of heroes and make her return in disgrace. At a corner of the Black Tortoise Mountain, Xian Linglong had her hands behind her back as she coldly instructed. Naturally, She would not participate in this meeting of heroes. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Although Xian Linglong looked delicate, she was a woman who killed without blinking. 20 people were fighting for her. If they were defeated, they would die. Second brother, which martial stage are you on? After Sakura signed the life and death contract, he walked back and looked at Lin Ling, number 7. Lin Ling replied. Sakura was number 3 and Meng Lu was number 1. This allowed Lin Ling to relax. This big brother and Meng Lu were not to be underestimated, so it would be best if they didn't meet. After that, the battles in the arenas began. Some of the participants were from the first generation of the 3 academies, but there were also quite a number of individual cultivators. Those individual cultivators had no human rights and were even more inferior than the first generation. Therefore, this was also a chance for them to make a comeback. Instantly, blood splattered in all directions on those arenas, and battle cries filled the sky. This great ensemble of heroes was obviously not comparable to the Proud World competition. It was even crueler, and losing meant death. This was especially true for those rogue cultivators. They had been slaves their entire lives and had been suppressed for a long time. Therefore, their attacks were extremely ruthless. After a round of battle, no one admitted defeat. Most of those who lost died. Perhaps it wasn't that no one admitted defeat, but rather that the victor had killed his opponent, causing the referee to be unable to react in time. Of course, the referee's face was cold and indifferent. He didn't seem to care at all. Sheng Xiaobao, you should have become a governor, but a dead man delayed your progress. Although this gathering isn't set up by the government, it can still help you make a name for yourself. You have to do well for the Holy King's mansion. A young man in a corner of Black Tortoise Mountain lightly said, Big brother, my strength has increased greatly during this period of time. Those opponents can't even escape a single move from me. Beside him, a slightly younger man replied, his eyes filled with killing intent. Go, there are 3 people to pay attention to on the 7th martial platform. They are Grand Duke Lin, Count Han's men. They are powerful and have a violent personality. However, I have already arranged for them to not be too ruthless when they meet you. The young man said again. Thank you, big brother. Apart from those 3, I'll kill everyone else on sight. Soon it was Sheng Xiaobao's turn. When he appeared, there was a slight commotion in the surroundings. Sheng Xiaobao, the young prince of the Holy King's residence, almost became a military governor in the past. Although he wasn't the strongest, he wasn't someone to be underestimated. His opponent had also appeared. It was a mysterious person wearing a large cloak and a black mask. But this mysterious person's aura was merely at the first level True God realm. If it was in the past, Sheng Xiaobao might only have a 60% chance of winning. But now that he had stepped into the second level of True God realm, his chances of winning had reached as high as 80%. Get out! Sheng Xiaobao looked at the mysterious person opposite him with contempt. However, the mysterious cloaked person didn't move. Instead, he looked at Sheng Xiaobao indifferently with a trace of surprise in his eyes under the mask. This was because he was Lin Ling. He didn't expect to meet Sheng Xiaobao. However, after parting with the Grand Council, Sheng Xiaobao's strength had obviously increased by a lot. Can't you hear my words? If I attack, it won't be as simple as getting out. Your life will be left here. Seeing Lin Ling's silence, Sheng Xiaobao shouted angrily again. In fact, he wasn't surprised that Lin Ling didn't admit defeat. Everyone who dared to step onto the stage would definitely have the intention to risk it all. Unfortunately, Sheng Xiaobao wanted to risk it all? Only death awaited him in exchange for a fluke. However, Lin Ling still didn't move, but he opened his mouth. You have 3 breaths of time to live. Grasp it. His words made the surrounding people's eyes narrow. A mere first-level True God realm. Yet he was so arrogant. The corner of Sheng Xiaobao's mouth curled into a sneer. This battle was the battle that made him famous. How could he take Lin Ling's words to heart? Pitiful person, the 4-ring city isn't a place where an outsider like you can enter. Sheng Xiaobao's aura soared to the sky. He didn't intend to let Lin Ling live any longer. He wanted to kill Lin Ling in one move. Crackle. A thunderous blade slashed through the void as if it could sever the 3 worlds. The Holy King's lightning blade. Seeing this, the young man from the Holy King's mansion laughed, seemingly satisfied with his younger brother's strength. As for the mysterious cloaked person, he was merely a sacrificial lamb for his younger brother. He's dead for sure, that's a mid-grade 4 martial art. Many people shook their heads and said. Some brutal rogue cultivators revealed a look of anticipation. Their eyes filled with bloodthirst. Only the people on Xianlinglong's side had the opposite thought. Sheng Xiaobao wasn't the mysterious cloaked person's opponent. It was fine if he didn't make a move, but if he did, the consequences would be unimaginable. And the truth was indeed so, because Lin Ling finally drew his sword. With the ancient sword in his hand, a dazzling light bloomed, like a rainbow in the sky, piercing through the sun and moon. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded. The thunderous blade was cut in half by the sword, and a sword mark appeared on Sheng Xiaobao's neck. He stared at Lin Ling with eyes full of disbelief. Was he killed with a single sword strike? Moreover, the sword strike from before actually gave him a feeling of familiarity. Even though the sword had turned into a myriad of colors and its aura was very strange, he was very sure that he'd seen that sword strike before. Most importantly, when a person was on the verge of death, their mind was the clearest. At that moment he finally remembered. It was in the Grand Council Hall. At that time his position as governor was taken away, so he fought with a nameless junior. That junior was naturally Lin Ling. Unfortunately he was defeated by Lin Ling in the end. This sword and Lin Ling's sword, except for the color and aura, were exactly the same. He even had a feeling that the person in front of him was Lin Ling. Lin Ling, he didn't die? Moreover, he came to the 4th ring city and even stood in front of Lei Tianlan. At this moment he really wanted to shout, Lin Ling is here! Boom! However, his gaze had just flickered when a sharp sword descended from the sky, and it actually split him into two, causing his blood to splatter all over the arena. Pathetic person, I gave you 3 breaths of time to admit defeat, but you missed the precious time. Cold. At the same time, a cold voice floated out of the arena. Everyone saw that the mysterious cloaked person had left the arena. What a ruthless sword, extremely dense killing intent. Everyone exclaimed inwardly. That sword was too terrifying. It was definitely an ultimate sword Dao. Moreover, its true realm of Dao was not weak at all. Now, in the 7th arena, the mysterious cloaked person had become a formidable opponent. Chapter 2642. Kill. You killed my brother. Kill. At that moment, a ferocious roar, like that of a thunder god, rang out, causing the Black Tortoise Mountain to tremble. At the edge of the arena, a man looked at Lin Ling in a frenzy. Divine thunder roared around his body. It seemed that he had an extremely powerful awakened divine body. Of course, his gaze quickly landed on the corpse on the stage. Lightning snakes were wreaking havoc in his eyes. Sheng Xiaobao was his younger brother, the one he doted on the most in his life. Part of the reason why he kept getting stronger was to protect his younger brother. In 3 Ring City, if anyone dared to provoke his younger brother, he would slaughter their entire family. In the 10,000 realms, his younger brother was once chased by a powerful realm king when he was young. He was so furious that he directly killed countless people in that realm. He even said to his younger brother, Xiaobao, as long as you're happy, you can do anything. Even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up. Kill. And now his younger brother was dead. He died right in front of his eyes. How could he not hate him? Most importantly, he thought his younger brother would definitely win. In the end, he was killed by a single sword strike. How could he not regret it? If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have let his younger brother enter the stage. You think I should be killed by him? Kill. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't even raise his head. He was talking to himself, but his words were obviously directed at the man. Good. I look forward to meeting you. Kill. The young man was so angry that he laughed. However, his laughter was even more terrifying. Sheng Xiaobao is angry. Seeing this, many people at the foot of Black Tortoise Mountain shook their heads. They knew that the cloaked man was definitely going to die. Although the cloaked man's strength was not bad, his realm was obviously too low. He was definitely not a match for Sheng Xiaobao. The 2 words Sheng Xiaobao represented a kind of recognition of strength. It was even higher than the title of Commander-in-Chief. Let's see who that cloaked man is. Then, Some experts began to search through the life and death contract. Although the life and death contract was just a formality, it still recorded the participants' information. Kill. Someone exclaimed. That mysterious cloaked man was called Kill? What a sharp name. It seemed that he was also a master whose hands were covered in blood. Pursuit. At this moment, in the distance of the arena, Lei Tianlan frowned and looked at Lin Ling. She seemed to be familiar with him, but she shook her head because she couldn't see through Lin Ling. What is he after? Lan in my opinion, this fellow will die on the combat arena in less than 3 battles. A young man in mighty armor laughed coldly from the side, and he was exactly Yu Chung. Let's wait and see. Lei Tianlan shook her head with a smile, but she still had a strange idea in her mind. Pursuit? What were they trying to kill? She didn't know that she was the one being hunted down. However, her gaze quickly wandered and landed on the other arenas, because those arenas were also extremely cruel. As time passed, the weaklings were killed one after another. Until now, there were only 3 people who admitted defeat and left. Blood had already stained the arena and flowed, making the remaining experts who were going to fight look solemn. Who is the cloaked man in the 3rd arena? His strength is so domineering. He killed his opponent with a single punch, and it was a direct explosion. He seems to be very similar to the mysterious man in the 7th arena. The white-haired young man in the 1st arena can't be underestimated. Once the tomb appeared, all his opponents died without knowing why. That's Meng Lu, the strongest 2nd generation in the past. However, although Meng Lu is powerful, the one in the 3rd arena is not weak either. He's the 1st generation ranked 30th on the Heavenly Crossing list, and he's in the 4th level of the True God realm. Tisk Tsk, the Heavenly Crossing list is for the 1st generation who cultivated for less than 2,000 years, and he reached the 4th level of the True God realm in such a short period of time. What a monster! Before the 30th, the lowest cultivation is at the 4th level of the True God realm. At the foot of the Black Tortoise Mountain, everyone was discussing animatedly as they saw the top experts of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Of course, the 1st generation and rogue cultivators who were going to fight trembled in fear, deeply afraid of encountering a powerful opponent. That 5-meter-tall rogue cultivator seems to be under the command of the Sovereign Marquis. He's simply tearing his opponents apart. That's called the King of Savages. Not only does he tear people apart, I heard that he even eats people. Don't ever meet him. Chase after him. I don't want to meet that cloaked man either. As time passed, fewer and fewer people dared to go up the arena because once they went up, they would die even if they admitted defeat. If they dared to go up, they had to be prepared to be killed. In the 7th arena, it was Lin Ling's turn again, and his opponent was a young man. This person was also a swordsman, but his cultivation wasn't weak at all. He was in the 3rd level of the True God realm. Hoo-ho, the goal of this arena is to experience yourself. If you can't kill, then withdraw immediately. At the same time, a woman's voice came from afar. It was extremely cold. She wore a green robe as if she was isolated from the world. Looking at that woman, many people's eyes lit up because that was Immortal Plum Sword, one of the top 10 sword immortals in the Green Prefecture. Ever since Si Xuanmei died, Senior Immortal Plum Sword has been thinking about revenge all the time. She's been looking for strange creatures in the 10,000 worlds, and taking them as her disciples in an attempt to make a comeback. Someone said indifferently, Si Xuanmei was the disciple that Immortal Plum Sword was most proud of. Unfortunately, she was killed by Lin Ling. If Lin Ling wasn't already dead, Immortal Plum Sword definitely wouldn't have let Lin Ling go. Even so, she spent a lot of effort to find a disciple. Most importantly, this disciple's talent wasn't much weaker than Si Xuanmei's. One had to admit that Immortal Plum Sword was very lucky. This was because such a sword genius was 1 in a million. Sometimes, one might not even be able to find one even if they traveled through the 10,000 worlds. It's her. At this moment, Lin Ling's gaze was also looking into the distance. Naturally, he saw Immortal Plum Sword. He sneered as he thought of what Immortal Plum Sword said. If he could kill, then he would kill. If he couldn't, then he would withdraw? Wasn't this plan a little too good? He was treating his opponent as a practice stone for his sword. Chase after me. I know that you're quite strong, but I wonder how your sword is? If you can take one of my attacks, I'll spare your life." At this moment, the young man named Hu Xiao said. Looking at his young age, he had already reached the 3rd level of the true God realm. He was obviously the chosen one, and was bound to enter the 3 big colleges. In reality, he didn't have any connections. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken Immortal Plum Sword as his master. "If I can take one of your attacks, you'll spare my life? What if I can't take it?" Lin Ling shook his head and asked indifferently. "Of course you'll die. You're a swordsman. Don't you know that once your sword is drawn, it'll take your life? How can a defeated swordsman have the right to live?" The young man said coldly. At such a young age, he had the aura of a powerhouse. It was obvious that he wasn't a greenhorn. His sword had probably killed many people. Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed sarcastically. If he couldn't take the opponent's attack, he would die. If he could take the opponent's attack, the opponent would spare his life? Was that really the case? Chapter 2643. A Domineering Sword. Get ready to receive my sword. This is the sword that will make me Hu Xiao, famous in Qing State. Although Hu Xiao was talented, he was still a young girl. Therefore, he was impatient and attacked. Although he was the chosen one, he had no reputation in Qing State. Even those weaker than him had mocked him. This was a thorn in his heart. Therefore, he wanted to shock the world with his sword. Hu Zhangla. He attacked with his strongest attack without hiding anything. Roar. 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 What was terrifying was that his sword wasn't meant to kill, but to attack. This was because the sword was extremely huge. It turned into a sword pillar the size of a small mountain, and slashed down. This sword was meant to blast the opponent into pieces. That pursuer is a 1st-level true god, while Hu Xiao is a 3rd-level true god. Both of them have sword hearts, but my disciple Hu Xiao is obviously stronger. In the distance, Immortal Plum Sword sneered. Kill more geniuses. That way, you can grow faster and surpass your senior sister. This pursuer is not bad. I hope Hu Xiao's understanding of the sword Dao will deepen, and his ultimate sword Dao will enter the Dao domain. She had completely treated Lin Ling as a practice stone. His only purpose in life was to practice with Hu Xiao. At this moment, the huge sword pillar slashed down. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. 20% sword heart. Hu Xiao was more powerful than Lin Ling had imagined. This was because Hu Xiao was younger than Lin Ling. Pursuer, look over here. At this moment, Hu Xiao shouted coldly. His eyes changed. They were like the eyes of a tiger. This was his innate talent. A terrifying thing happened. In his eyes, Lin Ling's family and friends were all killed by a single sword strike. Their blood dyed the entire world red. Grandfather, mother, Yu and the others. This awakened divine body was extremely strange. It seemed to be releasing the might of a tiger. It was like a ferocious tiger. When it roared, millions of beasts would be afraid. The power of this innate gift was clearly meant to make Lin Ling feel fear. Once a swordsman felt fear, their battle prowess would be reduced by 40%. Sure enough, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed as if he was affected by the tiger's gaze. This made Hu Xiao smile coldly. Good, he had killed another powerful genius. This battle was enough to make his name known throughout the 3 great academies. You're courting death. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Lin Ling wasn't afraid of heaven and earth. Instead, he became even more violent when his friends and family were killed. Boom. A towering aura erupted from Lin Ling's body as he activated the heaven and earth transformation. The boundary rivers in his 2 dantians also merged, allowing Lin Ling's strength to reach the 3rd level of true god realm. He raised his sword and slashed the heavens. Boom. The huge sword pillar collided with Lin Ling's sword, but it was actually blocked. The collision of the huge swords actually caused countless experts to fall to the ground. Even Hu Zhao's expression changed drastically. The other party was clearly a 1st-level true god, but the aura that erupted gave him the feeling of a 3rd-level true god? Ka. At this moment, a crisp sound rang out. Hu Zhao's sword began to crack and finally exploded. Hu Zhao's sword was actually broken by Lin Ling's sword. I admit defeat. Seeing this, Hu Xiao was completely terrified. He didn't expect Lin Ling's sword to be so terrifying. Die. Just as he kept retreating, Lin Ling's sword had already caught up with him. Pursuit. At this moment, Lin Ling's name of pursuit was well deserved. Admit defeat now? Run now? Pursue relentlessly. You dare. Die. Almost at the same time, the immortal plum sword in the distance let out an angry roar. Hu Zhao's tiger eyes also widened. I've already admitted defeat, you dare? You dare. However, under his voice, Lin Ling's sword became even faster. The tyrannical song sword merged with the sword heart, reaching the second level of the sword heart. How could he not dare? The ancient sword soared through the sky. Clang. The sword in Hu Zhao's hand instantly broke into pieces. A huge sword pillar slashed horizontally. Then, with a boom, the young man was chopped into pieces. Hu Zhao's sword is overbearing, but his sword is even more overbearing. Kill. Seeing Hu Zhao turn into ashes, many people's faces turned pale. The pursuing sword was too crazy. Moreover, a first-level true god killed Hu Zhao, who was a third-level true god. Moreover, Hu Zhao had the sword heart. The power of this pursuit was beyond imagination. One should know that when Hu Zhao fought, everyone thought that he was a rare genius. However, at this moment, they thought that the pursuing sword was the real genius. This was because the pursuing sword's cultivation was obviously lower. Why did you kill my disciple? At this moment, a sharp voice rang out like a nighthawk. In the distant sky, the immortal plum sword was floating there. The immortal sword was pointing at Lin Ling from afar with a sinister expression. It wasn't easy for her to find a good seedling, but in the end he died here. This made her angry and resentful. My disciple has already admitted defeat, but you showed no mercy. The entire Black Tortoise Mountain was filled with the cold voice of the immortal plum sword. Seeing this, Lin Ling also raised his head. Under the mask he revealed a cold smile and said indifferently, "How can a defeated swordsman be qualified to live?" You. The immortal plum sword's expression froze. Because this sentence was said by her disciple, Hu Zhao, and now Lin Ling actually reversed it. Kill if you can, retreat if you can't? Immortal plum sword, one of the top 10 sword immortals in Qingzhou. Is this how you teach your disciple? As a swordsman, you want to retreat before the battle. As a master, you're not much. Lin Ling said again. His words made many people gasp. Although the immortal plum sword couldn't be compared to the Thunder Manor, she was still one of the top 10 sword immortals. Her strength was naturally not to be underestimated. However, a first-level true god junior dared to refute her? Go to hell. The immortal plum sword obviously couldn't win against Lin Ling. Moreover, she was in the wrong, so she directly attacked. A sword, soaring through the sky, filled with immortal energy, and actually froze all the clouds in the sky. The sword light was like snow, so terrifying. At this moment, below the Black Tortoise Mountain, many people felt a chill. That sword was too sharp. Immortal plum sword, please don't forget about the meeting of heroes. However, at this moment, an ancient voice rang out like a large bell, shaking the ground and causing everyone's ears to ring. This was obviously an expert. Perhaps his strength wasn't as strong as the immortal plum sword, but his words made the immortal plum sword tremble, and she angrily put away her sword. Today was the meeting of heroes organized by the Thunder Manor. She caused trouble here, which was equivalent to provoking the Thunder Manor. Thinking of the old woman from the Thunder Manor, the immortal plum sword was obviously afraid, even respectful. Lin Ling's eyes quietly flashed. As expected, the Black Tortoise Mountain was surrounded by experts. Lei Tianlan was very difficult to kill, unless there was a chance to get close to her. Junior, the meeting of heroes won't be able to protect you forever. The immortal plum sword floated down from the sky and said coldly. Obviously, she would definitely not let Lin Ling go. This pursuit has offended the Holy King's manor, and now he has offended the top 10 sword immortals. He's really brave. Many people secretly shook their heads, thinking that even if Lin Ling's name shook the Thunder Manor today, he would definitely not be able to survive. Chapter 2644. 7 Arena Masters. Unfortunately, no one knew that even if Lin Ling did not offend the immortal plum sword, as long as she knew his identity, she would still want to kill him. Therefore, Lin Ling did not need to give her any face. Get lost. Lin Ling let out a low growl and strode out of the arena. You. The immortal plum sword did not expect that Lin Ling would actually ask her to get lost. She could kill such a junior with one strike, but he actually asked her to get lost? She simply could not believe her ears. I'm right here. If you dare to come and kill me, then come. If you don't dare, then don't blabber and say some threatening words. That will only make you more embarrassed. Lin Ling said as he walked. He was fearless. That sentence made even more people's faces change. They seemed to have underestimated Lin Ling's insolence. This chase is really interesting. The more prominent the person is, the more fearless he is. If such a person is recruited, it will definitely be a good background. Lei Tianlan revealed a smile. She admired Lin Ling very much. Because only by hunting down such a talented junior could one achieve great things. Unfortunately, he is Xianling Long's man. He probably did not come here with good intentions. At the side, the corner of Yu Cheng's mouth curved into a cold smile, but his words were filled with jealousy. However, Lei Tianlan did not care. She was still waiting for the next arena battle. The 7 arenas went through bloody battles. The strongest experts gradually emerged. For example, Sakra's arena. His attacks were wild and tyrannical. In addition, the arena rules were merciless. Therefore, he could be said to be unscrupulous. None of his opponents could withstand his punch. Wherever his punch passed, his opponents would only end up being smashed into pieces. He seemed to have vented all his anger towards Lei Tianlan on his opponent. Meng Lu came from the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. He was also a person who did great things. His attacks were also extremely merciless. His opponents' souls were all shattered, but their bodies were safe and sound. Many people looked at these ferocious experts and couldn't help but look forward to it even more. When these arena lords clashed, they wondered how intense the battle would be. As for the 7th arena, Lin Ling was the most dazzling. He killed all the enemies with a single sword strike. When he went up, there were still 2 strong cultivators in the 7th arena, but there was hesitation in their eyes. They didn't immediately go up. Your sword is very sharp. Moreover, you seem to be at the 1st level of True God Realm, but you can explode with the strength of a 3rd level of True God Realm. It's indeed very terrifying. However, if I can block your sword, I think you will definitely lose. A young man from the ancient faction of Grand Duke Lin said coldly. Grandfather Lin was also a powerful force in Three Ring City. Therefore, this young man's strength was definitely not weak. He was the one most likely to become the arena master of the 7th arena. On the stage, Lin Ling's face was cold and indifferent. He didn't say anything. Am I right? Let me guess again. In fact, you can only use that domineering sword strike once. Seeing that Lin Ling was silent, the young man thought that Lin Ling was feeling guilty and immediately laughed. Could it be that that was the flaw in the pursuit? Everyone secretly guessed that perhaps Grandfather Lin would be able to defeat the pursuers under his command. In fact, the young man was indeed guessing, because he was really unwilling to admit defeat, but seeing that Lin Ling didn't dare to say anything, his confidence grew stronger. Pursuit, let me defeat you. The young man shouted angrily and wanted to go up the arena. Whoever goes up dies. However, Lin Ling's gaze finally looked over. Just one sentence. Boom. This sentence was like a thunderclap, and it actually made the young man stop in his tracks. Although he seemed to have recovered his confidence earlier. Obviously, he was just trying to comfort him. Right now he was hesitating again. You talk so much nonsense. Aren't you just trying to see my limit? If you really want to see it, then use your life to see it. It's useless to rely on your mouth. Lin Ling said again. The wide cloak and black mask gave people a feeling of death. I admit defeat. The young man's eyes kept flickering. In the end, he sighed and gave up completely. So powerful. He made Grand Duke Lin's subordinate give up with just his aura. I thought Grand Duke Lin's subordinate was the master of the arena in arena number 7. Looking at this shocking scene, many people's hearts became heavy. Moreover, they were also very curious. Who exactly was this mysterious person who had suddenly risen up? In fact, many of the ancient factions at the foot of Black Tortoise Mountain were also aware of the origins of Qi Lin's pursuit. If not for the Thunder Sound Manor wanting to recruit him, they would definitely have extended an olive branch to Qi Lin. The 7 masters of the arena were finally born. They were Meng Lu, the king of savages, the governor of Water Splitter, the mysterious Sakura, Xian Shui, sword artist condensing clouds, and Lin Ling. Among the 7, 4 were the strongest. They were Meng Lu, the governor of Water Splitter, the mysterious Sakura, and the king of savages. These 7 were also qualified to enter the Thunder Sound Manor. However, the 7 of them also had to fight to produce the strongest group of heroes. Of course, the 7 of them were the strongest masters of the arena, so the Thunder Sound Manor would not let them die. They only needed the loser to admit defeat. Next, the 7 of them would draw lots to choose their opponents. At this moment, Lin Ling's gaze was fixed on Lei Tianlan. He was getting closer and closer to the ambitious woman. Second brother, you must kill her in one blow. At the same time, Sakura's voice was heard quietly. Lin Ling nodded. He had already made up his mind to retreat immediately after killing Lei Tianlan. This was because if he did not kill her this time, Lei Tianlan would definitely attack Lin Ling when she knew that Lin Ling was still alive. Moreover, with Lin Ling's strength, it would be even more difficult to kill Lei Tianlan. Therefore, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The first battle, Sakura versus the King of Savages. The 7 arenas gathered in an instant, and a brutal and intense battle began. The 5-meter-tall King of Savages was the first to enter the arena. His teeth were extremely long, and his eyes were filled with brutality. Moreover, the murderous aura on his body was extremely dense. Even demonic aura and ghostly aura could not invade his body. This was because he was an evil man. He was so ferocious that even ghosts and demons did not dare to approach him. Di Shirtian also quickly ascended the stage. King of Savages. A disdainful smile appeared on Sakura's face. His domineering aura surged out in layers. King of Savages, tear him apart. Mysterious man, even if he's a savage from the countryside. Around the arena, excited voices sounded. It was as if the arena had stimulated the bloodlust in their hearts. These warriors from the 4-ring city are even more unscrupulous. Lin Ling looked at the crazy scene and could not help but shake his head. The 4-ring city was not like the 3 big schools. This place was even more ruthless, brutal, and even murderous. Boom. At the same time, the battle in the arena began. Aren't you worried about him? The King of Savages is extremely powerful. It is said that he was transformed from a piece of the realm-swallowing beast's flesh. At this time, a calm voice floated into Lin Ling's ears. It was actually Xian Linglong. At this moment, Xian Linglong was very interested in Lin Ling and his brother. These 2 people were decisive and powerful. They were indeed geniuses that could not be missed. Chapter 2645. All of them admitted defeat. Sure enough, the flesh and blood on Sakura's body disappeared, and he actually transformed into the King of Bones. He was 2 meters tall, his bones were wide, and there were even some bones that grew barbs. A wisp of King of Hell's aura also exploded out on the stage. His right arm suddenly shuddered, and his hand turned into a white bone fist. After clashing with the King of Savages, he actually blew up the King of Savages' right arm with a single punch. Smelly blood splattered in all directions. There was a deathly silence around the arena. In this violent collision, the mysterious Sakura was actually so ferocious. The King of Savages also let out a roar. His origins were not weak, as he was formed from a piece of the realm-swallowing beast's flesh. That piece of flesh was also formed from a melancholy aura. He was originally the strongest, but who would have thought that his right arm would be blasted apart? Die. The King of Bones let out a deep growl. His fist seemed to collide with a world, killing the King of Savages. Boom. Boom. In the arena, a thunderous sound rang out as a bloody scene appeared. The 5-meter-tall King of Savages had actually been reduced to a pile of mush. However, the people around didn't think it was cruel. Instead, they cheered. In the end, Sakura left the ring. In a short period of time, one of the 7 arena lords had died. Even if they tried to save him, they couldn't save him. This person can't be provoked. I don't know where he came from, but his strength and talent are simply unfathomable. He has something from the divine dynasty on him, and he's hiding his aura. It seems he has some background. Qing province is vast, with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. At the foot of Black Tortoise Mountain, The hidden experts began to whisper among themselves. As for Xian Linglong, her eyes kept flashing. She was paying more attention to Lin Ling and Xian Linglong. Neither of them were weak. The remaining 6 people drew lots again, and soon it was Meng Lu's turn to fight. His opponent was Xian Shui. Xian Shui, Songning Academy's first generation, ranked 45th on the Heavenly Surpass list, was an extremely outstanding existence, and also had the status of governor. Such a genius in a second or third ring city would be revered by tens of thousands of people. However, he directly admitted defeat. He had watched the Dream Streams battle before, and it seemed to be flawless. Although he had heard that someone had found the Dream Stream's weakness and defeated it in the end, the Dream Stream had been defeated. However, there were people who had tried to do this before. Unfortunately, they had failed. Obviously, Dreamflow knew his weakness and had made up for it during this period of time. That weakness no longer existed, unless someone could find a new flaw in him, but the possibility of that happening was very low. Not only did Meng Lu raise his cultivation realm, his talent probably also improved. If he's to me, he's indeed a formidable opponent. Lin Ling thought to himself. In this heroes gathering, apart from Big Brother, Meng Lu was also the strongest. Although the rest of the people were powerful, they were not a threat to the current Lin Ling. Next battle, Commander Pashui against Swordsman Ningyun. Many people were looking forward to the next battle. However, Swordsman Ningyun admitted defeat immediately. To him, Governor Pashui was very strong, and was at the 4th True God realm. He was definitely not a match for him. Sigh, I thought there would be an exciting battle. What a pity. The crowd sighed in disappointment. However, they did not think that sword artist Ningyun's admission of defeat was shameful. After all, the latter was indeed not a match for his opponent. Currently, there's still Chase who hasn't fought. I wonder what kind of opponent he'll draw. Only 4 people are left. The mysterious Sakura, Dreamflow, and Commander Pashui Chase. Haha, Chase's luck is bad. The remaining 3 are all stronger than him. In the eyes of the crowd, no matter what kind of opponent Lin Ling drew, his outcome would most likely be defeat. Although Lin Ling was somewhat powerful, he was only at the 1st True God realm. Being able to become the master of the arena was already his limit. The mysterious Sakura versus Chase. When the voice drifted out, the entire Black Tortoise Mountain was in an uproar. The 2 most mysterious masters of the arena were going to clash. This result also made Lin Ling's gaze turn serious. He wanted to fight Big Brother? I admit defeat. However, Sakura directly shouted, causing everyone's enthusiasm to be instantly extinguished. Each and every one of them were extremely depressed. How can you admit defeat? You're too despicable. You actually helped each other. Someone roared in anger, unwilling to accept this. You're not convinced, right? Get up here. Sakura stared at that person indifferently, and then shouted in a domineering manner. His temper was even more insolent than Lin Ling's. Especially when someone dared to bully Lin Ling, he would even dare to poke a hole in the sky. Seeing this, that person immediately lowered his head, and didn't dare to speak anymore. At this time, the old man in the brocade robe received Lei Tianlan's order and said faintly, "You're all people with outstanding talents, so don't kill your opponents. Just win." Next, it's still Chase. Lei Tianlan obviously didn't want the masters of the arena to suffer any more losses. After all, those masters of the arena might be under her control. Dreamflow versus Chase. When the second opponent appeared, the foot of Black Tortoise Mountain became even noisier. Dreamflow's heaven-defying strength is obvious to all. The sword used by Chase is also very sharp. I don't know who's sharper between the 2 of them. I think it's Dreamflow. Previously, there was also a swordsman who used his sword against Dreamflow. Unfortunately, after the sword was drawn, the swordsman's soul was frozen. Dreamflow's talent is simply invincible. Yes, I think so too. No one can break Dreamflow's talent. Many people's blood was boiling. Powerful geniuses had heaven-defying talents. When heaven-defying geniuses met heaven-defying geniuses, there was no strongest, only stronger. In fact, if anyone knew that Dreamflow's invincibility had been broken by Chase once, they would definitely not think so. Dreamflow. At this moment, Lin Ling's heart was burning with fighting spirit. He was looking forward to this battle. After all, if his opponent was a nobody, Lin Ling wouldn't bother to fight. However, his opponent was one of the 9 states' 10 evils, so this battle would definitely be of help to Lin Ling. I admit defeat. However, just when Lin Ling thought history would repeat itself in the Pride tournament, Dreamflow spoke. What, he admitted defeat again? Everyone's mouth was wide open. The powerful Dreamflow was being chased, and he actually admitted defeat? Even Lin Ling was surprised. He guessed that even if he could beat Dreamflow, it would definitely not be easy. But Dreamflow admitted defeat? Because I know him, so I'll give him face. Dreamflow said indifferently with his hands behind his back. This made even more people unhappy. Was this the reason why Dreamflow admitted defeat? This was too disappointing. However, when their unwilling eyes fell on Dreamflow, they suddenly felt a chill in their hearts and dared not say a word. That was because Dreamflow's strength was unpredictable, and he had the ancient tomb behind him. If they provoked him, they were afraid that a large number of people would be obliterated with a single glance. Give him face. Lin Ling muttered to himself and didn't say much. In fact, Dreamflow was indeed giving face to Lin Ling because he had a feeling that he was still no match for Lin Ling, so he felt that there was no need to continue the battle. Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. Everyone is giving way to you. Could it be that you have a secret? However, if you want to become the ultimate king of the arena, you still have to fight, so you'd better show your strength again and prove yourself. At this time, a heroic voice was heard. On the high platform, Marshal Yucheng spoke. Chapter 2646. A bunch of useless people. If your performance is good, my Heaven Tribute Battalion will also recruit you and make you a general under my command. Yucheng said again. He was a marshal, and his status was even higher than that of a commander-in-chief. Furthermore, he had the right to summon the heroes. I'm so envious. Seeing this, the eyes of many powerhouses without a backer turned red. After all, anyone who could become a general of the Heaven Tribute Camp would be respected wherever they went. When they returned home, they would be able to return in glory. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's expression didn't change at all, and his eyes were filled with disdain. Marshal of the Heaven Tribute Battalion? Sorry, but he was also a marshal of the Martial God Battalion. In terms of status and numbers, he did not fear Yucheng at all. Of course, his primary goal was to kill Lei Tianlan, so he didn't care about her arrogance. Vice Governor Pa Sui versus Pursuit. The final battle had arrived. Everyone could see that Lin Ling was determined to fight no matter what. After all, too many people had given in to him before. As for Governor Pa Sui, he was ranked 30th on the Heavenly Crossing list and was a Stage 4 True God, which was 3 levels higher than him. There was no hope for him to win. Don't kill him. Lei Tianlan seemed to know that she couldn't win the chase, so she emphasized. She didn't want the person she thought highly of to be killed. Haha, since Commander Lei has spoken, I will naturally do as you say. Just one round of sparring will do. Governor Pa Sui still had to give face to Lei Tianlan, so he immediately nodded with a smile. After defeating the assassin, he had become the owner of the arena. Therefore, he was quite grateful to the mysterious person who had chased after him. After all, if it wasn't for Meng Lu and Sakura admitting defeat, then it was very likely that he would have encountered these 2 experts. Moreover, with the ferocity of those 2 experts, he didn't have the absolute confidence to win. Get out of here. I'll fight him. However, at this moment, a furious roar suddenly rang out. It was incomparably domineering, and it shook the void to the point that it echoed endlessly. Are you talking to me? Governor Pa Sui's pupils constricted in an instant. The other party asked him to get lost? He was quite bold. He wanted to see who this person was. Lightning Palm. The moment he turned around, a huge lightning palm slammed down from the sky. It was unstoppable and incomparably powerful. It's you, Holy Guardian. The Water Splitter Governor finally saw the person who attacked. His face couldn't help but become solemn. He immediately erupted with his talent, causing the surrounding black water to overflow and flow. Countless streams of black water converged from all directions, rumbling like thunder. Only then did they manage to block that palm strike. However, his footsteps were also forced backward. He was pushed back 100 meters, and he was in a rather sorry state. You have some strength. You actually managed to block my lightning martial arts. Above the stage, Saint Taibao floated down with his hands behind his back. There was a strong domineering aura between his brows. Holy Guardian, what is the meaning of this? Are you trying to humiliate me? Governor Pashui's face was extremely ugly. The other party had attacked him as if he didn't exist. He was a governor and ranked 30th on the Heavenly Transcendence list. How could he be humiliated like this? Don't you understand what I'm saying? Now, I want to fight and hunt you down. Get lost. Unfortunately, Holy Tycoon didn't care at all. Instead, he looked at Governor Pashui with contempt. This made Governor Pashui's suppressed anger boil again. If the Holy Tycoon had shown him respect, he would have definitely given the Holy Tycoon some face. However, who knew that the other party would be so overbearing? He killed Sheng Xiaobao before the chase, and this is the last arena match. Therefore, Sheng Xiaobao took the initiative to fight, so he will definitely kill Sheng Xiaobao. As expected of the Holy Tycoon, he actually made a move directly. He didn't even put the great ensemble in his eyes. We're in trouble. Everyone's eyes flickered. They knew why the Holy Guardian had appeared. Lei Tianlan's face darkened. The Holy Guardian was ignoring her lame manner. It's up to you two to decide who stays and who leaves. In any case, either one of you will have to fight the pursuers. However, before Lei Tianlan could speak, Yu Qing spoke on behalf of Lei Tianlan. Lei Tianlan pondered for a while and fell silent. Holy Guardian, I can give you face, but you must apologize to me. At this moment, Commander Pasui said again. If he left now, others would laugh at him and make him lose his dignity. Haha, Commander Pasui, don't think that you're the strongest. In my eyes, you're just a piece of trash. It's just that I don't want to participate in the great ensemble. Otherwise, you wouldn't be qualified to be arrogant in front of me. Now I'll give you a chance. Scram. Holy Guardian sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. You've gone too far. Commander Pasui couldn't stand it anymore, but the Holy Guardian immediately made a move. Previously, you used your talent to block my martial arts. Now it's my turn to use my talent. After saying that, he directly used his mysterious talent. In the sky, 9 violent thunderbolts fell, forming a scene of 9 connected thunderbolts. Each of the thunderbolts was shocking and gave people a great pressure. I have an 8th grade awakened divine body. Once the violent thunderbolts come out, 10,000 gods will kneel down. Against you, Commander Pasui, I can defeat you with 1 thunderbolt. The Holy Guardian's right hand grabbed the sky, and a violent thunderbolt fell into his hand. Then he threw it out. Boom. The void exploded, and the clouds in the sky were all blasted into powder. A chaotic scene of the universe actually appeared. The violent thunderbolt was extremely terrifying, and the characteristic of this talent was the majestic explosive force. 8th grade awakened divine body. Commander Pashui's face changed dramatically. His hands moved quickly, and a black water god appeared above his head. This was his true god martial soul. At this moment, the true god martial soul held a long spear and attacked the violent thunderbolt. Commander Pasui has used his true god martial soul. His strength has increased again. People clenched their fists. They never expected that the final battle would be a clash between the Holy Guardian and Commander Pasui. However, these two were top experts of their generation. Their clash would definitely be exciting. Rumble. The black long spear collided with the violent thunderbolt, and a turbulent aura burst out. The warriors who were close to the arena were directly destroyed by the airflow. The clash between the two strongest experts of their generation on the Heavenly Crossing list was terrifying. Puff. Soon, Commander Pasui spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. Even the true god martial soul above his head dimmed a lot. I admit defeat. Soon, Commander Pasui lowered his head and bowed. This was because he realized that although there was only 1 violent thunderbolt, it could cause 9 thunderbolts to explode. This was only 1 violent thunderbolt, but there were 8 more behind the Holy Guardian. Hence, there was no need to continue the battle. He admitted defeat so quickly. The difference in strength is too great. The arena was in an uproar. Commander Pasui was a 4th level true god, but he admitted defeat when facing Holy Guardian, who was a third-level true god. Holy Guardian's strength was indeed more terrifying than they had imagined. He was the real 13 guardians. The ensemble of heroes is just a bunch of weaklings. At the same time, Holy Guardian's disdainful voice drifted out. However, no one thought that he was crazy because he had only plucked one violent thunderbolt. If there were 9 thunderbolts, no one in the 4th-level true god realm would be able to stop him. Chapter 2647. He deserved the title. Chase him down, he's dead for sure. Everyone shook their heads regretfully. The Holy Tycoon was obviously here for his younger brother, so he definitely wouldn't be able to survive today. Do you regret it? You actually killed my brother in order to enter the Lane Manor. You don't know the price you have to pay for killing my brother. Sheng Taibao glared at Lin Ling coldly, as though he was looking at an ant that he was about to slap to death. Of course, there was hatred and regret in his eyes. He hated that this ant had actually killed his younger brother, and he regretted that he had actually failed to protect his younger brother. So no matter what, he had to die with regret and pain in his heart. He'll probably beg for mercy. The only thing he can rely on now is the Thunder Manor. Lei Tianlan doesn't seem to say anything. Instead, Yu Cheng looks forward to being hunted down and killed. Alas, this hunting is so pitiful. That's right, it's easy for the Great Gathering to provoke other experts. To make a name for himself, he obviously took the wrong step. Many people had already guessed the next outcome. They even thought that Chase Kill would kneel down and beg for mercy, and ask Lei Tianlan to help him. In fact, the reason why Lei Tianlan didn't say anything was that she had the same idea. She wanted Zhuai Sha to beg her personally. In this way, Zhuai Sha would be loyal to her. The price is only death. I thought it was a big deal, so you don't have to threaten me. I'm not like those trash. However, Lin Ling also spoke. His words caused the eyes of many to tremble. The pursuit was actually so crazy? What a stubborn piece of trash. I hate people like you who make big mistakes but don't know how to repent. Holy Guardian did not expect Lin Ling to refute him. His anger burned even brighter, causing the stage to shake violently. Trash. Looks like you and your brother are both trash. When dealing with trash, I usually eliminate them directly and kill them every time I see them. Lin Ling sneered. The Holy Guardian was indeed powerful, but he couldn't kill a level 4 true god easily. Otherwise, he would have killed Governor Pishui a long time ago. Therefore, Lin Ling was confident. You have a sharp tongue, I'll break all your teeth. Sheng Taibao roared. How dare he say that his younger brother is trash? His long hair immediately fluttered. His right hand reached behind his back and grabbed a wild lightning bolt. Then he threw it at Lin Ling. This lightning was extremely fast. When it exploded, it would form 9 rings of lightning that could destroy the 9 worlds. Dead. No one thought that the pursuit would be able to block the wild thunder, because even Governor Pashui could not block the explosion of the thunder. Break me? You don't seem to be qualified. At this moment, Lin Ling's gaze turned serious. Sheng Taibao was a rank 3 true god. Most importantly, his talent had reached rank 8. He was a truly formidable opponent. It was also because Sheng Taibao had the ultimate lightning way. He was much stronger than the experts of the flame world. Whoosh. Lin Ling stabbed out with his sword. The Azura sword formation was unstoppable, as if the sword formation wanted to sever heaven and earth. At the same time, his 2 dantians had completely merged. Is that all you've got? Let me destroy your sword. Seeing this, Sheng Taibao roared out loud. His hands moved again and again. He actually plucked out wild lightning. Sheng Taibao against Sheng Taibao, he actually plucked out more lightning. This terrifying scene caused many people's complexions to change. Sheng Taibao had to kill Sheng Taibao no matter what. On the arena stage, wild lightning collided with the Azura sword formation. Sword light flowed like water, revealing its sharpness. It unceasingly cut apart the wild lightning. But the wild lightning continued to explode, turning the entire arena stage into dust. This terrifying collision undoubtedly caused many people to be frightened like cicadas in winter. This was the most terrifying battle in the Battle of Heroes. Go die. Sheng Taibao's voice was like wild thunder, carrying with it a trace of savagery and madness. Universe change. Seeing that the Azura sword formation wasn't able to cut apart all of the wild lightning, Lin Ling's entire body began to emit flames, as if he had walked out from the flames. Of course, because he was wearing the scabbard and mask, the flame coffin behind him was also hidden. But his strength wasn't suppressed at all. Like this, his cultivation boundary had also reached the third stage of the World King realm. And most importantly, the universe change gave Lin Ling a terrifying speed. This was the speed of the four realms. This speed was even faster than the wild lightning. It had to be known that not only was thunder tyrannical, but it was also swift. To be faster than thunder, this could be called terrifying. What? At the base of Black Tortoise Mountain, the pupils of the powerhouses shrank. This was because they saw that Sheng Taibao had actually dodged the bombardment of wild lightning. It had to be known that the arena stage had already been turned to ashes. So how could this chase have been avoided? A sword seemed to come from the horizon, bringing with it a bloodthirsty light. It appeared in front of Sheng Taibao. At this time, Sheng Taibao thought that Lin Ling had already died and was venting his anger. But soon, his pupils began to tremble. In his eyes, a sword light was drawing closer and closer. 9 Thunder Link. Roar! Sheng Taibao roared out loud. The 9 wild lightning bolts behind him linked together, forming an impenetrable thunder pool. Borrowing the obstruction of the thunder pool, he madly retreated. Rumble! The tyrannical song sword appeared in the thunder pool. The sword light seemed to be about to soar into the sky, stirring up the thunder pool. However, the thunder pool was extremely powerful, so it blocked the sword's momentum. At the same time, the two figures appeared in the arena. They looked at each other, and an oppressive storm swept across. This. Exclamation point. The crowd couldn't see through the previous battle at all because it was too fast. At this moment, their hearts were roaring, and their eyes were fixed on the arena. They saw that Sheng Taibao was panting heavily, and his face was even more ferocious. When they looked at Sheng Taibao again, he was wearing a large cloak and a black ghost mask. He was still as cold and ruthless as before. Sheng Taibao is more powerful than we thought. Exclamation point. This scene undoubtedly made the crowd's heart explode. They thought that Sheng Taibao was even weaker than Commander Pashui. But now they realized that Commander Pashui was no match for Sheng Taibao. If the two of them fought, Commander Pashui would definitely be defeated, and there would be no suspense. Not bad at all. Exclamation point. Even Lei Tianlan and Yu Qingdu nodded slightly, seeming to be very satisfied. Meng Lu, did you know that he was so powerful? Yes. At the foot of Black Tortoise Mountain, Xian Linglong said with a solemn expression. Only she knew that Sheng Taibao was the real body of Sheng Taibao. And this was even more terrifying. Not long ago, Sheng Taibao was only the strongest second generation, but now he could threaten Sheng Taibao. This speed of growth undoubtedly moved her. However, Meng Lu shook his head. He was just relying on his intuition. Slap. Slap. At this moment, the sound of slapping also drifted in the air. Very well, the two of you are equal in strength. There is no need to continue fighting. Today's great ensemble first place is Sheng Taibao. Slap. After the sound of slapping, a calm voice drifted out. Many people looked over and found that it was Yu Cheng who spoke. Marshal Yu Cheng obviously acknowledged Sheng Taibao's strength and attached great importance to him. Chapter 2648. Truly powerful. Get out of here. However, after Yu Cheng's words fell, Lin Ling coldly shouted. Previously, if he couldn't block Holy Taibao's lightning, Yu Cheng would have ignored him and let him die. And now, Yu Cheng saw that his strength was not weak, so he asked him to stop? This was simply impossible for Lin Ling. He had no enmity with Holy Taibao. It was Holy Taibao's younger brother who wanted to kill him, and he, Lin Ling, was merely retaliating. However, Holy Taibao was enraged and attacked him out of humiliation. Now that it was a draw, was he supposed to pretend that nothing had happened? Do you know what you're talking about? Lin Ling's words not only caused the surrounding people to exclaim in surprise. Even Yu Cheng's pupils constricted. You do have some ability to chase after me. But don't think that you can refute me just because you have some ability. Whoosh. However, just as Yu Cheng finished speaking, A sword shot over and stabbed heavily into the ground in front of Yu Cheng, causing it to hum without end. This was the Azura sword. It was also Lin Ling's doing. This sword represented Lin Ling's answer. Shut up. One had to know that Yu Cheng was only a martial. He, Lin Ling, was also a martial. Why should Lin Ling give him face? Moreover, he didn't like Yu Cheng's arrogant tone. How arrogant? At this moment, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. As for Yu Cheng, he was even stunned on the spot. It was as if she didn't take him seriously at all. From the beginning to the end, he was the one who thought too highly of himself. Yu Cheng, don't interfere in their affairs. At this moment, Lei Tianlan suddenly interrupted. Yu Cheng, who had just stood up, sat back down angrily. Lei Tianlan stared at Lin Ling with interest in her eyes. She liked this kind of pursuit more and more. It was obvious that he was more decisive than Yu Cheng. He was someone who was going to do great things. As for Yu Cheng, although he wasn't bad, he thought that he was a genius and looked down on everything, causing him to be a frog in a well. His achievements were probably only at the martial level. Lei Tianlan's man couldn't be just a martial. Holy Taibao, you said that I killed your brother, and you want me to pay the price. Then what is the price? At this moment, Lin Ling stepped forward and unleashed his four-realm speed. A sword pierced through the void and shot towards Holy Guardian. Let I tell you, every time I see trash like your brother, I'll kill him every time I see him. Lin Ling's is Lin Lingli. Is killing. Everyone held their breaths when they saw Hot Pursuit taking the initiative to attack. Previously, when Holy Guardian attacked, they thought that Hot Pursuit was dead for sure. Who would have thought that Hot Pursuit would draw his sword in the end? I dare you to say that again. Holy Taibao let out a roar. He was frantically gathering lightning. Clearly, he was about to explode from anger. Lin Yi his. Lin Qing Lin, The sky was filled with Lin Ling's cold voice. Lin Ling respected Sheng Taibao for avenging his younger brother, but if he couldn't tell right from wrong, then Lin Ling would kill Sheng Taibao too. True God martial spirit. Holy Taibao was infuriated. His true God martial spirit descended. 9 lightning bolts circled around him, filling the sky with lightning snakes. At the same time, an imposing lightning god emerged from behind Holy Taibao. The 9 lightning bolts circled around him and landed on Holy Taibao's head like a crown. I'll show you how domineering an 8th grade awakened divine body is. The entire Black Tortoise Mountain was filled with Saint Taibao's voice. Many first-generation experts had solemn expressions. Although they were all first-generation experts, the difference in strength between them and Saint Taibao was too great. Indeed, none of the 13 gangsters lived up to their reputation. Can you still fight when you're being chased? After that, many people watched as Sheng Taibao was being chased. At that moment, Sheng Taibao had unleashed his true God martial spirit. How could the sword chase after him? You've unleashed your talent, but I haven't. It's just an 8th grade awakened talent. It's not enough to dominate Qingzhou. At the same time, Lin Ling roared. Billowing flames rushed out from his body like an erupting volcano. Wherever he passed, flames soared into the sky. Black Tortoise Mountain instantly turned into a flame world. Sheng Taibao's talent was 8th grade, but Lin Ling's talent was 9th grade. Moreover, Lin Ling had the inheritance of the flame world. Lin Ling wasn't afraid of him at all. Flame God, this is the true flame God. Sensing the terrifying aura, countless people's faces turned pale. Some of the weaker warriors even started to burn without any fire. Flame God was Sheng Taibao's trump card. This guy was a genius who cultivated both the sword Dao and the flame Dao. Second brother. Witnessing Lin Ling's flames with his own eyes, Sakura couldn't help but smile emotionally. Back then in the rainforest's sacred land, Lin Ling had used flames to burn the heavens and earth, and became famous throughout the world. Today, not only did his second brother not stop on the path of flames, but he had become even more powerful. Bang bang bang. As soon as the flame world appeared, Sheng Taibao's face turned pale. The lightning around his body started to burn. Lightning was tyrannical. However, Flame God wasn't weak at all. In fact, it was even stronger. Other than Lin Ling's talent being higher, Lin Ling's flames came from the most ancient flame world. As the flames soared into the sky, a sword shot out. The Flame Dao and the Sword Dao had completely merged. Nine Thunder King. Sheng Taibao knew that he couldn't wait any longer. Otherwise, he would definitely be burned to death. In terms of realm, Sheng Taibao wasn't weaker than him. In terms of talent, Sheng Taibao was stronger than him. In terms of ultimate martial Dao, he couldn't compare to Sheng Taibao. He didn't have the right to be arrogant now. He didn't expect that there would be someone stronger than the 13 gangsters in this great ensemble. Therefore, he regretted it now. He even wanted to run away. After all, if he died, the Holy King Palace would have no descendants. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to run away now. The billowing flames mixed with the cold sword, one hot and one cold, brought along a chaotic melody as it attacked everything. The lightning was all burned. Sheng Taibao's true god martial soul dimmed. The 9 thunder crown on his head continued to explode. Bang bang bang. Then the lightning disappeared. Under the combination of Lin Ling's Flame Dao and the Sword Dao, it seemed like nothing could stop his attack. Boom. The endless sea of flames completely engulfed Sheng Taibao. A sword light flashed in the flames as if it was the fastest sword in the world. Boom boom boom. Then, a figure slowly walked out from the raging flames. When the martial artists below Black Tortoise Mountain saw who it was, their hearts trembled violently. Sheng Taibao had walked out. When the flames gradually dimmed, they saw a corpse lying on the ground. It was Sheng Taibao. The 13 gangsters had been defeated. Although they had guessed it, seeing it with their own eyes still gave them a huge shock. He's so strong. Many people felt as if they had been slapped in the face. After all, they thought that they would die for sure. This meant that Sheng Taibao had the strength to step into the top 30 of the Heavenly Crossing list. If Martial Governor Pa Sui fought with him, he would only be killed. Chapter 2649. My goal is to kill you. In the chaos of the universe, anomalies would be born at a certain time. They would be rising stars who would defeat famous experts and become famous in Qing province. Clearly, the anomaly was the one who chased after him. What was certain was that the name of being hunted was deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. Amazing. Lei Tianlan also smiled. It was a smile of appreciation. Beside her, Yu Cheng had an ugly expression on his face. Previously, he had asked Lin Ling to call a truce with the Holy Guardian, but Lin Ling had refuted him. At that time, he thought that Lin Ling was overestimating himself and was simply courting death. But in the end, the one who died was Holy Tycoon. He had become even more delusional. In reality, he was even more aware that with his strength, he might not be able to gain an advantage in a battle against the pursuers. This further proved that how could he be qualified to make the pursuers work for him? At this moment, Yu Qing felt unbearably ashamed. He even flew into a rage out of humiliation, as if he had lost all face. Fortunately, I didn't fight him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to defeat him. As for Meng Lu, his expression was extremely solemn. His intuition was right. Based on the terrifying strength that Lin Ling had displayed earlier, he estimated that the battle between him and Lin Ling would end in a draw. Therefore, he did not fight with Lin Ling now. This was indeed a good choice. Good. The meeting of heroes is completely over. The first place is the pursuit. At this time, Lei Tianlan's voice finally rang out. She glanced at the crowd, as if asking if anyone had any objections. However, at the foot of Black Tortoise Mountain, it was completely silent. No one had any objections. The power of the pursuit was obvious to all. Lei Tianlan stood up and said to Lin Ling with a smile, "You want to hunt me down, right? Your talent and strength are excellent. You are decisive and daring to take responsibility for your actions. You will become a great person in the future. On behalf of the Lane Mansion, I will reward you with the Lane Token, which is a supreme-grade celestial treasure that can block a large number of attacks from the true immortal realm." It had to be said that she indeed had the ambition to do great things. She had already openly bribed Lin Ling. Of course, after she finished speaking, she quietly looked at Xian Ling Long. She was thinking that no matter what, she had to snatch this opportunity from Xian Ling Long. A supreme-grade immortal treasure. Hearing Lei Tianlan's words, the crowd burst into an uproar. To be able to block the attacks of large numbers of true god realms, this treasure was very heaven-defying. With this treasure, his strength would increase by at least 50%. Many people looked at Chase Assassin with envy, but they were helpless because Chase Assassin was indeed worthy of being recruited with great treasures. That bitch. In the distance, Xian Linglong's face was extremely ugly. She was the one who had chased after Yi Shiwen's men. But Lei Tianlan had openly recruited them. Wasn't this embarrassing for her? Furthermore, after the battle on the arena, she placed great importance on being hunted down. How could she hand it over so easily? Give it to her. However, at this time, an ethereal voice sounded in her ears. It was Meng Lu, and his words made Xian Linglong frown, as if she didn't understand. Lin Ling will never become Lei Tianlan's man. He has his own principles, and he must take revenge for any enmity. Therefore, no matter what Lei Tianlan plans to do, Lin Ling will definitely kill her. Meng Lu transmitted his voice again. Xian Linglong couldn't help but smile. This was beneficial to her. Moreover, if Lin Ling killed Lei Tianlan, he would have nowhere to go. At that time, it would be the time for Xian Linglong to extend an olive branch. One had to admit, whether it was Xian Linglong or Lei Tianlan, both of them were extremely shrewd. But don't think too much about it. Lin Ling is not someone you can control. However, Meng Lu's next words made Xian Linglong freeze on the spot. She couldn't control Lin Ling? Moreover, these words came from Meng Lu? If it was someone else who said this, she wouldn't believe it. After all, with her identity as the Azure Dragon Mansion's daughter, a mere Lin Ling shouldn't be difficult to control. However, she couldn't help but believe Meng Lu's words. At this time, Lin Ling ignored Xian Linglong. Just like what Meng Lu said, he had no intention of joining the Azure Dragon Mansion, nor did he intend to be controlled by anyone. He walked towards Lei Tianlan. Chase seems to be Azure Dragon Mansion's Xian Linglong's man, but now he has switched sides and joined the Thunder Sound Manor. A top-grade immortal artifact. This isn't something that anyone can refuse. Looking at Lin Ling's actions, many people began to speculate. Lei Tianlan smiled faintly, and she was a little excited. She had finally succeeded in recruiting Chase. She had a feeling that in the future, Chase's name would shake the great Azure Divine Dynasty. She watched as Chase walked step by step towards the high platform, and a smile appeared on her face. She also went up to welcome him, and a thunder sound token appeared in her hand, ready to reward Lin Ling. Watching the distance between the two getting closer and closer, at the foot of the Black Tortoise Mountain, Sakura sneered. He knew that the real battle was about to begin. His second brother was finally close to Lei Tianlan. Chase, your sword, your flame capital is very powerful. Today, in order to make your name known in the Four-Ring City, you have indeed put in a lot of effort. Gradually the two got closer, and Lei Tianlan took the initiative to speak. Her eyes were full of admiration because even when Chase met her, he was still indifferent and unmoved. This kind of calmness was rare, at least when other men saw her. Most of them were excited. In order to achieve my goal, I have been working hard all this time. Lin Ling also spoke, his voice was very cold. In order to achieve your goal, your indomitable perseverance is indeed worthy of us cultivators to learn. Now you have achieved your goal. And can you take off your mask? Lei Tianlan tucked the hair in front of her forehead behind her ear, revealing a beautiful smile. That smile immediately made Yu Cheng's face turn ugly. He naturally could see that Lei Tianlan admired Chase very much. Unfortunately, although he was not convinced, it seemed that he could not find a way to suppress Chase. My goal has not been achieved yet. However, Lin Ling said lightly and indifferently, you want to see my face? Yes, I'm very curious and I'm looking forward to it. According to my knowledge, swordsmen are cold and aloof, so your face under the mask must be extraordinary. Lei Tianlan laughed again, which made Lin Ling shake his head with a sarcastic smile on his face. In the past, he had no enmity with Lei Tianlan, but Lei Tianlan coveted his space-time steel, framed him, killed him, and made Yu and the others suffer countless times. Today he came to kill Lei Tianlan. Ironically, Lei Tianlan was actually looking forward to seeing his face under the mask. If Lei Tianlan knew that he was Lin Ling, who knew what she would think? My appearance will definitely surprise you. However, compared to my appearance, let me first tell you my purpose. Lin Ling said indifferently as he slowly pulled out the sword on his back. This action undoubtedly surprised Lei Tianlan, but she believed that Chase would not do anything excessive to her, unless he was stupid. Therefore, she subconsciously rejected this idea, and even thought that Chase seemed to be asking her to help him forge a sword. Yes, this might be the purpose of Chase. And the Lane mansion also had the strength to do so. Then what is your goal? Lei Tianlan asked kindly. Clang! The sword flashed, and the killing intent was fierce. A sword seemed to pass through the void, and ruthlessly shot towards Lei Tianlan. Chapter 2650. Why do I want to kill you? The sword shocked the world. Everyone at the foot of Black Tortoise Mountain was shocked, especially when they heard Lin Ling's firm words. Is he going to kill Lei Tianlan? It should be known that Lei Tianlan attached great importance to Huntsman, even more so than her fiancé, Yu Cheng. However, Huntsman gave up such great love and wanted to kill Lei Tianlan. This is crazy. Lei Tianlan was the daughter of the Lane Manor. Killing her was equivalent to offending the Lane Manor. No normal person would give up a bright future just to offend Lei Tianlan. Some people even thought they were hallucinating. However, the sword revealed a cold glint and killed decisively. It was so firm. It was so ruthless. Everything was in the name of being hunted. Why? Lei Tianlan was the commander-in-chief and the daughter of the Lane Manor. Her strength was not weak. She retreated like a willow catkin. However, she only asked because she couldn't figure it out. Unfortunately, the sword did not answer her. It was still coming at her coldly. Boom. However, Lei Tianlan immediately unleashed an ancient and turbulent chi power. A huge purple bamboo appeared in front of her. The bamboo was covered with purple thunder and attracted the pursuing sword. Lane bamboo. Seeing this, many ancient experts' faces changed slightly. They could see that it was the thunderclap token. According to legend, the Lane token was made by the Lane bamboo. The Lane bamboo was a divine bamboo that grew in the chaos of the universe. It eventually became the master of the Lane Manor. Crackle. However, the sword was still chasing her. The Ashura sword formation shot out, filling the sky with sword shadows and shocking the world. Boom. With a loud boom, the sky exploded and the whole four-ring city was shaken. How is it? The people at the foot of Black Tortoise Mountain clenched their fists and were extremely nervous. Today's event was full of twists and turns. Lei Tianlan is a commander-in-chief, and she's from the Lane Prefecture. She must be stronger than commander-in-chief. That Chase can't kill her. Someone said coldly. If the chase failed, he would die. In the sky, the lightning gradually dispersed, revealing a slender figure. She stood in the sky like a queen. She was Lei Tianlan. On the other side, Lin Ling was also standing there, his eyes sparkling. Lei Tianlan was indeed the daughter of the Lane Manor. She had a strong background. Look, it failed. Seeing the two of them appear, many people immediately made a noise. Indeed, chasing after Lei Tianlan wouldn't be able to kill her, not even a strand of her hair. Even the Azure Dragon Mansion's Xian Linglong might not have the ability to kill Lei Tianlan. Humph. You're overestimating yourself. Someone else said disdainfully. Perhaps the pursuit today was too dazzling, so they were jealous and wanted nothing more than for the latter to die in front of them. However, after that voice, a strand of black hair floated down from the sky like a withered flower. People saw that although Lei Tianlan was fine, the hair on her cheek had been cut off by the sword. This meant that if Lei Tianlan did not have the protection of the Lane token, she might have died. So scary. This unforeseen event made people's hearts tremble, especially those who were gloating over Lei Tianlan's misfortune. Their expressions froze, speechless. Why kill me? In the sky, Lei Tianlan crossed her arms behind her back, but her expression was cold. At the same time, thousands of eyes were on the pursuit. They were also curious as to why the pursuit didn't let Lei Tianlan go. Your strength is not bad. Even I am wary of you. However, I have the Lane token, you can't kill me. So, you better tell me why you want to kill me. Lei Tianlan said again. At this moment, she seemed to be fearless. Hearing this, Lin Ling remained motionless. His hand slowly reached for the mask on his face. The moment his hand touched the mask, an even more mysterious aura filled the air. Rumble. The first to change were the swords floating around Lin Ling. Those swords began to turn pitch black. The Ashura sword formation returned to its original form. Ashura sword! Exclamation point. At the foot of Black Tortoise Mountain, many people who practiced the Ashura sword formation exclaimed, "There are 81 swords. As far as I know, there are no more than 3 people in the first generation who have this sword." Someone suddenly guessed. Could it be him? Boom. At the same time, the terrifying flame coffin appeared behind Lin Ling. The flame coffin had arrived. It's really him. Yes. At this moment, the whole Black Tortoise Mountain was shocked. If the Ashura sword formation could not represent that person, then the flame coffin definitely could. In the Pride tournament, the strongest second generation defeated Meng Lu. At that time he showed the flame coffin. Because of his unique temperament, it was also talked about in the 3 academies. Who is he? Yes, of course, there were countless experts in the Four-Ring City, and there were still some who did not realize it. Lin Ling. Yes. When an ancient voice floated up, Black Tortoise Mountain became even quieter. Even the strongest generation, although they did not take Lin Ling seriously, had heard of Lin Ling's name. Of course, the most surprised person was Lei Tianlan. Her eyes were fixed as if she could not believe everything in front of her eyes. Lin Ling was still alive and had returned. She could not help but think of the past. At that time, Lin Ling was the strongest second generation, but he exposed the time steal, so she was very interested in Lin Ling. She invited Lin Ling to meet her, and tried to kill him. Who knew that Lin Ling was so difficult to deal with, and he would rather die than submit? Lei Tianlan did not care about all of this at all. He was just the strongest second generation, and that was all he could achieve in his life. However, in today's brave stratagem gathering, a mysterious assassin was born. He overcame all difficulties and finally became the king of the arena, which made her pay great attention to him, and think that he had unlimited potential. However, the person she paid attention to was Lin Ling, who she did not take seriously in the past. How terrifying. Wow. Lei Tianlan had to admit that she had indeed underestimated Lin Ling. The strongest second generation in the past had now become the 30th generation on the Heavenly Crossing list. With such progress, who else in Qingzhou could compare to him? Lin Ling, the strongest second generation not long ago, has now entered the 30th generation. Wow. After Lei Tianlan recovered from her shock, people also realized how monstrous Lin Ling was. They also felt that it was ironic that Lei Tianlan wanted to kill Lin Ling in the past, but now she valued Lin Ling so much that she did not hesitate to give up Yucheng for Lin Ling. All of this felt like a dream. Lei Tianlan must be regretting it now. No wonder you wear a mask. All of this is to get close to me. Lei Tianlan seemed to understand everything. She was in an extremely complicated mood. Finally, she smiled and said, "How about we shake hands and make peace?" Boom. Hearing that, countless people's hearts exploded. Chapter 2651. His principles would never change. Because they knew Lei Tianlan's pride. Such a noble woman would never lower her noble head, unless a miracle happened. And today, a miracle had indeed happened. However, they knew that Lei Tianlan didn't admit defeat. She just didn't want to give up on a talented young man. "I was wrong in the past and I apologize here. But as long as you agree to shake hands and make peace, I promise you on behalf of Lane Manor that we will train you with all our resources. We will even let you enter the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. You will be qualified to step into the Five-Ring City and stand at the peak of Qingzhou." Lei Tianlan said again. She was indeed shocked by Lin Ling's strength. Moreover, in order to get close to her, Lin Ling had overcome all difficulties. This kind of courage was also the courage to do great things. Therefore, she valued Lin Ling very much. Enter Five-Ring City. Hearing Lei Tianlan's words, many people became even more jealous, but they also felt that Lin Ling had the qualifications. After all, not everyone could charge to the 30th place on the Heavenly Crossing rankings in such a short period of time. This was also the potential that only the 9 heavens of the Azure State possessed. "Are you trying to recruit me?" At this moment, Lin Ling let out a calm laugh. "That's right. Do you agree?" Lei Tianlan looked at Lin Ling calmly and said, "I can tell you that you can't kill me, so why are you so stubborn?" She obviously gave Lin Ling enough face. However, Lin Ling knew that Lei Tianlan was only giving him face because of his strength. Lei Tianlan was an ambitious person who valued strength more than anything else. Do you know my life principle? Lin Ling shook his head and said. Then he saw Lei Tianlan's eyes twinkling. He said again, I will treat people the same way they treat me. This is my principle, and it will never change. It would never change. When the last word was spoken, the entire Black Tortoise Mountain was completely silent. Lin Ling seemed to have given his answer. He refused. What courage! He's so stubborn. If he doesn't have a stubborn personality, then how can he grow? I finally know why he is so powerful. It is precisely because he is firm and won't be tempted by external things. This Lin Ling is really arrogant. Some of the ancient experts exclaimed in admiration. If a person kept going back on his words, he might be able to do well in the short term, but in the long run, it would be detrimental to the path of martial arts. Unfortunately, how many people could actually do it? Therefore, they could see from this that Lin Ling was also a martial arts fanatic. Since you can't kill me, do you really want to die? Wouldn't it be better to give up everything and make peace with me? Lei Tianlan's pupils turned red, as if she was still unwilling to give up. It will never change. Lin Ling stepped forward. His grip on the sword became even steadier. In the holy land of the rainforest, his principles would never change. In the martial god world, his principles would never change. If they changed, he wouldn't be Lin Ling. The Thunder Sound Manor is a powerful force in the Four-Ring City. Even the Azure Dragon Manor doesn't dare to provoke us. Moreover, the Thunder Sound Manor can meet the Great Azure Divine Dynasty's Divine Sovereign and allow you to have a meteoric rise in your future. Are you really going to give up everything? Lei Tianlan shouted again. She didn't believe that Lin Ling would give up everything. It will never change. However, Lin Ling's voice was as firm as ever. Perhaps he could have a limitless future if he joined the Thunder Sound Manor, but it went against his principles. Moreover, who would bear the pain that Yu and the others suffered? Moreover, if Lin Ling was really recruited, then he might lose his sense of gratitude. How others treat me, how should I treat others? If someone did Lin Ling a favor in the future, would Lin Ling attack his benefactor in order to become stronger? This was something that Lin Ling would never be able to do. Therefore, his principles were irreversible. I, Lin Ling, have been preparing for this day for a long time. Lei Tianlan, you said that I can't kill you, but let me tell you, even God can't save you. Lin Ling roared towards the sky. The flame coffin behind him emitted a crackling sound, as if something was about to awaken. Seeing this, fear rose in Lei Tianlan's heart. Lin Ling was too determined. In a battle between cultivators, the most terrifying thing was this kind of indomitable martial fanatic. Whoosh! At the same time, a sword shot towards Lei Tianlan. Lin Ling had made his move. Lin Ling, how dare you? Do you really think you're something? However, at this time, a roar erupted. Rolling sound waves rushed towards them from all directions. A huge white fish appeared in the sky, opening its mouth and swallowing Lin Ling. The most frightening thing was that this white fish had huge wings. There was a fish in the northern underworld named Kuan. This was the true bloodline of the Kuan. Many similar martial arts had been born in the myriad worlds, but they were all imitations of the Kuan's original form. It was said that in the chaos of the universe, there was a fish swimming in the myriad worlds. When it spread its wings, it transformed into a rock and could easily travel between worlds. It's Marshal Yu Cheng. Seeing this, many people exclaimed. Yu Cheng's talent was not to be underestimated. Most importantly, he was the marshal of the Skyward Battalion. To be able to become a marshal, their strength was naturally not to be underestimated. Yu Cheng is going to stop Lin Ling. And it is said that Lin Ling is also a marshal of the Martial God Battalion. This is a battle between marshals. I think Yu Cheng is stronger. Today, although I admire Lin Ling's spirit, it's obvious that he can't kill Lei Tianlan. However, this is also Lin Ling's best chance. If he misses it, it will be even harder to kill him. Many experts clenched their fists, and their hearts were inexplicably surging. This gathering of heroes had quietly become an earth-shattering battle in the Four-Ring City. The reason was Lin Ling. At this moment, who didn't know him? Yu Cheng's attack could be said to have exploded with his full strength, because the white giant fish was his true god martial soul. The surging aura made the experts shake their heads, thinking that Lin Ling would be stopped by martial Yu Cheng. Rumble. In fact, it was indeed so. The giant fish opened its mouth, as if it was going to swallow the heavens and the earth. Most importantly, the giant fish's speed was extremely fast, like a rock, causing Lin Ling to be unable to react in time. Then he was swallowed into the fish's stomach. The victory and defeat seemed to be clear at a glance. What a pity. Seeing this scene, Xian Linglong couldn't help but shake her head regretfully. Lin Ling, after all, was a rising star. He was still a little weaker than Yu Cheng, who had been famous for a long time. He shouldn't have died so easily. Next to her, Ming Lu frowned. He didn't think that Lin Ling was a match for Yu Cheng, but he thought that it would be a pity for Lin Ling to die like this, because he still wanted to defeat Lin Ling. Tianlan, that ignorant junior has been killed by me. At this moment, Yu Cheng's domineering voice came from the sky, causing Black Tortoise Mountain to sway continuously. He seemed to have proven himself, which made him very excited, because he also told Lei Tianlan that a mere Lin Ling couldn't be compared to him. The Marshal of the Heaven Tribute Camp. Hearing this, Lei Tianlan also let out a sigh of relief. Previously, Lin Ling had indeed frightened her. She wanted to smile and nod, but her pupils suddenly shrank, and all the words were swallowed back into her stomach. Chapter 2652. In the name of being hunted, the huge ancient fish continued to sway, and flames were spewing out from its mouth. What happened? I used the true god martial soul. In fact, Yu Cheng could feel the ominous premonition the most, and his face turned pale. Thump, thump. Almost at the same time, the terrifying sound of a heartbeat was heard, causing the hearts of many Black Tortoise Mountain warriors to jump. Could that be Lin Ling's true god martial soul? Someone stared at the sky and said anxiously. His words made many people nod. Lin Ling had never shown his true god martial soul until now, but he gave birth to a true god martial soul at the true god realm, which made people wonder how Lin Ling cultivated. Boom. At this moment, the terrifying flames surged out majestically. The huge white fish actually twitched as it was burned by the colorful flames. Puff. Yu Cheng spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes were filled with fear. He knew that Lin Ling was very strong, so he immediately used his full strength and used his true god martial soul to quickly devour Lin Ling. He didn't want to give Lin Ling any chance to resist. However, he found that he couldn't devour Lin Ling. His true god martial soul dimmed, and finally exploded. A coffin full of flames floated in the sky, a ghastly sight. On the coffin, the ancient heart from the flame world was beating slightly. Every time it beat, a melody spread out, and circles of flame clouds bloomed. This scene made the ground even more silent. The flame coffin and the heart were the most monstrous things they had ever seen in their lives. Especially the flame coffin. The lid of the coffin was constantly trembling, as if something terrible was awakening. I am the pursuit. Finally, a low voice came from the coffin, and the lid of the coffin finally exploded. An evil flame god covered in red scales appeared in the world. Red hair danced wildly, and the flames were shocking. At this moment, not only the warriors on the ground, but even Yu Cheng and Lei Tianlan's hearts trembled. That evil ancient object gave them a strong sense of pressure. It's you. At this moment, the red-haired man in the sky looked at Yu Qingdao. Yu Qingdao opened his mouth wide and didn't dare to say a word. A hero saving a damsel in distress. This is something that everyone praises. I also like it very much. The man spat out a sentence. He actually disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Yu Cheng. His speed reached the speed of 5 realms. It was too fast. No one was able to react at all. It could be said that in this generation, other than the top few people on the Tianhua list, no one could see through this speed. Me. Looking at the tall man, Yu Cheng said nervously, I give up. This matter has nothing to do with me. If you want to kill her, then kill her. I won't interfere anymore. In the face of an unfathomable strength, Yu Cheng obviously gave up on Lei Tianlan. The reason why he pursued Lei Tianlan was because of the Lane Mansion. This is Yu Cheng? Seeing Yu Cheng abandon Lei Tianlan without hesitation, Many people's eyes immediately flashed with sarcasm. You're the marshal? You want to recruit me? You want me to be your general? The red-haired man smiled and seemed to be very curious. Hearing this, Yu Cheng's face froze and was full of awkwardness. Was he qualified? He was also a marshal like Lin Ling, but when he saw Lin Ling, he could only tremble, fear, and even beg for mercy. I was wrong. Yu Cheng lowered his head and said, his body still trembling. You're afraid of me? The red-haired man tilted his head, his expression full of ridicule. His words made Yu Cheng raise his head involuntarily. He could give up on Lei Tianlan, but he seemed unwilling to lower his noble head. However, the pride in his heart, when he saw the red-haired man's evil smile, the confidence that Yu Cheng had just built up collapsed instantly. He lowered his head and said sincerely, Your Excellency, I'm indeed afraid. Please spare my life. I won't be involved in your matters anymore. After saying this, he immediately turned and left. He was indeed afraid of everything. However, he was also very careful when he turned around, afraid that Lin Ling would attack him. However, Lin Ling obviously didn't attack, which made him feel relieved. Looking at the cautious Yu Cheng, the crowd felt that it was extremely ironic. Marshal Yu Cheng was obviously a person who bullied the weak and feared the strong. He seemed to be domineering, but he was only strong in appearance. However, people were also very curious. Did Lin Ling really intend to let Yu Cheng go? He's dead. However, Sakura sneered. He knew his second brother's temperament. If people didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. If people offended him, he would pay them back 10 times. Sure enough, after he spoke, the red-haired man's figure vanished and reappeared in front of Yu Cheng. Yu Cheng's pupils constricted. At this moment, he felt as if he was a rabbit that had been targeted by a ferocious wolf. You promised to let me go, Yu Cheng said with a pale face. He seemed to be able to guess what would happen next. I did promise you, but you made me very unhappy. Because you didn't continue to act like a hero saving a beauty. I hate people who give up halfway. The red-haired man revealed an evil smile. He stretched out one hand and, with lightning speed, penetrated Yu Cheng's chest in an instant. You didn't keep your word. Yu Cheng couldn't resist at all and shouted unwillingly. I am the evil infernal god. How can I keep my word? Whoosh. With the red-haired man's overbearing tearing, the dignified marshal of the Heaven Tribute Camp was torn in half. Blood sprinkled in the sky, which was a ghastly sight. Marshal Yu Cheng of the Heaven Tribute Camp was an extremely powerful existence in this generation. Previously, when he unleashed the true god martial spirit, everyone thought that he had defeated Lin Ling. However, when Lin Ling unleashed the true god martial spirit, Yu Cheng couldn't withstand a single blow. All of this seemed to have happened very slowly, but in fact it happened in a flash. In the sky, Lei Tianlan's face became even paler. She muttered to herself, Lin Ling, how did his strength become so strong? Not only does he have the true god martial spirit, but it's obviously not an ordinary thing. Bang. Everything that happened in front of her eyes was completely different from what she had imagined. The huge contrast made her feel a strong sense of regret. She shouldn't have coveted Lin Ling's time and space steal. Because Lin Ling couldn't be offended. While she was feeling complicated, Lin Ling had already arrived in front of her. He appeared like a ghost and grabbed Lei Tianlan with his big hand. Looking at the rapidly approaching flaming palm, Lei Tianlan finally knew the name of the hunt. It turned out that she was the one being hunted. Your Excellency, how dare you? Of course, because of Yu Cheng's obstruction, a large number of experts had already arrived. They wanted to stop Lin Ling and kill Lin Ling. They would never let Lin Ling kill Lei Tianlan. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to the Thunder Sound Manor. In fact, many experts were hidden in Black Tortoise Mountain for the meeting of heroes, but they were far away from Lin Ling. Those who were close to Lin Ling thought for a moment and immediately took action. This was because this time, the Thunder Sound Manor would owe them a favor. Chapter 2653. Who doesn't know you? Lin Ling, give me your life. The immortal plum sword had wanted to kill Lin Ling for a long time, and she pulled out her sword. Bitch, how dare you stop my brother? However, just as the immortal plum sword was about to stop Lin Ling, a domineering aura shot up to the sky. A white bone giant seemed to have crawled out from the ground. and a rolling white bone fist was thrown at the immortal plum sword. Boom. Before the fist landed, the black tortoise mountain exploded. Rocks the size of houses rolled in the sky, and in the next moment, they turned into dust. That punch was so terrifying. Someone is helping Lin Ling. Looking at the clash between the top experts, many people's eyes were filled with excitement. They realized that the person who attacked was the mysterious Di Shirtian. Most importantly, his strength was extremely terrifying, and he was able to block the immortal plum sword. Boom, boom, boom. Di Shirtian's strength made the immortal plum sword curse in anger. She did not expect Lin Ling's brother to be so strong. Will Lin Ling succeed? The immortal plum sword was blocked, which meant that no one could stop Lin Ling from taking revenge. Therefore, many people were looking forward to it. In fact, many people admired Lin Ling secretly, because Lin Ling was a real man, and he would repay any kindness. Today, in order to take revenge, he hid his identity and approached Lei Tianlan, enduring humiliation. Not everyone had this kind of determination, so they wanted to see Lin Ling succeed in his revenge. Dream on. However, the Thunder Mansion did have a strong foundation, and they brought another expert, and the one who attacked was a level 5 true god. Xianlinglong, don't you want to recruit Lin Ling? This is an opportunity. At this moment, Meng Lu's eyes flickered, and he said quickly, "You want me to help Lin Ling?" Xianlinglong frowned. Helping Lin Ling was equivalent to falling out with the Thunder Mansion. Was it worth it? This opportunity will not come again. You only have 3 breaths of time to consider. Meng Lu said calmly. Xianlinglong's face became anxious. Should she help or not? In fact, she thought that Lin Ling was a failure and couldn't kill Lei Tianlan at all. Go help him. However, Xianlinglong was indeed an ambitious woman. She made a decision when it was necessary. Because she and Lei Tianlan were rivals, she gambled and hoped that Lin Ling would succeed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Experts from Xianlinglong's side immediately shot out, and they were all at the 5th stage of True God Realm. They blocked all the incoming experts. Rumble! The fierce battle continued to erupt, shaking the entire Four-Ring City. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. What a terrifying battle! The fuse was Lin Ling. Looking at the great battle that could kill any first-level true god, countless people's faces turned pale. Of course, they were also staring at Lin Ling. Now that no one could stop Lin Ling, would Lin Ling succeed? Boom! Lin Ling naturally sensed that someone was helping him. The opportunity was fleeting, and he wouldn't waste it. Raging flames appeared in his palm, and he slapped it towards Lei Tianlan. However, Lei Tianlan had already used the Thunder Token, so she barely blocked Lin Ling's attack. It's useless. You can't break the Thunder Token. Lin Ling, you'd better run away immediately. When the people from the Thunder Mansion come, you won't be able to escape. Lei Tianlan said malevolently. Lin Ling had become a huge threat. Boom, boom, boom. However, after her voice, the surrounding purple lightning dimmed by quite a bit. What? She immediately let out a cry of horror. Lin Ling was about to break her thunderclap command through Quangba's attack. Could it be that Lin Ling's strength had already reached the 4th stage of True God Realm? Bang! With Lin Ling's crazy attacks, the Thunder Token was completely shattered. Seeing this, the ground was in an uproar. Impossible! Lei Tianlan once again let out a cry of horror. Fortunately, she still had a Thunder Token, which she had originally given to Lin Ling as a reward, who knew that she would use it to save her life. The new Thunder Token once again formed a raging thunderbolt to protect Lei Tianlan. Of course, it seemed that it was only a matter of time before this Thunder Token was shattered. Lin Ling, I admit that I underestimated you. But let me tell you, you can't kill me. My grandmother is here. Roar. Lei Tianlan couldn't help but roar. At this moment, she wanted Lin Ling to die. She couldn't wait to kill Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was still attacking fiercely, attacking the Thunder Token at the speed of 5 realms. He and Lei Tianlan were obviously racing against time. What a shrewd junior. But don't be so arrogant. Bang. But at this moment, another terrifying expert arrived. It was the mansion master of the Holy King's mansion. Obviously, after the death of the 2 holy guardians, he immediately rushed over. Therefore, when he saw Lin Ling, he immediately let out a terrifying killing intent. The imposing manner of the Holy King had descended on the Fourth Ring City. This was an expert who had surpassed the true God realm. Lin Ling is dead. Bang! Seeing this, many people shook their heads regretfully. Lin Ling was so close. Lin Ling is not running away. Is he going to kill Lei Tianlan even if he dies? This was indeed an unchanging principle. Bang! However, many people exclaimed because Lin Ling simply turned a blind eye to it. His target was only Lei Tianlan. His boldness undoubtedly made more people admire Lin Ling. Holy King, Lord of the Three Realms, my Bright Academy's business has nothing to do with you. Go. Just when the expert of the Holy King's mansion was about to kill Lin Ling, a roar was heard. The sky was forcibly separated, and the universe was chaotic. Tens of thousands of stars shone brightly, and 3 of them were the most dazzling, as if they had come from another martial god realm. An arrow light shot out at a speed faster than the speed of 10 worlds. Not good. The Lord of the Three Realms of the Holy King's mansion master exclaimed in horror. Boom! The giant arrow fell, and all the buildings in the Fourth Ring City collapsed. Even the Third Ring City was affected. At the same time, an old man appeared in the sky like a god. He held a dazzling ancient bow in his hand. The bow was 2 meters long, and it was extremely brilliant. Most importantly, the arrow on the bow was extremely dazzling, as if it was transformed from a meteor. Vice Principal Gong. Looking at the indomitable expert, countless people exclaimed in surprise. The newcomer was Mount Tai and Beidou of the Bright Academy. No one had expected that Mount Tai and Beidou would fight for Lin Ling. Let's see who dares to stop Lin Ling today. After Vice Principal Gong's appearance, many more Mount Tai and Beidou appeared. They were Luo Riyao, Lord 8, and Red Jade Tiger from the Martial God Camp. All of these experts had actually gathered in Four Ring City. The Great Azure Divine Dynasty is surging. Today, Lin Ling actually caused such a huge commotion in the Fourth Ring City. At this moment, everyone was moved. Aren't you guys too overbearing? Are you trying to kill Lei Tianlan in front of everyone? However, after Vice Principal Gong and the other experts appeared, a large number of experts also arrived from the other side. Marquis Sovereign Heaven. Lord 8's face instantly turned ugly. I didn't expect that Grand Duke Lin would also come. Viscount Fish Dragon. The violent commotion in the Fourth Ring City had undoubtedly attracted a large number of ancient experts. The latecomers were obviously here to kill Lin Ling, making the situation difficult to decide. Chapter 2654. The Four Ring City was in turmoil. Do you think the laws of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty don't exist? I'd like to see if you're going to be so lawless. The Marquis of Sovereign Justice shouted coldly, and ordered the experts behind him to attack immediately. Lin Ling, go to hell. The Emperor of Tating Commandery, the only commandery among the 4 commanderies, had also arrived. He wanted to take this opportunity to kill Lin Ling. How dare you? Vice Principal Gong and the others naturally wouldn't stand by and watch. Lin Ling does whatever he wants and treats the Great Azure Divine Dynasty as if it doesn't exist. Such a rebel deserves to be killed. However, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice was extremely smart. He insisted that Lin Ling had violated the Great Azure Divine Dynasty's rules, so the experts behind him were also unscrupulous. Fight, fight, fight. The situation was like an arrow on a bow, and they had to be released. Vice Principal Gong and the others also rushed over. At the same time they thought to themselves, Lin Ling, time is running out. We have to get rid of Lei Tianlan as soon as possible. They knew very well that they wouldn't be able to stop it in the long run. Moreover, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice had already charged Lin Ling with the crime of looking down on the Great Azure Divine Dynasty and being lawless. Eventually more experts would be attracted. At that time, Lin Ling would definitely be killed. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang. Under the collision of the 2 terrifying forces, the Four Ring City continued to shake. Even the Four Ring City noticed the shocking battle here. And the fuse was Lin Ling, who was now the focus of everyone's attention. Could he successfully kill Lei Tianlan? This was the thought that rose in everyone's mind. Haha, Lin Ling, I told you you can't kill me. At this moment, Lei Tianlan was no longer panicking. She hid in the thunder token and laughed arrogantly. You must have had a good time recently. Your market was almost destroyed by me. Your wife, your friends, they all suffered 100 times the humiliation. All of this is because of you. And let me tell you, after tomorrow, I will increase the pressure by 100-fold and make you and your friends regret coming to Qing province. Lei Tianlan's crazy voice continued to spread, making people tremble with fear. This woman looked weak, but she was very vicious. No wonder Lin Ling wanted to kill her. Boom. Boom. Lin Ling was also continuously attacking, but it was clearly a little difficult to break the thunderclap command. Time passed bit by bit, leaving Lin Ling less and less time. Lin Ling, save it for next time. In the end, a solemn voice came from the sky. It was Vice Dean Gong's voice. Lin Ling could not break Lei Tianlan's defense in a short time, so it was useless to continue fighting. However, Lin Ling still did not retreat. Lin Ling, more experts are coming. We can't hold them off for much longer. Lord Eighth also admired Lin Ling's courage and determination, but if he did not leave now, Lin Ling would probably never be able to leave. Never change. Finally, Lin Ling made a determined voice. Just like his name, he would not stop chasing. His principle would never change. Today he had to kill Lei Tianlan. Even if he went to hell, he would not regret his choice today. This guy. They stared at the red-haired man in the sky. At this moment, everyone was full of admiration. This was what a martial artist should be like. Rumble. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Finally, an even more terrifying expert had arrived. The ground shook as if there was an earth dragon swimming in it. Moreover, the entire four-ring city was surging. Countless experts immediately fell to the ground, and their faces were extremely pale. What kind of divine being was this? Crackle. Countless thunderbolts rushed out of the ground like fire snakes. The ground of the four-ring city exploded, and the whole city was turned into demons. They're here, they're finally here. In the sky, Vice Dean Gong's face was extremely solemn. He knew who was coming. Rumble. Almost at the same time, a huge bamboo tree grew out of the ground. The bamboo was so big that it was even more majestic than any mountain. As the bamboo grew, it was accompanied by thunderbolts. This was the thunder bamboo, a divine object born in the chaos of the universe. This was also the symbol of the Thunder Sound Manor Master, the Thunder Sound Mother. Her strength was known to everyone in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. This was also the reason why no one dared to provoke the Thunder Sound Manor. Oh no, what should we do now? Lord Eight's face was also very serious. With the arrival of the Thunder Sound Mother, Lin Ling would definitely die. Haha, my grandmother is here. Lin Ling, let's see how arrogant you can be. Lei Tianlan sensed the change in the ground and immediately let out a sharp voice. At this moment, she seemed to have lost her mind. There was only madness and bloodlust. It was hard to imagine that she was actually a delicate woman. She was simply a female demon. Rumble. At the same time, countless bamboos shot toward Lin Ling, accompanied by the terrifying purple thunderbolts. Wherever they passed, a large number of martial artists died. Even their bones were electrocuted into powder. Lin Ling, the moment of life and death had arrived. Even Vice Principal Gong and the others could not save Lin Ling in time. Even if they could, they might not be a match for the Thunder Sound Mother. Die beast. The old woman's sinister voice rang at the same time. She wanted to kill Lin Ling. Second brother. Sakura was still fighting with the immortal plum sword, but he let out an anxious and worried voice. However, what was terrifying was that Lin Ling turned a blind eye to the thunder bamboo that filled the sky. He was still resolutely attacking Lei Tianlan, as if telling everyone that he would never stop unless he died. Everyone watched helplessly as Lin Ling was drowned by countless bolts of lightning and gradually disappeared. In the end, they could only vaguely see a lonely figure still fighting among the ferocious purple bolts of lightning. He still did not fall. Lin Ling's principle would not change for the rest of his life. 9 lanterns. However, just as the huge power of the thunder bamboo was about to drown Lin Ling, the sky changed and the universe opened. A mysterious fish suddenly swam over from the universe. The fish was huge, ancient and surging. There were 9 mysterious lanterns on top of its head. Those lanterns were blooming with divine light, illuminating the earth. The purple thunderbolts that entangled Lin Ling were all frozen in place. Then, like ice meeting sunlight, they gradually melted. The 9 lanterns fish was so terrifying. Who are you? On the earth, the thunder sound mother let out a shocked voice. The person who could easily destroy her attack was very strong. Who else is coming? What a powerful strength. People also exclaimed. After the appearance of the 9 lanterns fish, the entire 4-ring city was razed to the ground in an instant. No one knew how many people had died. Lin Ling, I'm not here at the moment, so I can only help you temporarily. You must seize the time. In the sky, a majestic voice floated out, shocking the crowd and making their eardrums hurt. However, they were even more shocked because the person who attacked was not in Qingzhou, but could block the attack of the Thunder Sound Mother. What if that person was in Qingzhou? This was obviously a godlike existence. Lin Ling's appeal is so terrifying. He actually knows such a powerful person. Not only people, but even Vice President Gong and the others were shocked. It's him. Chapter 2655. I want to be extraordinary. Because the other party was also a member of the 9 States' 10 Evils. He seemed to be Lu Chun, the legendary 9 lanterns of the Founders' Alliance. With the other party's help, Lin Ling was like a fish in water. At this moment, his momentum was rising rapidly, and he continued to suppress Lei Tianlan. Lei Tianlan did not expect Lin Ling to be so influential. She underestimated Lin Ling again. It's useless. That person is obviously not in Qingzhou. He will disappear sooner or later. You, Lin Ling, will also die. However, thinking that Lin Ling would not be able to break her thunder token in a short time, Lei Tianlan shouted crazily. That's not necessarily true. However, Lin Ling also said coldly. The evil charm on his face gradually disappeared, and he became ruthless and decisive. For some reason, his eyes made Lei Tianlan tremble with fear. Could it be that Lin Ling could really break through her thunder token? Don't you want the space-time steel? Now I'll show you the space-time steel. Sigh. Lin Ling murmured to himself. Then an ancient tablet fell from the sky and crushed Lei Tianlan's thunderclap token. Lei Tianlan's thunderclap token was shattered. Puff. Lei Tianlan spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face instantly turned pale. It's broken, Lin Ling is going to succeed. Sigh. Seeing this, countless people clenched their fists. They were even more nervous than Lin Ling. I admit that you're very powerful, but don't be too proud. Let me tell you, I don't only have the thunder token. Sigh. However, Lei Tianlan roared again. A jade pendant floated out of her neck, emitting a divine light, and shot up into the sky. Under the light, a large number of thunder bamboos grew. There were 12 of them, firmly guarding Lei Tianlan. Alas, Lei Tianlan still has some tricks up her sleeve. Looking at the mysterious thunder bamboos, many people were stunned and surprised. That's the Thunder Sound illusory gold formation. The Thunder Sound matriarch has really put in a lot of effort. Some of the more knowledgeable ancient powerhouses sighed. The Lane Manor was much more powerful than they had imagined. After all, the Lane Manor was a spiritual barrier that was even more powerful than the Lane token. This meant that Lin Ling had completely failed. After all, he didn't have much time left. Lin Ling, is it? Let me tell you, you are beyond redemption. If you have the ability, try to kill my granddaughter. She is just standing there for you to kill. Go ahead and kill her. On the ground, the Thunder Mother let out a cold laugh. She knew that Lin Ling was unable to break through the thunderclap illusory gold formation. After all, one would need a cultivation at the 6th level of the true God realm to break through the formation. Moreover, even if one possessed such a cultivation, one would still be unable to break through the formation in a short period of time. And that period of time was enough for the 9 lantern fish in the sky to disappear. Without the 9 lantern fish, Lin Ling was just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Regret, fear, and tremble. Lin Ling, don't think that you are so arrogant just because you have some ability. I, Lei Tianlan, am someone you will always have to look up to. Now, even if you beg me to recruit you, I won't be moved anymore. There are many choices in life. One wrong step, and you will lose everything. With the help of the thunderclap illusory gold formation, Lei Tianlan's long hair danced wildly as she shouted angrily like a goddess. At this moment, she was sacred and invincible. She was high above Lin Ling and suppressed him. What else do you have to say? The loud voice shocked the great Qing divine dynasty. What else was there to say? Everyone shook their heads at that sentence. The winner was the king, and the loser was the bandit. Lin Ling was obviously the loser. He had nothing to say. But even so, everyone admired him. If it weren't for Lei Tianlan's background, Lin Ling would have succeeded long ago. Lin Ling, retreat. Even Vice Principal Gong and the others said regretfully. They knew that the situation was hopeless. Lin Ling, the power I left behind is gradually disappearing. Leave here. The 9-lantern fish in the sky became dimmer and dimmer. He was also persuading Lin Ling to leave. In the past, Lin Ling helped Lu Chen find the white fox. Lu Chen owed Lin Ling a favor, so he had been paying attention to Lin Ling. Unfortunately, Lin Ling disappeared in the huge whirlpool last time, so he couldn't help much. This time, he rushed over immediately after knowing that Lin Ling had returned to Qingzhou. Second brother, go back. Sakura couldn't help but shout. He felt sad for Lin Ling. Lin Ling had sacrificed so much, but unfortunately he still failed. In fact, he knew that Lin Ling couldn't even leave, let alone kill Lei Tianlan. Countless eyes were looking at Lin Ling. Some were sympathetic, some were sneering, and some were gloating. However, Lin Ling's long red hair was dancing wildly in the sky. His cold eyes didn't change at all. This is a battle with my back to the river. I bet my life and everyone's expectations. How can I lose so easily? A firm voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth, making everyone's pupils tremble. Lin Ling, he didn't give up. Was he really going to fight to the death? Big brother, Vice Principal Gong, 8th Lord, Senior Lu, you know that something happened to me, Lin Ling, and immediately came to help without asking for the reason. If I leave now, how can I face you? If I leave this time, my heart of martial arts will completely crumble. I will doubt myself. I will lose my confidence, and my principles will crumble. So, I can't retreat. Martial artists are supposed to go against the heavens. If I don't go against the heavens, then I'm just an ordinary person. I, Lin Ling, can't be an ordinary person. I want to be extraordinary. Lin Ling's voice continued to float out, making the earth silent. Lin Ling was more determined than expected. Good, very good, but what's the use? The martial god world and the myriad worlds are divided into the lowly and the weak. No matter how powerful you are, as long as you come from the myriad worlds, you're an ant, trash, and an inferior person. Hearing this, Lei Tianlan made a sarcastic sound and laughed sinisterly. You call me an ant, trash? I think you're the real trash. Lin Ling looked at Lei Tianlan, and the disgust in his eyes became even stronger. Haha, you can't break my spirit formation. It's clear who's the trash. You can show off your power with your mouth. I, Lei Tianlan, am waiting for you to kill me. Lei Tianlan laughed wildly, but her laughter suddenly froze. She didn't even finish her words. Instead, her face was filled with fear, because in front of her, Lin Ling had raised his right hand at some unknown time. In his palm, a terrifying power spread out. Flames spread out like a cloud wheel, and when it contracted, a fist-sized fireball appeared. Moreover, as the cloud wheel continued to add to the fireball, it gradually became bigger and bigger. Gradually, Lin Ling's right hand was holding a huge blazing sun. Compared to the blazing sun, he was as small as an ant. Lei Tianlan was stunned, and panic appeared in her eyes. The majesty that the fireball gave her was endless. What is this? What a terrifying flame power. The people on the ground were also pale. They never thought that Lin Ling had hidden such a trick. Not good. Chapter 2656. Blood splatters all over Qingzhou. This guy has such a trick up his sleeve. Vice Principal Gong and the others couldn't help but be overjoyed. They blocked the attacks of the Sovereign Marquis and the others even more crazily. Even the owner of the 9-lantern fish couldn't help but smile. It seemed that Lin Ling didn't let them down. This battle had already turned the Fourth Ring City upside down. If Lin Ling returned in defeat, it would be a huge humiliation to everyone because this was also a clash between two great powers. Luckily, Lin Ling didn't disappoint them. Lin Ling, you're shameless. How dare you bully a weak girl like me? If you're really a man, we'll fight another 300 rounds in 2 days. Now stop. The fireball in front of her covered the sky, making Lei Tianlan more and more panicked. Fear, regret, shock, all of these emotions were tangled on her face. She thought that the thunder illusionary gold formation could make Lin Ling helpless. As long as the time passed, Lin Ling would definitely lose. However, when the fireball appeared, she immediately smelled the scent of death. After all, her thunder illusionary gold formation could barely block the time and space divine steel. But with the fireball's attack, the thunder illusionary gold formation would definitely break. I'm shameless? I overcame all difficulties and became the king of the arena just to kill a vicious girl like you. Do you think this process is easy? You made the Fourth Ring City's experts come out together. You made the Thunder Hall move for you. You relied on external forces, but I relied on my own courage. It's clear who's shameless and who's despicable. Plus, you're not a weak girl. Also, you said that I'm a lowly person from 10,000 worlds, and you're a noble from the martial god world. But now, a noble like you is going to die at the hands of Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling stood in the air, his robe fluttering wildly. He raised one hand and sneered. If I, Lin Ling, want to kill you, even a god can't stop me. Flame wheel. The forbidden fire completely exploded. The rolling fireball was like the light from the destruction of the flame world. At this moment it appeared in the Fourth Ring City. After colliding with the 12 thunder bamboos, the dazzling light illuminated Qingzhou. The 12 thunderclap bamboos were instantly torn apart. Lei Tianlan's eyes widened, and everything in the past flashed through her mind. At that time, she learned that Lin Ling possessed the space-time divine steel. She was greedy and wanted to kill Lin Ling. She thought that it was Lin Ling's fortune that she, Lei Tianlan, was interested in Lin Ling's time and space divine steel. Therefore, Lei Tianlan had no choice but to hand over the treasure obediently. However, she failed. However, she did not care. She thought that Lin Ling was only SOSO. But who would have thought that Lin Ling would come back and kill her in the hands of countless powerhouses? All of this was like a dream. Her heart was filled with regret. If he had tried to persuade Lin Ling back then, or if he had tried to establish a good relationship with Lin Ling, then none of this would have happened. Boom. With a deafening roar, the flames exploded. In the flames, Lei Tianlan spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Lan'er, Thunderclap Manor mother roared. Her granddaughter was injured right in front of her. This was a great humiliation to the Thunderclap Manor. People also looked at the sky. There was only one sentence in their minds. Lin Ling had succeeded. Lei Tianlan, didn't you want the space-time divine steel? Now I'll fulfill your wish. At this moment, Lin Ling roared in the sky. He controlled the space-time divine steel and smashed it toward Lei Tianlan. Her eyes widened in shock. She came for the space-time divine steel, but she died for it. I won't accept this. Lei Tianlan's voice could be heard in the Four-Ring City. Boom. Unfortunately, it was useless. The space-time divine steel smashed her into pieces. When she dared to provoke Lin Ling, she already had one foot in hell. Lei Tianlan is dead. Sensing the tremors on the ground, people sighed. Today's matter was full of twists and turns, but Lin Ling finally succeeded in turning the tide and killing Lei Tianlan. However, no one thought that Lin Ling was lucky. Everything he did was obvious to all. Is that the space-time divine steel? It's so scary. Xian Linglong also stared at the sky. Of course, she was more shocked by Lin Ling's madness because even she couldn't kill Lei Tianlan, but Lin Ling succeeded. This counterattack was a miracle. Smack. At the same time, a figure landed on the space-time divine steel. His long red hair danced wildly, and his body was covered in scales. It was Lin Ling. At this moment, he was the center of attention. At this moment, his name was known in Qingzhou. At this moment, he let people know what a real martial artist was. How dare you kill me? Qingzhou will be stained with blood. After a brief moment of silence, the Thunder Sound mother roared. You killed my granddaughter. She still didn't seem to accept the reality, because a junior like Lin Ling was not qualified to be arrogant in front of her. However, Lin Ling was so arrogant that he even killed Lei Tianlan in front of her. Lin Ling, I can only help you to this point. The rest depends on your luck. Goodbye. At the same time, the 9-lantern fish in the sky began to dissipate, which made many people come to their senses. Because without the 9-lantern fish, Lin Ling was in danger. Vice President Gong and the others also knew that the trouble was not over, and that the real disaster was coming. Although Lei Tianlan was dead, Lin Ling couldn't escape. Was this a mutual destruction? Everyone thought so, and looked at the man on the steel. Thunderclap Mother, I, Lin Ling, will avenge you for killing me in the past. However, even though the man on the steel was very weak, the flames in his eyes were still burning. Lin Ling was not afraid. He didn't even intend to let go of Thunderclap Mother. And you, I, Lin Ling, don't have a big grudge against you, but today you set me up, so I must kill you. Lin Ling's firm voice floated out again. Marquis Sovereign Heaven, the people of the 4 commanderies had tried to harm him repeatedly. Since that was the case, he would not stop until he was dead. Great waves rose in everyone's hearts when they heard those arrogant words. Was Lin Ling going to return an eye for an eye for an eye for an eye for an eye? Not long ago, they would have thought that Lin Ling was talking nonsense. But now Lei Tianlan was the best example. Lin Ling was a man of his words. Haha, good. I like fearless juniors like you the most. But do you think you can live through today? At this moment, the Thunderclap Mother also let out a roar, and countless thunderclap bamboos rushed out from the ground, sealing off the sky on Lin Ling's side. I'm so scared, but come and kill me. You're still so stubborn in the face of death. We'll watch you be obliterated with our own eyes. After being stunned for a while, the Marquis Sovereign Heaven's expert sneered. Lin Ling still wanted to kill them? Dream on. Lin Ling is really arrogant. What a pity, what a pity. Seeing Thunderclap Mother's crazy outstanding performance, people shook their heads regretfully. After today's events, they also completely admired Lin Ling. However, this was also a hero's lament. Go to hell. Lin Ling obviously couldn't block Thunderclap Mother's attack. Chapter 2657. The Imperial Edict had arrived. The Azure Emperor's Imperial Edict has arrived. However, at this moment, a majestic imperial aura surged forth. A mysterious person had appeared in the sky at an unknown time. He held a resplendent imperial edict in his hand, as if he was the ruler of the world. As soon as the imperial edict came out, a huge pressure suppressed the entire 4-ring city and silenced it. No matter what kind of expert they were, their hearts were trembling at this moment. Emperor Qing. According to legend, he was one of the first 9 people to be born in the chaos of the universe. Like the other god emperors of the 9 states, he had an endless lifespan and was the first emperor of the myriad worlds. All the emperors of the myriad worlds were his subjects. His divine might, his holiness, there was no one in the world who didn't kneel before him. Plop! Instantly, everyone in the 4th ring city knelt down. An imperial edict? However, many experts were also surprised. They did not expect that the incident in the 4th ring city would alarm the great Azure Divine Dynasty. Of course, they could guess what would happen next. Because Lin Ling had made such a big fuss and attracted so many cultivators, the great Azure Divine Dynasty would definitely want to kill him. Otherwise, what dignity would the Divine Dynasty have? Therefore, the Imperial Edict was definitely to kill Lin Ling. Thundersound Mother's face was full of cold laughter. Now, even God could not save Lin Ling. The faces of Vice Principal Gong and the others were incomparably pale. With the arrival of the Imperial Edict, Lin Ling was beyond redemption. Countless gazes immediately raised their heads and looked at the mysterious person expectantly. The mysterious person looked at the ground indifferently and finally spat out a sentence. Lin Ling of the Resplendent Academy is innocent. When this sentence floated out, the entire 4-ring city exploded. Right now, Sihuan City was completely destroyed because of Lin Ling, but Lin Ling was innocent? Even Lin Ling's eyes flickered, unable to guess the meaning of this imperial edict. My lord, Lin Ling has offended his superiors and slandered the rules of the Divine Dynasty. How can he be innocent? Are you seeing things? The one who found it the hardest to accept was undoubtedly the Thunder Sound Mother. She raised her head and roared. How dare you? In the sky, the mysterious man in the divine robe shouted coldly, and the imperial decree in his hand pressed down. Puff! The terrifying imperial aura enveloped Thunderclap Mother, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Her face was extremely pale. The imperial edict was the dignity of the great Azure Divine Dynasty, the light of 10,000 emperors. Thundersound Mother actually dared to question the imperial edict. She was simply courting death. If it wasn't for the fact that she was old and had meritorious service, she would have been crushed into pieces. My lord, please repeat the imperial edict again. Old Mother Lane didn't dare to act rashly and said respectfully. She was afraid that the mysterious man had seen wrongly, so she wanted to hear him admit it himself. That's impossible. Lin Ling is just a junior without any background, and Mother Lane is a favorite of the God Empress. How could the great Azure Deity Dynasty help Lin Ling? There must be something wrong. The Marquis of Sovereign Heaven also did not believe the result in front of him. In fact, the others were the same. They were all staring at the sky. The mysterious man was still expressionless. At this moment he held the imperial edict with both hands and said again, "By the order of the Azure Emperor, Lin Ling is not guilty." Moreover, Lin Ling is not afraid of power. For the sake of martial arts, he defeated the strong as the weak. Therefore, the great Azure Divine Dynasty has decided to reward him with the position of Grand Marshal, unifying the 6 military camps, and his military rank is only below the Grand Secretary. Not only was he not killed, but he was also rewarded. At this moment, the entire Fourth Ring City was silent. Thundersound Mother's gaze was trembling. She spat out a mouthful of blood as if she had been slapped 3,000 times. Her granddaughter was killed by Lin Ling, and Lin Ling caused a huge commotion in the Fourth Ring City. In the end, not only was he not guilty, but he was also rewarded. So her granddaughter died in vain? She was unwilling. He was extremely unwilling to accept this. How could this be? The Marquis of Sovereign Heaven also kept shaking his head. He felt that all of this was a dream. They even thought that this was fake. The Emperor of Tating Commandery even slapped himself hard to see if this was a dream. Slap. Unfortunately, it hurt. This was not a dream. Could it be that Lin Ling knows someone in the great Azure Divine Dynasty? Some of the ancient strong people secretly guessed. Meng Lu, what is the background of this Lin Ling? Xian Linglong was also surprised and couldn't help but ask. However, Meng Lu frowned and shook his head. He didn't know either. Among all the people, only one person revealed a sneer on the corner of his mouth, and it was Sakura. He knew that the grandmother had made her move. Only that grandmother of his had such power. Did you hear it clearly? At this moment, the mysterious man asked indifferently. However, the whole place was silent. Thundersound Mother, did you receive the imperial edict? The mysterious man's voice became deeper and deeper as he stared at Thundersound Mother. He knew that Thundersound Mother wanted to kill Lin Ling, but he also reminded her not to disobey the imperial edict. Thundersound Mother raised her head. Her face was full of unwillingness. She obviously didn't want to agree. Because if she did, not only would she be too ashamed to face others, but it would also be a great humiliation to the Thundersound Manor. Did you receive it? However, the mysterious man was domineering. Yes, old servant. Sensing the majestic gaze of the mysterious man, Thundersound Mother had no choice but to lower her head. Lin Ling is not guilty. He's completely fine. Seeing Thundersound Mother lowering her head in humiliation, the crowd was in an uproar. This result was obviously beyond everyone's imagination. Haha, good. Vice Principal Gong and the rest finally relaxed. They immediately looked at Lin Ling and realized that Lin Ling had already fallen into a coma. However, he was still standing proudly on the ground. What a tough guy. Lord 8 sighed. He didn't expect that the younger generation, who was slightly valued in the past, would attract the attention of the great Qing Divine Dynasty. This was really the case of the new generation surpassing the old. Second brother. Under countless gazes, Sakura took the lead and flew towards Lin Ling. Then he carried Lin Ling and left. Although there was an imperial edict, there were many men of sacrifice in Qingzhou. As long as they received their master's order, they would dare to disobey the imperial edict. Therefore, for safety's sake, it was better to leave. Looking at Sakura leaving with Lin Ling on his back, for Ring City was silent. Lin Ling. Thunder Sound Mother's eyes were as red as blood, and her body was trembling nonstop. She had to kill Lin Ling. Today Lin Ling had escaped. She didn't believe that Lin Ling could hide forever. The same thought appeared in the minds of the Marquis of Sovereign Justice and the rest. Lin Ling had obviously become a big problem. After Lin Ling completely disappeared, the people sighed in their hearts. They felt that they hadn't had enough. Today was really too exciting. Lin Ling had brought them too many surprises. Menglu, your vision is really good. Today is simply Lin Ling's stage, Xian Linglong said meaningfully. Previously, she had also helped Lin Ling. Looking at it now, it seemed to be the best choice she had made in her life. It seems that if I want to surpass him, I have to work harder. Menglu didn't answer Xian Linglong. Instead, he secretly clenched his fist. Chapter 2658. Brothers Gather. A day later, the battle in Qing Province's 4 Ring City spread throughout the entire Qing Province. Countless people were shocked. Who is this Lin Ling? So crazy. Yes. He's the most monstrous genius in the history of the Resplendent Academy. Not long ago, he was the strongest second generation. Yes. I really envy him. However, I heard that the battle that day was extremely intense. It was soul-stirring and showed off the might of our generation. Yes. In the 3 academies, the geniuses were all talking about this matter. At the crucial moment, their blood was boiling. Because Lin Ling was the true genius that they wanted to catch up to. Unknowingly, a month had passed quietly. Only then did the commotion in Qing Province subside. In the room, Lin Ling sat cross-legged. In the past month, he had been recovering and recuperating. Although the battle that day did not cause him any serious injuries, after using the heart of the flame god, his consciousness was almost devoured. Fortunately, he was determined to kill Lei Tianlan, and his will was firm. That was how he avoided the backlash of the evil flame change. Although the evil flame was strong, the side effects were extremely obvious. I used the flame wheel and the space-time divine steel. That power could kill a 6th-level true god. Lin Ling thought to himself. However, he knew that it could only kill an ordinary 6th-level true god. Moreover, that battle also showed Lin Ling the strength of the great Qing divine dynasty. There were countless experts. Right now, Thunderclap Mother, and the others must hate me to the core. I have to become stronger. While recovering, Lin Ling was also slowly increasing his cultivation realm. However, after the battle in the Meeting of Heroes, Lin Ling's foundation was extremely solid. In addition to the treasures that Vice Principal Gong and the others gave him, he naturally broke through after a month. 2nd-level true god. The world river in his Dantian was even larger. When it surged, it could drown 10,000 worlds. However, there were no changes in his 2nd Dantian. It was still in the 1st-level true god realm. After that, Lin Ling slowed down his cultivation speed. Moreover, he recalled the events at the 4 Ring City, especially the 9 Lanterns fish Lu Chun. He couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, doing good deeds occasionally would bring good luck. By helping White Fox, her husband was returning the favor. After that, Lin Ling left the room. Second brother, you're awake. You've been cultivating for 2 whole months. Noticing that Lin Ling had come out, Sakura immediately laughed. Milord. Master. Boss. The others couldn't help but feel happy. They already knew what happened in the 4th Ring City. At this moment, they worshipped Lin Ling to the extreme. Big brother, you're really amazing. Now the whole street is talking about you. Your unchanging principle has become the motto of many geniuses. Little Flame rubbed his bald head as he looked excitedly at Lin Ling. This caused Lin Ling to laugh involuntarily. He rubbed Little Flame's bald head as he recalled the days when he had fought alongside Little Flame. This caused him to sigh a little. The battle in the past seemed distant, but it was as if it had happened just yesterday. Countless battles and countless moments of life and death made Lin Ling stronger and stronger. Moreover, Lin Ling couldn't help but feel emotional about what happened at the Ensemble of Heroes. That battle could be called a battle of life and death. If the imperial decree ordered him to die, there was absolutely nothing he could do. Without the 9 Lanterns fish Senior Lu Chen, it would be even more difficult for him to escape from Lane Mother. All of this seemed to be luck, but it seemed to be predestined. However, Lin Ling didn't regret killing Lei Tianlan, because if Lei Tianlan knew that Lin Ling had returned alive, she would definitely attack Lin Ling. At that time, Lin Ling would be in a passive position and could only run for his life to resist Lei Tianlan's attack. Therefore, the best choice was to strike first and gain the upper hand. Big brother, was it her who helped me that day? Then Lin Ling looked at Sakura. During this period of recovery, he had been constantly guessing. In the end, there was only one conclusion, and that was Grandma Wen Dao. Sakura nodded with a smile. Lin Ling couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Grandma Wen's origin was so mysterious. But why was this old lady hiding in the rainforest Holy Land? It seemed that Grandma Wen Dao had a story that Lin Ling didn't know. Then, Lin Ling didn't ask any more questions. Some things would come sooner or later. Knowing more now might not be useful. Little Flame, 3rd level World King Realm. Lin Ling looked at Little Flame and said. His gaze swept around and found that Martial God Yungu, Sword Immortal Firmament, and the others had all reached the 2nd level World King Realm. As for Lai Qing, Yang Gan and the others, they were all at the 4th level World King Realm. Moreover, Lin Ling also saw an acquaintance. It was the 9 spirits of heaven who had been cultivating together under the 7 emperors' heaven. 9 spirits of heaven, you also came to the martial god world? Lin Ling was shocked. More and more people from the rainforest Holy Land were coming to the martial god world. Moreover, they were all brothers who had fought side by side with him. Haha, Lin Ling, you've finally seen me. I thought you were ignoring me and was about to silently cry. The 9 spirits of heaven walked out with her halberd on her back, all smiles. You're looking for a beating. Lin Ling scolded Xianyuan Jiuhun and punched him in the chest. Xianyuan Jiuhun was stunned for a moment before he laughed even louder. With Lin Ling's current status and strength, he didn't need to care about her at all. But Lin Ling didn't. He was still the same as before. And this was Lin Ling's principle. No matter how strong he became or how high his status was, he, Lin Ling, was still Lin Ling. Yes, I, Lin Ling, have more and more brothers arriving at the Blue Province. This proves that our rainforest Holy Land isn't weak. In the future, I want even more people to come to the Blue Province. Lin Ling confidently said, a bold idea rising in his mind. His words caused everyone to laugh in excitement. You are the pride of the rainforest Holy Land, and also rare geniuses. Lin Ling knew that wanting to comprehend a world essence seed in the rainforest Holy Land was extremely difficult. It was harder than ascending to the heavens. But the 9 spirits of heaven had succeeded. This was a precedent that had been set. The real genius of the rainforest Holy Land is you, Lin Ling. We followed your footsteps here. Hearing this, the 9 spirits of heaven solemnly shook their heads and said word by word. If it wasn't for Lin Ling leaving behind a large number of cultivation methods and cultivation resources after returning to the rainforest Holy Land, the 9 spirits of heaven wouldn't have been able to comprehend a world essence seed in their lifetime. Lin Ling had paved the path, and they could only follow it. Yes, you will always be our boss. Little Flame also nodded. Lin Ling blocked all the wind and rain so that they could cultivate in peace. Without Lin Ling, they wouldn't be here today. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. He casually asked, have you all entered the Resplendent Academy? Yes, and we are doing well in the Resplendent Academy. Speaking of this, Sword Immortal Song Tian couldn't help but proudly say. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed as he was somewhat puzzled. Then Sword Immortal Song Tian said with admiration, because of Master's name, we can do whatever we want in the Resplendent Academy. Chapter 2659. Return to the Martial God Battalion. Why do I feel like I've left a bad name in the Resplendent Academy? Lin Ling was taken aback. He rubbed his nose and said. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. The impression that Lin Ling gave to Resplendent Academy was indeed a bad name. He had even become an existence that could not be provoked. Lei Tianlan was an example. She dared to provoke Lin Ling and barge into the 4th ring city. She didn't show any respect to anyone. Sometimes, although the word villain was unpleasant to hear, it was undeniable that it was a huge protective umbrella. Alright, so be it. I'm used to it anyway. Lin Ling was still rubbing his nose. He didn't care what others said. Everyone chatted as they walked out of the market square. Soon after, Lin Ling was surprised to discover that his rainforest market square was filled with customers. When the rogue cultivators saw Lin Ling, they all bowed respectfully. It was clear that in Second Ring City, Lin Ling was like half the sky. No one dared to provoke him. But shopkeeper Lin, TSK, I've long heard of your great name. Now that I've met you today, you're indeed extraordinary. That's for sure. Shopkeeper Lin is young, but his name has already spread throughout the Azure province. He's the #1 genius of the Resplendent Academy. Does Shopkeeper Lin have a wife? Although martial artists don't look old because they cultivate, starting a family and establishing a career is still a path that martial artists must take. Shopkeeper Lu, you want to introduce your daughter again, right? Get lost. Your daughter is not good enough for Shopkeeper Lin. As more and more people arrived, the owner of the nearby market also arrived and spoke politely. The owners of these markets also had great backgrounds. Furthermore, they were all shrewd people. Naturally, they knew how to build good relationships. Looking at the lively scene, Lin Ling was stunned. However, Yu Yu and Xian Yuangu immediately showed a dark expression. They were obviously jealous. Seeing this, the shopkeepers who wanted to introduce their daughters were all scared out of their wits. After a few chuckles, they fled. They didn't expect that Lin Ling had already married, and his wife was extremely beautiful. Their daughter couldn't compare at all. Haha, second brother, I didn't expect you to be so henpecked. Among everyone, only Sakura dared to tease Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling bitterly smile and said, Big brother, don't add oil to the fire. Otherwise, I'm afraid they won't let me enter the room tonight. Haha. When they heard Lin Ling's words, the others couldn't help but laugh heartily. This kind of Lin Ling was the most real, just like the big brother next door. Everyone chatted and laughed wittily as they left the rainforest market. After arriving outside, Lin Ling's eyes constantly flickered. Now that he had become the Grand Marshal, it was time for him to return to the Martial God's barracks to take a look. After all, Chiyuhu had been running around for him. When something happened to him, Chiyuhu came without asking for the reason. Lin Ling had no choice but to return this favor. Chiyuhu had long wanted Lin Ling to take over the Martial God's barracks. Since he was free today, he might as well complete this matter. He told everyone his thoughts, then led them out of the Qing province and towards the Martial God's barracks. The Martial God's barracks was far away from here, but everyone's strength wasn't weak. Therefore, after half a day, a huge barracks appeared in front of them. Lin Ling stood on top of a mountain and looked at the army camp that was filled with high morale. He couldn't help but smile. The Martial God's barracks was the first place where Lin Ling grew up in the Qing province. He had left many memories there. Today, he was returning home in glory. At that time, I almost killed you in this area. Queen Qianji's voice drifted out when she sensed Lin Ling's thoughts. The first time she met Lin Ling was when she was a scout in the Martial God's barracks. Fortunately, you didn't kill me, Lin Ling replied with a smile. Otherwise, no one would help you take revenge. Queen Qianji fell silent when she heard this. She was extremely grateful. The revenge Lin Ling mentioned was naturally to kill the Sovereign Marquis. The Sovereign Marquis was Queen Qianji's biggest enemy. However, it was difficult for Queen Qianji to kill him, but Lin Ling could. However, the Sovereign Marquis wasn't simple. If he wasn't careful, Lin Ling's team might be wiped out. Therefore, Queen Qianji didn't want Lin Ling to get involved in this matter. Stop. Who are you? Stop. When Lin Ling and the others approached the Martial God's barracks, an angry shout came from the front. It was the soldiers guarding outside the barracks. However, they were obviously new recruits. When they saw Lin Ling and the others, their eyes were filled with fear. That was because they couldn't see through Lin Ling and the others. How dare you? Do you know who he is? Falling Flowers Flowing Water shouted angrily and strode forward. The soldiers shuddered and took a step back. However, one of the young men gritted his teeth and didn't back off. I don't care who you are. This is a military base. Outsiders are not allowed to come close. After he finished speaking, a gun appeared in his hand. It was a gun filled with murderous intent. If you take another step forward, don't blame me for being merciless. The young man said word by word. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others were furious when they saw this. Is that guy rebelling? They wanted to step forward, but Lin Ling stopped them with a smile. Instead, he strode forward. Didn't you hear what I said? The young man's eyes widened. He almost stepped aside. Although the young man looked calm, it was like the calm before the storm. He had no doubt that he would be torn to pieces if the storm came. However, he still didn't back off. He held the gun and pointed it at Lin Ling. Of course, his arm was trembling. However, Lin Ling still walked forward. Martial God Spear. The young man attacked. It was the basic spear technique of the martial god barracks. This was a first-grade boundary origin martial art. Naturally, this martial art was no threat to Lin Ling. The spear was like a dragon. However, Lin Ling's hand was even faster. Under the young man's unfathomable gaze, he instantly grabbed the spear. This caused the young man's eyes to narrow and his face to turn pale. He knew that this person was powerful, but he didn't expect him to be so powerful that he could grab his most powerful technique with a single hand. He's dead. He's dead. The other soldiers muttered to themselves. They could imagine the young man's fate. You attacked me with your spear? At this moment, Lin Ling looked indifferently at the young man. His gaze was like a torch, causing the young man to finally lower his head. He knew that he was in trouble. Ironically, no one came to his aid. However, just when the young man thought that he was doomed, Lin Ling smiled and said, Your spear isn't bad. However, it would be even more perfect if the tip of the spear was a centimeter higher. These words undoubtedly struck the young man as if he'd been struck by lightning, because the expert before him was actually giving him pointers. Moreover, when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. No wonder he'd always felt that his ultimate spear technique seemed to lack some charm. It turned out that it was a centimeter higher. A centimeter didn't seem like a big change, but in reality, when cultivators fought, it was often this centimeter difference that determined victory and defeat. How dare you, Yi Xiao? Do you know who he is? Right at this moment, a furious voice suddenly sounded. Then, the sound of orderly footsteps could be heard from the martial god barracks. Chapter 2660. The Three Great Generals. Commander Huang Qi. The soldiers immediately cried out in alarm, because the person who appeared was actually the great commander. However, the commander didn't pay attention to them. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, you are back. The person who came was Commander Huang Qi, Lin Ling's former superior. Commander Ling Hu and the others were all here. Apparently, they knew who Lin Ling was. However, the soldiers of the Martial God Battalion didn't know, because it was an order from the Great Qing dynasty. Ordinary soldiers didn't have the right to know. Sir, who is Lin Ling? Someone cried out in surprise and knelt down on one knee. You should know that the Martial God Battalion is going to have a new commander. He is the new commander. Commander Huang Qi blandly said. What? But he is so young. Lin Ling. I remember now. He is the soldier who created the miracle of the Martial God Battalion. The expressions of the surrounding soldiers changed drastically. As for the soldiers guarding the gate, their faces were as pale as paper. Some of the more cowardly ones even knelt down. We are finished. We are finished. They actually dared to stop the commander of the Martial God Battalion. The young man whose spear was held by Lin Ling was shaking. He looked at Lin Ling and couldn't believe it. Is this the commander? He was very clear that the others might be spared from death, but they would not be able to escape punishment. Then he would definitely be sentenced to death. The military was strict. Whoever dared to offend the commander would be executed. You are Yi Xiao? When the young man's face turned pale, Lin Ling suddenly looked at him and asked. The young man nodded. You remind me of someone. My disciple Yi Xiao. However, he is not talented enough. He can't go to the martial god realm. Lin Ling sighed. Li Xiaorao had many disciples, but Lin Ling only had two. One was Yi Xiao, and the other was Wan Er. However, they couldn't follow Lin Ling to the martial god realm. What a pity. Even so, Lin Ling still treated them as his own disciples. Marshal Lin Ling, if you want to kill them, please do as you please. This matter has nothing to do with them. They didn't stop you. Yi Xiao gritted his teeth and raised his head. pleading for mercy for the soldiers behind him. You'd rather die for them? Lin Ling said with great interest. This is my mistake. I am willing. Yi Xiu knew that he was going to die, so he nodded his head heavily. You are a recruit now, right? However, Lin Ling did not say that he would kill Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu was a little confused, but he still nodded his head, replying to Lord Marshal, I just joined the Martial God camp this year. Alright, from today onwards, you are the Grand Commander. Lin Ling gave him a look of appreciation before he strode into the Martial God's camp. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's hearts rumbled, as if they couldn't believe their own ears. Yi Xiu went against his superiors and attacked Marshal Lin Ling, but not only did Marshal Lin Ling not kill him, he even made him a great commander. This was incomprehensible. Especially Yi Xiu, he felt as if he was dreaming. The words great commander made him feel as if he had been struck by lightning. However, he still gritted his teeth and asked, Lord Marshal, why? As soon as he spoke, everyone looked at Lin Ling. They didn't understand why Lin Ling would do this. Because you don't know who I am, but you sensed that I was very strong. Even so, you still attacked me to protect the dignity of the Martial God camp. That alone is enough. Lin Ling said with a pause between each word with his back to Yi Xiu. As soon as he finished speaking, tears flowed out of Yi Xiu's eyes. The reason he attacked before was because he wanted to protect the dignity of the Martial God camp. If an army camp was allowed to be invaded by others, what kind of military prestige would it have? Therefore, he risked his life to walk out. However, Marshal Lin Ling understood his painstaking efforts. Once you call me Lord, Lord forever. Thinking of this, Yi Xiu knelt on one knee and slammed his fist on the ground with a bang as he spoke in a soul-stirring manner. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled slightly. With his back to Yi Xiu, he waved his hand and walked into the Martial God camp. Sakura and the others shook their heads. Lin Ling's way of doing things was still different from the rest. However, this was Lin Ling. After they entered, the surrounding soldiers immediately looked at Yi Xiu enviously. After all, it was the first time in the history of the Martial God camp that someone had become a commander after just entering. Therefore, they were very envious. They envied Yi Xiu's fearlessness, and how he was valued by Marshal Lin Ling in the end. Of course, they were only envious. They weren't jealous because Yi Xiu had risked his life for this. Yi Xiu, you're quite lucky. If you had encountered an unprincipled marshal, you would already be dead. Cherish your current military position, and serve Lord. Commander Huangqi smiled at Yi Xiu and personally helped him up. Yi Xiu was overwhelmed by the favor and said, Lord, this is, however, Commander Huangqi's next sentence made him speechless. From now on, we're on equal footing, so there's no need to call me Lord. Indeed, Yi Xiu had already become a commander, and was on equal footing with Commander Huangqi. After Lin Ling entered the Martial God barracks, all the people in the barracks came out to welcome him and shouted in unison, Marshal. All the soldiers, commanders, and commanders looked at Lin Ling with admiration. Especially some of the veterans, they all recognized Lin Ling. However, they never would have thought that after Lin Ling left that day, he would return today and become a marshal. In reality, they didn't know that Lin Ling wasn't just a marshal. He was also the Grand Marshal of the 6 barracks. It was just that this matter happened in the distant Qingzhou, so they didn't know. Lord Lin Ling, welcome back. At this moment, 3 generals appeared. The one in the lead was Huang Fuidao. During the scout mission in the past, Huang Fuidao had saved Lin Ling from the hands of Queen Qianji. At that time, he was extremely optimistic about Lin Ling. But who knew that what his intuition said would come true? Lin Ling had become the Martial God camp's marshal. Thinking back to all of this, it felt like a dream. Li Pomo greets Lord. The other 2 generals also bowed. Their expressions were extremely solemn, and there was only respect in their eyes. Lin Ling looked at them with a smile. In reality, he had only come to the Martial God camp to return a favor to Red Jade Tiger. He was very concerned about the position of marshal. Of course, he still had to have the necessary military power. So Lin Ling smiled and nodded lightly and said in a dignified manner, Take me to the Martial God camp. Yes, Lord. The 3 generals nodded, turned around and strode forward. The eyes of all the soldiers flickered as they looked at Lin Ling's back. Especially some of the new soldiers. After they found out about everything Lin Ling had done, there was only admiration on their faces. The martial god camp was the highest authority in the martial god camp. Lin Ling sat at the head of the table, and the 3 generals and commanders sat down one after another. Where's Marshal Red Jade Tiger? Lin Ling was the first to speak. Chapter 2661. Summon the 6 barracks. Lord Red Jade Tiger has become a hands-off boss. Hearing this, Lin Ling said somewhat helplessly. His words made all the soldiers in the barracks smile bitterly. The position of marshal was something everyone dreamed of. In the end, Marshal Lin Ling seemed to be very unwilling to do it. All right, everyone, don't be restrained. In front of me, Lin Ling, there's no need for that. Looking at the silent barracks, Lin Ling waved his hand and said. He disliked rules and regulations the most. It made people feel extremely uncomfortable. Sir, is this true? Huang Fuidao blinked and asked. Do I look like I'm joking? You should have said so earlier. I knew you weren't the kind of person who doesn't recognize people in the blink of an eye. But you're really amazing. You actually became a marshal. What marshal? I heard that you've already become a grand marshal and can summon the 6 barracks. Sure enough, a soldier who doesn't want to be a general isn't a good soldier. This guy didn't even want to be a general, but he became a grand marshal. The 3 great generals chattered endlessly. They were the only ones in the barracks who dared to do so. However, as they spoke, they felt that the surroundings suddenly became quiet. They couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. They found that Lin Ling's face had darkened. Heavens, we actually ridiculed Lord Marshal in public. But he said he didn't care. The 3 great generals immediately trembled with fear. Men, drag them away and give them 100 beatings. At this time, Lin Ling said majestically. His words made the 3 old men's beards puff up. Lin Ling, you tricked us. You bully this old man. The 3 of them felt extremely wronged. It was clearly Lin Ling who had said that she did not care. That was why they had spoken so boldly. Who would have thought that this little fox, Lin Ling, would settle the score at an opportune moment? Seeing their red eyes, Lin Ling's originally gloomy face finally revealed a smile. Haha, I was just teasing you. Could it be that only you 3 old men can make fun of me, Lin Ling? But I, Lin Ling, can't make fun of you. As soon as these words came out, the 3 generals were like deflated balloons. With a put-on sound, they sat down one after another. With a bitter expression they said, Sir, it's not easy to joke about the military rod. Moreover, everything was going well, so why did you suddenly become so imposing? That would scare us to death. If they were beaten, they would definitely become the laughingstock of the martial god battalion tomorrow. Seeing this, Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sakura, falling flowers, flowing water, and the others were also the same. They were laughing so hard that they fell off their horses. In fact, although falling flowers, flowing water, and the others didn't dare to make fun of Lin Ling, they knew that Lin Ling was extremely amiable. Even if they made fun of him, he wouldn't care. The reason why they didn't dare to make fun of Lin Ling was that they revered him from the bottom of their hearts. All right, all of you get up. You're already so old, yet you're sitting on the ground in fear. If others see this, you'll be embarrassed to death. After Lin Ling smiled, he personally walked down and helped the 3 old men up. These 3 old men were all unyielding men. They were not afraid of enemies, nor were they afraid of any calamity. The only thing they were afraid of was military law, because they were soldiers. There's one more thing that I came back for this time, and that is to unify the 6 battalions. Moreover, I have a mission to send out. After Lin Ling helped the 3 generals up, his eyes were somewhat cold. What mission? Huang Fuidao immediately asked curiously. Confiscation. Lin Ling sneered coldly. Confiscation of the homes of Taiding Commandery and Weiwa Commandery. In the past, in Sihuan City, the 2 emperors wanted to kill Lin Ling, but they failed in the end. Today, Lin Ling came to collect the debt. Interesting. The 3 generals all smiled excitedly. Naturally, They didn't dare to send out such an order. But Lin Ling was the Grand Marshal. He had the right to do so. But, how do we confiscate their homes? Although the 4 commanderies are allies, they also have a strong background. Idiot. Are you stupid? Just pin a crime on them. Anyway, Lin Ling, that cunning little fox, will definitely have a way. No, that's not right. It's Lord Lin Ling's divine foresight. What a divine foresight. I, Li Pomo, am the first to admit defeat. The 3 generals were still talking excitedly. Lin Ling couldn't help but roll his eyes. These old men really didn't know how to talk. However, they were also cunning old foxes. Pass down my order. 1 day later, the 6 barracks will gather in the prairie. Then Lin Ling looked outside the barracks, and his calm voice floated out. However, that calm voice carried an unquestionable majesty. The 3 generals were stunned. In Lin Ling, they seemed to see the young Lord Red Jade Tiger, and he was even more powerful than Red Jade Tiger. This time, we will go to Spring Terrace to gather our old subordinates, and we will kill the King of Hell with 100 banners. That night, Lin Ling stayed in the Martial God Barracks. He didn't stay idle, and he made use of the time to cultivate. Currently, he had reached level 2 of the True God realm. His strength was so strong that ordinary level 4 True Gods were no match for him. If he used the Flame Wheel and Space-Time Divine Steel, he could even kill a level 6 True God. However, although these trump cards were strong, they could only be used once in a short period of time. Moreover, Lin Ling didn't want to rely too much on these trump cards because it wasn't beneficial to his growth. Although I'm very strong now, Green Province is vast, and I haven't reached the peak of the pyramid. Sooner or later, I will walk out of Green Province and catch up to Li Xiaoyao. Lin Ling muttered to himself. In fact, in this life, Lin Ling's cultivation speed was faster than Li Xiaoyao's, and the time he spent was also shorter. Moreover, in this life, Lin Ling's foundation was more solid. Among the triple cultivation of essence, qi and spirit, his qi and spirit had reached a new level, but his essence didn't have much of a breakthrough. On the other hand, essence was the strength of his physical body. Stepping into a new level, the Chaos Divine Formula could be cultivated to the 3rd level, and the 3rd Dantian would be born. The night passed quietly, and Lin Ling felt that his cultivation had improved. Then, he went outside the barracks. Outside, everyone in the Martial God Barracks was already waiting there. They looked at the new marshal with excitement in their eyes. Let's go to the prairie. Lin Ling smiled and took the lead. This prairie was the prairie where the scout mission used to be. It was vast, boundless, and ancient. Lin Ling sat on top of a mountain peak, with only 3 generals by his side. The soldiers of the Martial God Barracks were gathered in the prairie. They were densely packed, and their auras were extremely majestic. There were scout barracks, spear barracks, archery barracks, and so on. If these soldiers appeared in the myriad of worlds, they could easily sweep through thousands of worlds. In the eyes of the warriors in the myriad of worlds, these were divine soldiers. This was the first time the 9 spirits of heaven had come to the Martial God Barracks. At this moment, they were extremely shocked. Divine soldiers and divine generals. This was the only way they could describe the Martial God Barracks. Moreover, they felt that many of the soldiers were stronger than them, and they were existences that could dominate. However, these terrifying existences were actually obeying Lin Ling's orders. Just thinking about it made them feel that it was unreal. Martial. Chapter 2662. He refused to accept it. Aoao. The other beasts roared as well. There was a 3-headed giant wolf, a mutated vine dragon, an ancient Qilin beast, and even a martial god giant. These divine beasts all knelt down and looked at the man on the mountain peak with reverence. Master is so mighty. Seeing this, ancient martial god Yungu and the others were filled with excitement. It was as if they were witnessing the arrival of a king. Get up. At this moment, on the mountain peak, Lin Ling calmly waved his hand. He was not affected by the aura of the vast army. He even sensed that within the army, mysterious auras were suspended in the sky and then drifted around Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes immediately lit up. He knew that this was a type of faith power. This was because the army used Lin Ling as their flag and believed in Lin Ling. They believed in the marshal and worshipped him. Thus, this mysterious power was born. Interesting. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. He allowed the power of faith to flow into his body. With this, he could use it to temper his body, making it impervious to all evil. At the same time, Lin Ling took out a book to read. This was the historical record of the martial god barracks. It recorded all the major events that had happened in the martial god barracks. Beside it was the martial arts of the martial god barracks. Lin Ling also began to check them. There were all kinds of strange martial arts, many of which Li Xiaoyao had never seen before. Originally, Li Xiaoyao's martial arts foundation was very deep, and now it was even more accumulated. Army formation? Lin Ling also saw a large number of military strategies. Of course, what interested him the most was the military formations. Those military formations were broad and profound, seizing the essence of the universe, able to make the sun and moon lose their light. In reality, they were also a type of spirit formation. Lin Ling's interest was piqued, and he activated the myriad mammoth's demonic eyes. This brat is actually looking at military formations. Of course, as a marshal, he has to act like one. I'm guessing that Lord Red Jade Tiger is also secretly keeping an eye on this brat, so this brat will definitely not embarrass Lord Red Jade Tiger. However, I won't be able to comprehend the art of military formations in a short period of time. On the side, the three great generals snickered. Rumble. After an unknown amount of time, the army arrived in the distant sky. What was even more frightening was that in front of the army were a large number of headless generals. They wore armor and were like slaves pulling a war chariot as they majestically led the army over. Furthermore, a flag was also fluttering in the wind. Thousand Trick Battalion. This was also one of the 6 military camps. The eyes of the martial god battalion members flickered when they saw this. However, Lin Ling acted as if he had not heard anything and continued to read his book slowly. At this time, the scene of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix appeared. In the sky, all kinds of divine birds flew proudly, and behind them were many female soldiers. 10,000 Phoenix Battalion. Next up was the 9 Stars Battalion, Heaven Tribute Battalion. After receiving the order, the 6 military camps all rushed over at this moment. The scene was extremely spectacular. If these 6 armies were to move out, it was likely that even powerhouses that surpassed True God Realm would not be able to withstand their assault too. That surging aura directly caused the hearts of Little Flame, and the rest to beat faster. When had they ever seen so many experts? Of course, not only them, even Falling Flowers and Flowing Water Sword's faces were incomparably pale. However, even though so many experts had arrived, the man on the mountain peak still did not move. He would not be moved even if the sky collapsed. Who gave the order? At this time, a roar broke the silence. It was the marshal of the 9 Stars Battalion. Obviously, they did not know who had summoned them, but they sensed that it was a military order from the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. I'm afraid something big is about to happen for the 6 military camps to gather here. I'm curious as to who will be here today. The marshal of the 10,000 Phoenix Battalion shouted. In fact, they were extremely unhappy. After all, they had only one day to rush here. Moreover, if they were late, they would be punished by the military order. Anyone would be in a bad mood. Rumble. The armies of the 6 military camps landed one after another, causing the prairie to become even more crowded. At a glance, they looked like statues. Various kinds of armor gathered together, giving birth to surging killing intent. However, everyone looked at the mountain peak. Although many people did not know what was going on, it was obvious that the person on the mountain peak was the person in charge today. Could it be that he gave the order? Who is he? The eyes of all the marshals flashed, and the anger in their hearts became stronger. What kind of expert would come here today? In the end, it was just a kid who was still wet behind the ears. One should know that the marshals of the various military camps were mostly very old, and they were also people of virtue and prestige. The young man on the mountain peak was no different from a child to them. Who are you? What punishment do you deserve for falsely reporting a military order? The marshal of the 9 Stars Battalion was the first to shout angrily. This person was actually a 3-meter-tall giant. His skin was blue, and his long golden hair was like a lion's. As soon as he finished speaking, the other marshals sneered. That was what they wanted to ask too. However, the man on the mountain peak was still reading, and he did not ask anything. He was as calm as Mount Tai, and he gave off a scholarly feeling. Answer me. The Marshal of the 9 Stars Battalion was furious, and he shouted angrily again. Slap him. Finally, Lin Ling opened his mouth. What shocked everyone was that he was still reading, and he even took a sip of wine from the wine pot. He was so calm and composed that he seemed like a scholarly emperor. This made many people think of a line in a poem. Sitting alone in a pond is like a tiger, resting under the shade of a tree to recuperate. When spring comes, if I don't speak first, which insect dares to make a sound? Domineering. How dare you? The eyes of the Marshal of the 9 Stars Battalion narrowed. This kid was really arrogant. Swoosh. Swoosh. However, 3 figures flew down from the mountain peak. They were Huangfui Dao and the others, and they landed in front of the Marshal of the 9 Stars Battalion. Without saying anything, they directly slapped the Marshal's face. At this moment, the whole army was in an uproar. One should know that the Marshal of the 9 Stars Battalion was in charge of several 100 million experts, and he was the king of the 9 Stars Battalion. Not to mention slapping his face, even looking at him was a crime of offending one's superior. But now such a terrifying expert was slapped in the face, and he was slapped in front of the army. How could the Marshal face others? Huangfui Dao Li Pomo, you're courting death. As expected, the Marshal of the 9 Stars Battalion roared angrily. Slap him again. However, before the 3 marshals could say anything, a calm voice rang out from the mountain peak. It was Lin Ling's voice. Slap. 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 The marshal was stunned. The other marshals and their camps seemed to have been beaten into a daze. There were 2 reasons why the young man was so arrogant. Firstly, he was a madman, and secondly, he had a powerful background. If it was any other time, the soldiers would definitely think that the young man was a madman. But now that the 6 battalions were gathered together, their auras were so powerful that even a madman would be scared silly. Therefore, the marshals believed that the young man wasn't simple. Moreover, the 3 marshals were all arrogant people, but they still listened to the young man's words. This proved everything. Fine, fine, fine. I, crazy 9 stars, won't act out for the time being for the sake of the army. However, if you don't give me an explanation, don't blame me for massacring the Marshal God Battalion. The Marshal of the 9 Stars Battalion also thought of this, so he temporarily restrained himself. That's right. You asked all the battalions to come here at night, and if you don't give us an explanation, don't blame us for being impolite. Chapter 2663. Questioning the authority of the generals. Explanation? No. However, the 3 great generals immediately replied and spread their hands, telling them that they could beat them up if they wanted to. There was no explanation. Such an imposing manner could be said to be extremely arrogant. Huangfui Daoyu. All the marshals were stunned, and their murderous auras completely erupted. He is the Grand Marshal. However, their anger was instantly quelled by Huangfui Dao's words as though they had been splashed with cold water. All the marshals widened their eyes in disbelief. All of you should have received the news that there is a new Grand Marshal in the 6 barracks. He is under the Grand Secretary, but he can command the 6 barracks. Huangfui Dao took a step forward and spoke again. We have indeed heard of this rumor, but is he the mysterious Grand Marshal? He seems to be very young. I don't believe it. Who is he? Dissatisfied voices rang out from the various military camps. This was because all of this was too sudden for them. As for the marshals and the others, they were also frowning. Huangfui Dao's gaze swept across the army and finally landed on the faces of the marshals. He then said indifferently, "He is Lin Ling." As soon as he said this, a murderous aura suddenly rose in the prairie. Especially the marshals, their eyes trembled violently. Others might not know who Lin Ling was, but with their seniority, how could they not know? In 4 Ring City, Lin Ling had caused a huge battle and killed the granddaughter of the Thunder Echo Manor's mansion master. This matter had already shaken Qingzhou. He is Lin Ling. The marshals were all mumbling to themselves. The army behind them also had their own thoughts. Some of them had heard of Lin Ling's name, but the soldiers who had never been to Qingzhou were still confused. However, they could tell that their marshals were all very nervous. Now tell me, Do you all deserve to be slapped in the face? Huang Fui Dao took another step forward and said indifferently. All the marshals were silent. If Lin Ling was the Grand Marshal, they were indeed not qualified to speak. Sir gave you a day to come, but you came in the afternoon and made the marshal wait for you for half a day. He has already read 3,700 sets of books. Tell me, do you all deserve to be slapped in the face? Huang Fui Dao said again. All the marshals' expressions quietly changed and revealed a hint of reverence. As soldiers, as long as they were in the barracks, it was their duty to obey military orders. After your arrival, you all deserve to be slapped in the face. Huang Fui Dao's third sentence, do you all deserve to be slapped in the face? Huang Fui Dao was the third marshal. His aura was as though it represented the 6 barracks. The marshals gritted their teeth. Huang Fui Dao's words had broken their hearts. Great marshals. Finally, the marshals, the marshals, the Grand Marshal Edans. To the marshal. All the soldiers behind them knelt down. Their terrifying aura soared into the sky. Lin Ling, I have a brother in the Heavenly Saint Institute. He once told me this name. It is said that he is the most monstrous genius in the history of the Resplendent Institute. I've also heard that his cultivation speed is the fastest. In the drill ground, he even won first place in the Pride tournament. I also heard that he killed an expert in the Fourth Ring City. TSK, the Fourth Ring City is a place that we will never have the chance to go to in our lifetime. The kneeling soldiers secretly transmitted their voices and discussed spiritedly. They never expected that Lin Ling would become the Grand Marshal of the 6 barracks at such a young age. Comparisons were odious. Get up. At this moment, Lin Ling's indifferent voice floated out from his mouth. Hearing this, all the soldiers stood up and looked at the mountain peak. They were shocked again. On the magnificent mountain peak, the man was still holding the book with one hand and reading it slowly. From time to time, he would stuff a mouthful of wine into his mouth. If he sobered up, he would be in charge of the world. This aura, this indifference, no doubt, shook the hearts of the soldiers. They thought that Lin Ling was still wet behind the ears. But looking at it now, Lin Ling did indeed have the aura of a Grand Marshal. I have only one order for you to come here. Search the homes of Tating Commandery and Solitude Commandery. The 6 barracks will move out together. Lin Ling was still reading his book. His voice carried a hint of laziness as he spoke. He had stated his purpose. What? Hearing this, the faces of the marshals changed. Tating Commandery and Solitude Commandery were one of the 4 great commanderies. They were also allies of the Great Green Holy Dynasty. Although they were not as powerful as the Great Green Holy Dynasty, they had been in the good books of the Great Green Holy Dynasty for many years. Furthermore, they had sent a large amount of salary to the Great Green Holy Dynasty every year. Hence, they were not to be underestimated. Now they were going to search their homes? This was no small matter. Do you have the order of the Great Green Holy Dynasty? At this moment, an unwilling voice floated out. The one who spoke was the new marshal of the Sky Tribute Battalion. This marshal was also the youngest among all of them. He looked to be about 40 years old. The previous marshal of the Sky Tribute Battalion was Yu Chung. Unfortunately, he was killed by Lin Ling. This caused the entire Sky Tribute Battalion to be unconvinced by Lin Ling. If he asked them to kneel, they would grit their teeth and accept. However, if Lin Ling wanted to order them around, they would be dreaming. My words are the words of the Great Green Holy Dynasty. Unfortunately, Lin Ling said lightly. There were no imperial edicts or military orders. It was just a verbal order. What if the Great Green Holy Dynasty pursues this matter? The Sky Tribute Battalion cannot bear the consequences. The marshal of the Sky Tribute Battalion sneered. Do I need you to bear the consequences? To put it bluntly, you are not qualified. Even if the sky falls, I, Lin Ling, will hold it up. You just have to do as you are told. Lin Ling said disdainfully. He was still reading his book. That expression, and those words were undoubtedly filled with disdain. It was as if he was saying, you are just a small soldier. Just do as you are told. If something big happens, the Great Green Holy Dynasty won't have time for a small soldier like you. You. The marshal of the Sky Tribute Battalion was infuriated. I refuse to accept this. I will definitely not go. After saying that, he hurriedly looked at an elder beside him. Senior Qianji, say something. Among the 6 battalions, Senior Qianji was the oldest. It was said that when the Great Green Holy Dynasty was first formed, he was already a soldier of the Great Green Holy Dynasty. It took him millions of years to become a marshal. However, he was a person of virtue and prestige. Everyone in the 6 battalions gave him face. Even the Grand Secretary gave him face. At this moment, the white-haired but energetic marshal of the Qianji battalion remained silent. He did not agree to Lin Ling's request, but he did not reject it either. However, all the marshals knew that Senior Qianji's silence was a rejection. However, this was normal. How could a million-year-old monster listen to Lin Ling's orders? At this moment, all the marshals laughed coldly. Everyone refused to listen to Lin Ling. Let's see what face Lin Ling has left. Humph, you are just a true god. How dare you be so arrogant? Senior Qianji is an existence that has surpassed the true god realm. We accept that he is a marshal. Haha, if you are polite, you can call him marshal. If you are rude, you are just a passerby. The marshal of the Sky Tribute Battalion sneered. This time, there was an awkward silence.